Let me see if this... Did this actually, make me go live? Dude, probably... Wait. Yes, I am live. Okay, I'm sorry. Yesterday I tried to go live, it wouldn't let me stream. My internet was dog shit yesterday. Holy fuck. But, yeah, also, yesterday I had my first day in college. It was pretty great. Got really drunk. I actually have a video that I'm gonna post from there. I recorded a video on my phone over there about free college, actually, because since it was my first day in college, I thought that'd be a good theme, but, yeah, my friend Wovi, he had this, political test that he thinks is better that he, like, me to see. By the way, yesterday, I watched the Ben Shapiro versus Senkuigu debate. It was actually a really good debate, yeah, I think Senkuigu got pretty much fucking destroyed, but he did make some good points too. Dude, I don't really know Steven Crowder, but I know Ben Shapiro. Yeah, I might react to that after. Like, yeah, Wolvie's playing Rust right now. I don't really know what that is. I know it's a video game, but I only ever play Minecraft and Cool Math Games XD. Which, like, dude, they got some good shit on Cool Math. Like, Squiggly's Playhouse, too. I remember in 5th grade I played that. Like, Fancy Pants, dude. Fuck yeah. Floodrunner. Hell fucking yeah. Either way, we're gonna watch this. It pretty much starts with this thing of the one-child policy. And I think I did a pretty fucking good job there earlier. Like,
good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson.
So, yeah, let's go ahead and see this video. By the way, before I do that, maybe I should add a thumbnail. Maybe that could help me. I think I already have one. You know what? Tucker Carlson's in it. Should we react to some stuff from Seder while we're... Fuck, dude, I'll see. There's probably something... By the way, I saw Destiny make a stream... What? How can he blow up? He doesn't even have power in the... Declares one therapy. I mean, to be fair, I would agree that if you are super depressed, like it's gone really bad to the point where you're suicidal, I would absolutely discourage anybody who is suicidal from seeking out help. I've done that when I wasn't even suicidal, but yeah, what I said, the person believed I might be, and, within a few minutes, people came knocking at my door, and they were here to kidnap me, which is what they did. I told them, why are you here? By the way, I'm not suicidal, I don't want to come with you, no. And, they told me, you know what, I'm stronger than you, in fact, like, I mean, fuck, they had a gun, like, what was I gonna do? So yeah, they just told me, look, I'm stronger than you, if I need to, like, beat you to the ground and take you with me, like, I'll tackle you if I need to, but you're coming with me, so, I was like, okay, whatever. They took me in an ambulance to bring me to this place called Oceans, in that place, there was a lot of people, none of them were suicidal, and none of them were a threat to anybody else, for sure, and they told me over there, no, we don't usually bring people here for being a threat to others, just for being potentially a threat to themselves. Well, what did they do over there? Well, I saw them beat schizophrenic people to the ground. Literally just beat them to shit, just beat them to the ground, because, oh well, they were just getting on these staff members' nerves, and they were just too annoying, just too mentally retarded. Can't do, yeah, and the whole place was just literally just a caricature of that. The water didn't even like every single thing. I made a list of over 50 things, and all of them I can guarantee you were at least as bad as is that what I just told you, not like the water not working, like, yeah, we had to drink legit out of the drain, because, like, yeah, that's the only water, it'd just be faucet water. That's not really that bad, who cares? But, yeah, they absolutely didn't even try to do anything to make us get better, which, no shit, if people are going to kidnap you and force you into a place, like, yeah, if people are kidnapping their own citizens, maybe they don't want to help you, who knows, otherwise maybe they'd give you a choice, so, I would definitely agree, because guess what, apparently now, my mother just received some, these kidnappers are now trying to make me pay for them having kidnapped me. So yeah, like just saying, because for those reasons I would, okay, well, whatever. I don't think I need to watch one of Sam Seder's videos. I might react to Destiny destroying him. I didn't even see this. Let's see. I fucking watched this. Yeah, that was hilarious. Sam Seder got fucking destroyed. I might watch that debate at some point, but like, dude, I had never watched Destiny. Like, I had always heard about him, because, like, I mean, I watched Vegan Games, and I saw that he made videos on him at some point. Guy looks really smart, and I don't know, like, just from this, it seems that I really agree with him. Like, on a lot of things. And I don't know, I should definitely start watching this guy more. Like, just from this video alone, I'm a fucking fan, but...
Now, if Kyle had the ability to do this, that'd be great. But why
I might want
do
to
you
watch
expect
this,
any normal
yeah.
human being to throw themselves on their sword for you when you spent the entire time calling him a white nationalist, black person murderer?
Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, that is one thing that I will say about big corporations. It's like, people constantly, like, when you see the average middle class person legit demanding that your average corporation has their money stolen from them. Yeah, like, as much as you could say, oh yeah, these people are sort of assholes. Like, they pay their workers at minimum wage, which is like $7.25. A lot of them do, because they can, and like, they have the money to pay more. Like, these people deserve more. Why don't these business owners, why don't they give people yeah, how about free parental leave for like 3 months at least? Why don't they treat their workers in better ways? And I think one thing you could definitely say, a good argument, is people tend to uh people tend to just generalize others based on what they see. And I don't know, if I was a big corporation, what would I see? Oh, well, I keep hearing about these middle class people literally demanding that my money be stolen from me. And normally, if you want something from somebody, you're super nice to them, and you don't act entitled. You ask them politely. And yeah, when these people are saying, yeah, these people need to pay their fair share, they need to, yeah, imagine claiming somebody else's money as if it was yours, and demanding that it be given to you. It's like, imagine being so fucking entitled. Like, yeah, no shit, these people see the average middle class as scum, and don't want to actually help them get better lives, give them, I don't know, like $30 an hour to your average, normally minimum wage job. Yeah, no shit, these people don't want to treat the average middle class decently. Look at how decently those people treat them. Oh yeah, we need to literally go to war against big corporations, big tech. What the hell did they do to you? They're just minding their own business, and if you don't like their pay, you can go elsewhere. But yeah, no shit, when these people see, oh, who am I employing? Oh, the people who are literally calling for me to get robbed. No thanks. I don't really want to give them my money for free when they're so entitled that they're demanding that it be given to them whether or not I want to give it to them. Yeah, I know he's not talking about this, but I think it would extend to corporations. Why are they so inhumane with their workers? Well, maybe because their workers, they see them all as the loud minority that are the entitled freaks who just say, well, you know what, I don't pretty please want you to give me, I don't know, um, a $15 minimum wage. I want to steal that from you. I want to steal that salary. I don't want you to have the option to pay me less if you don't want to. Yeah, like, imagine if you went up to somebody, like you were just an asshole and you wanted to sell someone's something for a pretty bad price. You might be willing to negotiate. It might be a scam price. Imagine if the person tells you, "Hey, bitch, if you don't lower your damn money, I'll fucking go get someone. I'll go get some fucking people I know, whether it be the government or some more powerful people, to force you to lower your damn price." What is your answer? No, I'm not doing business with you. Fuck you. If it's not that, if you're forced to do business with them, because they could be anyone, yeah, you might be like, well, fuck you, I'm not gonna care if you get paid like shit. Since apparently you don't believe in my rights, I'm not gonna believe in your well-being. But either way, let's continue.
If you act a certain way towards somebody,
really
like, it's pretty predictable which way they're gonna go. It was pretty obvious the second everything happened what side Rittenhouse was going to be on at the end of the day for everything, which is to be like basically a puppet for the insane conservative losers. Oh boy.
What do you say?
All this play again now. I wonder, like, if Kyle is getting all this play again now because of this shooting. I wonder, like, you know, like he's turning up all of a sudden.
What's that?
On various programs. He was on Charlie Kirk's show yesterday or the day after or day before. Now he's on Tucker Carlson.
By the way, let me go ahead and... No one's in chat. Yeah, since I have Sam Seder and Tucker Carlson in the thumbnail, I'm just gonna do that. Okay.
Sometimes, you know, somebody just needs a guest and they get him, and then, you know, one of these shows, they say, oh, he got good clicks, let's have him on. But I wonder if it's not also because in the wake of this shooting, they want to present their hero with the gun. Here's the good guy with a gun who killed people, but it was okay. And let's be clear.
Yeah, Sam Seder is just gonna go on and on with, he killed someone, dude, he killed someone. And he will just put this out. It doesn't matter what the context is, like, he killed someone. I could point out plenty of scenarios where it is completely justified and even sometimes the morally superior thing to do to kill someone. It's like he like Sam Seder might as well be saying, I don't care about the context. The only context that should be relevant in a case where somebody killed someone else is the fact that somebody killed someone else. Because life is that sacred. And I was thinking before, because I didn't even know what the hell that whole thing was, Rittenhouse, that sounded like a name that was familiar, but I was thinking, what about self-defense, for example? And later on, it turns out this was self-defense, as Destiny points out. Sam Seder, I don't think he ever pointed that out, but love how he's gonna make that case against a self-defense case. And there are other cases than self-defense. So say if somebody kills your parents, what right does anybody have to tell you you can't kill them? They killed someone you love, and that person is no longer going. You're no longer going to get to have that person you loved in your life because of that other person. You should have the human right to know that this person who killed your loved ones isn't going to get to live while your loved ones isn't alive. So I think this should be implemented into law as well. Someone kills one of your loved ones, I think you should get to kill them, because revenge, I think, should be a human right. Like, imagine having to know that the person who killed the one you love is still alive, and didn't, that they didn't have consequences, while your loved one isn't. It's like, that is just so inhumane to do that to someone, especially to a victim. It's like, yeah, now I know there are cases where this might be, like, slightly gray areas. What if someone killed someone by drunk driving? Like, they weren't trying to kill them. Who cares? They still did something wrong. They shouldn't have been drunk driving. And, well, as much as they might not deserve to die for having done that, they weren't trying to kill someone. Well, whose side should be prioritized in terms of legality? Should we, like, if there is the side of the victim coming in conflict, like, if the rights of the victim, say, to getting a second chance to live after they made that really bad accident, they accidentally killed someone, but it was still their fault, should this person's rights, the person who was at fault, be prioritized over the actual victim who did not do anything to anyone, but now has a family member who is who they will never get to see again? Like, no, the victim's rights should be put first. And yeah, that person might not deserve to die, but I think it's a bigger rights violation to not allow these other people who lost a loved one to get revenge over that. Now, I get this also triggers a chain of events where, like, what if that person has loved ones? But I think if this person who you would be trying to avenge has literally committed murder, yeah, you no longer really have a right to avenge them. Like, they sort of had lost their rights to life when they killed someone. But yeah, that's another example of how murder can absolutely be justified. So, like, yeah, some settlers just absolutely fucking retarded.
He killed them with a gun.
Teacher and let's
With Create
killed
Studio
them
Pro,
with a
you can
gun.
create a
He killed them with, buddy. How about if the person who he killed had a gun? Apparently, I just remembered. Apparently, they did. But let's say for the argument they, dude, I'm not even high. Why am I fucking speaking like a retard? Yeah, would you say if that person who had a gun shot first, they would be alive today? Would that be justified? Would, like, what would you have done in that situation? Imagine if you had known that you would either die or shoot. Would you shoot, dude? I don't know. Apparently, according to your argument, you'd be a horrible person for that, because you would have just shot someone with a gun. And it's like, oh my god, now that you say it that way,
3D
it's like,
character
this guy's just
explainers
so...
just like Pixar.
I don't know, like, there are a lot of people in that community, like, the Humanist Report, or Secular Talk, who I really respect, but fucking Sam Seder is just, and he's so entitled to anyone who disagrees with him. He will not give them the benefit of the doubt. I saw that, like, specifically in a, dude, let me try to find this, by the way.
I mean, I'm glad Tucker and Kyle are coming around on how bad at-will employment is and the need for a state-provided job for those who can't find one elsewhere.
Yeah, he could have been a security guard somewhere.
Epic. Epic me.
But
Let me just yeah, I like the anti-vaxxer, and if you look at this video, it just absolutely shows you just how much of a dipshit this guy is. Like, it's just so fucked. Like, he was just such an asshole to the guy. By the way, just real quick, I think I commented, yeah, because I forgot, yeah, let's see. What a asshole. The guy keeps cutting him off, doesn't give him any credit for any argument, makes personal attacks, and tries to make the guy speak for his brother. Ah, fucking hell. Like, this really fucking, yeah, this debate really bothered me, because I still had some respect for Sam Seder. Like, the main reason why I sort of disliked him was, like, not disliked him, I didn't dislike him yet, I sort of, same thing as the Humanist Report, all that, like, I didn't like the fact that they never give any trace of a benefit of the doubt to people like Tucker Carlson, who they dislike. They just assume the absolute worst possible intentions from them. Like, this was a whole new level. Like, there was some random guy who just disagreed with him, wanted to debate him, and he treated him like fucking garbage. Like, he was just such an entitled piece of shit in this. Like, it was just gross. The guy let him talk uninterrupted for so long, even when he was speaking over him. Then when he starts trying to respond, Sam immediately says, "Hey, wow, don't change the subject," before even hearing out what the guy had. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the guy wasn't even trying to change the subject. Sometimes, yeah, if someone, I fucking hate when someone asks you a yes or no question, and it's like, sometimes it's more complicated, and the worst thing is, a lot of the time, that person is asking you a yes or no question and trying to be direct, trying to tell you specifically, hey, don't answer aside, no, just tell me yes or no. Usually if the person's telling you that and pressuring you to just give a yes or no answer, it is because the question is, like, a very controversial question, and if you answer before, like, giving some justification into your answer, like, yeah, everybody's immediately just gonna turn off of you and just gonna, so, yeah, like, a lot of the time, you have to explain your position before saying yes or no, because, like, you know that even your opponent, they will not, even care to hear what you have to say once they hear the answer that they didn't want to hear. And especially Sam Seder, so. Also, he's a rich scumbag pretending to be complaining about rich businesses when he's a rich business taxing his fans for an appearance on. Yeah, that's also pretty gross. I would never do that to y'all. And as soon as the guy came on and expressed the fact he disagreed with Sam's position, despite the fact the guy was polite so far the entire time, and he obviously, yeah, I couldn't fucking finish watching this. It was insufferable. With good intentions, as it seems, he offered $10 to speak to Sam, and he was not trying to be disrespectful. And before Sam heard any of what he had to say, he immediately took on a smug attitude and started downgrading him. Never been anti-vax or anti-mask, but the fact that Sam is such a hypocrite and he has the nerve to be disrespectful in a clip where he admits to making people in his chat pay to meet him. I've lost all respect for Sam, and honestly makes me sick to my fucking stomach. Yeah, the guy is, I definitely don't think the guy is a bad person. I was just, like, fucking mad after seeing that, because he was just such an asshole in this video. You managed to have your argument be, yeah, I actually think I do remember his arguments being horrible. With no respect for your opponent, the second you told you he disagreed with you, and you offered him orders of magnitude less respect than he offered you, when you're the rich guy taxing his fans to meet him, then being smug and arrogant towards them when they disagree with you. Some Sutter should get some respect for the average person and for his audience. Maybe he should get educated since he doesn't have better arguments against an easy to prove faulty position being defended by a clearly misinformed but well-meaning person who just got spat on in the face. That deserves your respect. Couldn't agree with that more, so that's some Seder for you. If you want to watch that video, I'm not gonna be watch it, because like I already know what I'll see, and it's just so
Thanks, Sam. Indeed he did. He did.
Here is Tucker Carlson talking about Kyle Rittenhouse versus Big.
let me go get some water. Okay. Yeah, that. Hell yeah.
Big Tech.
Kyle Rittenhouse is the founder of the Media Accountability Project. Todd McMurtry is his lawyer.
Pause it for 1 second. Just remember, media.
By the way, why does he have this in the background? What the fuck is that? Is he just playing while reacting to
Accountability Project. That's going to be an
this? That's
important
fucking
thing.
epic. Like I used to have this series I was gonna do where I just play TNT around while commentating on stuff. So like this.
Keep in mind, hold the media to account for their misinformation and fake news.
Is his lawyer. They join us now to explain what they're doing. Thanks to you both for coming on.
And by the way, I think taking them to account should be debunking them, not censoring them. And to be fair, censoring them only gives them a talking point, and it's just not a fair fight.
Tell us, Kyle, good to see you. What action
Good
are
to
you
see you.
taking against the tech companies that made this defamation possible?
Well, we're going to make the media pay for what they did to me.
I just want to say, okay?
That
Dude, nobody
sound pretty
believes in
funny.
anything they talk about, okay? If you're a conservative and you're visiting my channel, you have to be cognizant of this, okay? That none of you guys actually
Cognitive. I don't even know what that
give a
means.
fuck, okay?
But
How many of you motherfuckers for fucking
yeah, I'm not conservative. I don't want to conserve what we have now, because what we have now is never going to be better than what we could have. So I believe in progress always. I think progress, and like I don't think it's ever a good idea to just have the philosophy of conserving what we have. We should try moving forward, and I guess that conserving might be a good philosophy if you already have some really good, but it's not very stable, so like democracy, and you really believe that yeah, we really are onto something. Let's not even try to go further, because we won't even really get that much better than that. A lot of people think, oh yeah, American dream, we have that. Like, this is pretty much as great as you could have. It's America. It's like, we have freedom. What types of countries have that, right? Like, this is a new thing. Let's try to conserve that freedom instead of trying to like focus on even more. Like, we already have a good bit here, and like this is worth preserving. This is worth going forward into preserving if it seems that there's a big threat of it being taken away. But I don't think yeah, I don't think that the progress that's being proposed is anything that's like the stuff from the progressive movement that is being proposed. I don't disagree with the majority of it. Like, I think a lot of it's really good, but I am still right wing. I don't. Again, like people who have a certain position, you don't even know why they have their position, and especially when the world is big, there are a lot of people who will base their opinions based on their personal experiences, and you don't know what every other person's personal experiences are. Like, I don't know, like, for me, like, I tend to go at the world with, everyone has their own perspective, and I don't know what the hell their perspectives are. I can only go based on what they say, so for me to assume, like, for example, oh, Tucker Carlson's a racist, even though he never denounced black people, he just hates them because, well, he might. I mean, he never said that he didn't, except that he did, actually. He spends more time than CNN does, just explaining that racism is bad. Like, same thing with that, like, how can you know what conservatives, like, I don't know, they're all different, they all have their own subjective experience, you don't know why they might believe what they believe.
Years.
Like, I get the generalization, though, like, probably, yeah. Yeah, that was a bad point, I take it back.
Made fun of that fucking autistic Swedish girl. What the fuck is her name? The climate change one. Fuck, what's her name?
Dude, that's fucking hilarious. Is that like the blonde girl who Tucker made fun of, like, was saying the adults are just pressuring her into doing this?
Somebody Greta Thunberg or whatever, and you're like, oh, you can't have children representing important stuff like this. They're just kids. What do they know? But like, throw the fucking 19-year-old Rittenhouse up there. Soy, yes, King, lead us into the new movement. Yes, into the new.
That's a good point. That is hypocritical. The first time I saw this, I completely missed the point. I must have been just high out of my mind.
Age of media responsibility.
Yeah, I didn't get that his point was just, yeah, that's pretty
like, bro, this kid is 19 years old. Why the fuck would I give a fuck what he has to... Not to say that he wasn't wronged by the media. He was. And not to say that, like, he's worth covering. But, like, that dichotomy is very funny to me, okay?
Yeah, I completely disagree with that, though. Yeah, I'm 20. Yeah, I think what a 19 or 20-year-old can have to say could be more than just chirp. Like, this isn't a 5-year-old you're talking about. Like, a 20-year-old and 19-year-old, they have their brains developed enough to be able to have meaningful takes. And even sometimes prove you wrong on certain issues, probably, if you give it enough time. Like, yeah, just assuming that a 19-year-old is just gonna have so much less insight or something than, say, a 30-year-old or, like, I don't know, a 40-year-old one. How old is Destiny? Maybe, like, 30, 35? It's like, dude, nah, like, you don't know how people, you don't know what their experiences have had to tell them.
For me to live a normal life. I can't go out into public. I can't go to the store. It's hard for me to go anywhere without security. Shoot, doing basic things like taking my dog to the dog park is difficult. So
pause it for 1 second. So for those,
I think this guy should just learn from what he did earlier. Apparently, what he did was he was trying to protect like the place around him. Why doesn't he just start protecting himself? Like, if anybody comes up to him and starts fucking with him, tell them, bitch, leave me alone, stay away from me, stop harassing me. And if they don't fuck off, tell them, hey, do not touch me. If you threaten me, just know that if you do anything to me, I'll pull out my gun and shoot you. And if they get any closer to you and they start putting their hands on you, just take your gun out and shoot them dead. They shouldn't put their hands on you. And if people are literally going to go after someone who committed self-defense and try to, like, harass him and try to potentially hurt him, yeah, it's like you have every right to defend yourself against, especially against people like that, who are just trying to harass you for having defend yourself. And wait, my shit just turned on. And yeah, as Destiny points out, trying to go after someone with a gun, or trying to go after someone who just succeeded a self-defense. How many people do you know who are alive today because of self-defense? Probably no one. just like racist people. How many do you know? Probably no one. Again, it's like, yeah, that type of stuff isn't that common. So you're gonna go and try to harass and possibly even assault someone who you're trying to assault them because you didn't agree with them committing self-defense. You would have rather them die, I guess. So that already says a lot about the people harassing him. They would have rather he die. So yeah, these people deserve no respect from him, and he should absolutely see them as, you know what, you're harassing me because you would have rathered I die than these other people. Yeah, if you lay a hand on me, your brains are getting blown out. And again, that would be self-defense. People can't put their hands on you. Also, don't care if it's a man or a woman. You don't get special rights just because you're a woman. If you think, oh yeah, women should be allowed to hit men, but men shouldn't be allowed to hit women. You shouldn't a woman for putting her hands on you. That's okay. Then get the hell out of my voting booths. And go make me a sandwich since you don't believe in equal rights. No, you don't get to have it both ways.
Those of you at home who do not speak right wing, let me translate. My killing two people with a gun at a protest where I was a
like, all he's gonna say this whole time, killing people with a gun, like, I fucking remember, he's gonna say the same fucking line, like, at least 20 times. And I don't even know if he's gonna use the words self-defense even fucking once. I think he probably will, but like, killing someone with a gun, like, that's all he wants you to have this situation. And again, I don't know, the situation apparently was protecting some business that might have been his property. Yeah, if someone is coming into your property, they shouldn't have been on your fucking property. If they stolen there, you told them get out. They are refusing to. Guess what? If you pull out a gun, you tell them get out or I will shoot you. And they do not get out. They have committed suicide. You have not committed murder. You told them do not get out of here or I will shoot you. They do not have a right to be here. They do not have a right to stay here. It's your property, not theirs. If they are choosing to break the law in order for you to have a justification in shooting them, you just told them that's what you were going to do if they didn't move, and they are on your property, they just committed suicide. If you put an electric barbed wire around your property and you literally put signs all over that say, if you touch this barbed wire, you'll get electrocuted and die. And someone goes ahead and touches the barbed wire. Did someone murder them? How about a bleach? I'm sure a lot of places like Walmart sells bleach. And even an easier one, because bleach isn't necessarily meant to kill. McDonald's. Fast food has literally just that. Like, that will objectively kill you in the long run. Is McDonald's murderers for you making the choice to like eat that stuff and end up dying at an early age? No, you did that to yourself. Well, if someone who knew they had a gun, you broke the law, you trespassed their private property, they told you get off or I'm shooting you. It's sort of like the whole fucking like fear mongering about, oh, cutting thieves' hands off. Yeah, I steal, but if I knew that there was a law like that, that says, like, okay, these people didn't deserve to die. Well, who made the choice? I am not going to get off this person's property even though he has a gun and he's telling me, if you don't move, I'm going to shoot you. Who made that choice? So, oh, they didn't deserve to die. Well, maybe they should have thought of that and they should have considered, hey, I don't deserve to die. I'm not going to do this to myself. So that's their fault. So like, with thieves, like, Yeah, I completely agree that thieves don't deserve to get their hands cut off, but if you know there's a law like that in place and you steal and it's not like, because in America no one steals to eat because they're gonna starve otherwise. But like if you're gonna steal like fucking like, yeah, the thing is, these laws only really exist in countries where people do starve to death, so I wouldn't agree with them in those contexts. But it's like, imagine a place where people don't starve, and you had a law saying you get your hand cut off if you steal, and no one's starving to death. Well, guess what? If you steal, you are cutting your own hand off. You don't believe that you should have that happen to you? Well, don't go steal. How about that? If there was a new law introduced saying that, I would stop stealing immediately. And if I was a piece of shit who went and trespassed someone's house, obviously with malicious intentions, otherwise the guy wouldn't have shot them. And the guy tells you, hey, yeah, you either get off my property, you're never going to get off my property. You're not going to live to see yourself getting off my property. Who's making the choice here? The person is giving them the two options, and that should be the only option. Get the hell out. You're not welcome here. And since they can't really kick them out, they're saying, well, you either get off, or I will drag you off after shooting you. That's fair. And since the person doesn't have a right to be there, the other person has every right to tell them to get off. Yeah, if the person says, if you resist, I will use force because I have every right to make sure you get off. And at this point, you're the attacker, since you're not getting off my property. You are now the attacker. If I retaliate, it's like, yeah, who started this? The person who trespassed, or the person who retaliated? The person who reacted to someone trespassing? By literally, I'm pretty sure, giving them a warning first. It's like,
Appointed protector of some, like
A car wash.
or some other stores, has caused me to be
by the way, I was trying to zone down. Let me rewatch this. I need to go get another water bottle. Go get that. Oh, fucking yeah. Got my new water bottle. Chillin'. By the way, let me make sure. I don't know if I necessarily hear a call.
appointed protector of some, like
A car wash.
or some other stores, has caused me to be infamous in certain circles around the country.
It's not.
I think the translation was that irresponsible media pundits like Seder, who covered this story disingenuously, probably helped to foment a fuck ton of...
Yeah, I agree that covering a self-defense incident by saying, you murdered, let me say this again for emphasis, this won't be the last time either, but he murdered, without mentioning self-defense. Yeah, I think that in itself is already pretty disingenuous. At least if you know that's the case. And Sam Seder, unlike Tucker Carlson, doesn't have a news station that just gets its own research for them.
negative sentiment
Like,
towards
apparently he makes his own research, so... Yeah, he should have known about this, shouldn't he?
somebody like Rittenhouse, who, if he was black and had shot white people at a fucking
Very
conservative
great fucking
protest,
point.
you would probably be on your knees filleting right now, talking about how brave he was, how much of a hero he was, that he was protecting his property against horrible white nationalists, and he was preserving the character of the neighborhood, blah, 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 blah. If the races were reversed on just the shooter, because obviously all the people...
Yeah, I know. Sam Seder is incredibly racist. I've heard some people say he was homophobic too. I don't really buy that. I don't know why so many people in his comment section say that. I doubt that, but he is very racist. That's for sure. Like, he is incredibly fucking racist against white people, which is hilarious because he's white. So, yeah, he's one of those white guilt type people.
shot were white, you
It's fucking pathetic.
you would actually be guzzling buckets of his cum, like
I fucking love that, that way.
every day. But we could pretend like it
love
wouldn't be
that,
otherwise, Sam.
too.
Okay.
The way people are talking about it, bro, it's what you did.
I mean, and to be clear, a jury found him not guilty of murder or any other charge.
Yeah, I wonder why that would happen if he committed murder. Maybe we should talk about it. It's not as if someone legit goes up to someone's house just randomly. Hey, I don't like you. The person just gets tried, but comes out innocent. Yeah, how often do you see that happening, huh? I don't know, maybe if they hadn't been provoked, they wouldn't have shot. Maybe that plays into the equation. Oh, he killed someone. Yeah, again, context matters. Life may be sacred, but that is why, if you care about your own life, you should be responsible, as Destiny will say earlier, for maybe not charging at someone with a gun.
I think he just gets to walk free after killing two. This is
Still killing
Yeah, that's what an affirmative defense is, Sam. That's right. That is indeed how self-defense works. You can kill somebody and not be convicted for...
Yeah, I love it. And until then, at 5 minutes, I didn't even know this was self-defense. Like, I would have never imagined this would have been self-defense based on how Sam Seder was. Like, the fact that he didn't... This is 2 minutes and a half into his video. He still didn't even bring up the fact that it was self-defense.
Manslaughter or homicide, depending on how it goes. That is indeed how it works. Thank you, Sam. Crazy, huh?
Yeah, Sam Seder does make good points sometimes, but, like... Yeah, I think between all of these things, like, him literally, like, being the absolute worst in terms of, like, just slandering Tucker Carlson, between that, him just being a piece of shit that will, make his fans pay to talk to him, then, like, he will just spit in their face and, like, just see himself as just so much better than them. Just be so entitled as soon as they come out as, yeah, I disagree with at least one of your opinions. And the fact that he'll do things like this, self-defense incident. He literally killed someone, guys. And, like, yeah, if he doesn't even mention that it's self-defense, no one's gonna know it's self-defense. So, yeah, I think... Maybe Sam Seder isn't that fucking great. I don't know. There are other people who will have his good opinions, like the good opinions he might have. There are other people who are more genuine, who are just overall better fucking just in every way. Let's look at the Humanist Report. This guy, he's absolutely great. I disagree with... almost a Gutfeld is gross. Oh, dude, I'm gonna have to look at that. I'm probably gonna... I fucking love Gutfeld. Fucking hilarious, dude. But, yeah, there's the Humanist Report. There's also, the Rational... Yeah, I've watched the Humanist Report for, like, the longest time. Honestly, like, that's how I met Tucker Carlson, by just seeing him criticize him all the time. Oh, dude. I swear, they're all talking about the same stuff. It's like, you'll look at Fox News, they're talking about the same stuff. These people... they're talking about the same stuff. Probably TYT talking about the same stuff. Ah, yeah, look at that. It's like, yeah, Secular Talk has to be my new favorite commentator. Like, he really is, like, he does the best job in terms of, giving people the benefit of the doubt, not being just super one-sided, actually trying to get everyone's, like, being really reasonable. So, yeah, instead of Sam Seder, just watch Secular Talk. I think he's much better, whether it be, the Humanist Reports, Secular Talk. I think they're absolutely great. And yeah, I love them a lot more than I love Sam Seder.
And let's be clear, found him not guilty of murder or any other charges. I think he just gets to walk free after killing two. This is
Still killed people.
And let's be clear, he's obviously attempting to go after the defamers out there. So I want to be very clear. He killed two people with a gun.
Is he saying I didn't kill anyone? Like, if this was the reason that he was claiming to be innocent and that people defamed him, if he was arguing I didn't kill anyone, that's what he would be saying. So clearly, if he's arguing I killed people but I was in the right, and these people who are going after me, what they're saying isn't true actually, and if they just said the truth, I wouldn't be hated that much. Like, if he's saying that, if it was just that, oh, well, he just killed two people, and the context was, oh, yeah, just two random people, maybe he didn't like them, maybe he just didn't like how they looked. Yeah, just two people, he just saw them, and so he decided to shoot them because he could. If that was the context, do you think anyone would be defending this guy? Why would anyone be defending this guy? That type of stuff even happens. Like, in a large enough country like the United States, that type of stuff would happen. So why would anyone defend someone like that? Again.
He killed two people with a gun.
Dude, how many... Like, I swear, he's going to say this. Like, just more than fucking... Like, this fucking
Because he
dude.
was ostensibly protecting some businesses in a town, the neighboring town.
The neighboring town, says Sam the suburbanite, who probably doesn't even know what fucking city he's in half the time.
I fucking love Destiny. Like, this is the first time I'm really watching him, but... Dude, I think I should, like, start watching him more.
Because 75 of them are all fucking crunched together in any fucking suburban area you're at, in any metropolitan area in the United States. Like, Christ. Dude, the amount of well poisoning. There's more poison than water in the well at this point. Oh my fucking
That's
god.
so
At least he
fucking
didn't
true.
do the state lines thing. At least he said neighboring town. So
He killed someone with a gun. Let me make this clear. It's like, yeah, like he's literally just trying to set the whole thing up to make the guy look as bad as possible. Oh, he wasn't even protecting him. He was protecting his business, but or someone else's business. Well, these people were trying to, like, what, break into it and hurt like, they weren't, this isn't the case where, I don't know, the business is, let's say, a gas station, and the people are just walking into the gas station to just do their groceries, buy a few things, and then leave. Otherwise, the guy wouldn't even have kids to tell them to leave if they were just going about their business. So these people were there to hurt people. They were there with malicious intentions. And whether it was himself or others, he defended them. He didn't let those people commit crimes. And, well, guess what? People aren't allowed to do that anyway. So when someone is the attacker and you tell them, either you stop attacking or you're fucking dead, and you prove it to them by pulling out your gun, yeah, the question isn't, did they get killed? The question is, did they commit suicide? Did they back up or not? And if they didn't back off, who killed them? Who killed them? Did they kill themselves? Um, was this a surprise? Did the guy, like, pull a gun out of nowhere and just shoot them? Like...
I guess it's like a little bit better, you know? Jesus.
Self-appointed guardian of those things.
Doing basic things like taking my dog to the dog park is difficult, so they made it really difficult to be normal, and they affected future job opportunities to me. I don't think I'll ever be able to work or get a job because I'm afraid an employer may not hire me.
Okay, pause it for 1 second. You know, here's the other thing. As he's trying to build his damages case against them on TV, you know who is not going to be able to get a job?
The people
or
you
walk
killed.
their dog or have really any sense of normalcy.
He called it.
Since Kyle
He's
killed
gonna
them
say
with
it.
his weapon, are the people that he killed.
Well,
I love
maybe
how
they
he
should
fucking called it.
have been trying to attack somebody to protest with a fucking AR-15, Sam. It's not that hard. I have ran at 0 people in my entire life with weapons.
Like, honestly, before he made this point, like, I honestly, like, I hadn't even thought about it that way. Like, I just thought about the self-defense element, but, like, that was a great point that, like, before he made it, I had never even thought about that. Like, that's such a good fucking point. Like, yeah, if you're running into someone who has a gun, especially an AR, it's like, you are just committing suicide. Like, what in the fuck?
Never in my life have I ever thought, I'm gonna go and try to fist fight the dude with the AR-15 while screaming that I'm gonna beat the shit out of him. Never done that before in my life.
Or even the guy he maimed and shot his arm off, basically.
Maimed and shot his arm off? Was
And it's, like, yeah, the people who were the attackers, maybe they won't get to do all that, but, again, it was their choice. Carl Rittenhouse, did he choose to provoke or attack anyone? No, he defended himself. That's why, in court, they ruled that he had defended himself and was therefore not guilty. It's like, yeah, the difference between Carl Rittenhouse and these two people is that Carl Rittenhouse didn't attack someone, specifically someone with a gun. He didn't commit suicide, and that is why he is still alive today. Yeah, you know who won't get to have these jobs are the people who, the people who, fucking chose not to have a job anymore. Oh, well, sucks for them. Maybe they shouldn't have made that choice.
Is this the guy that ran right up to him with a fucking pistol aimed in his face? Is that the one, guys, or am I misremembering? The one whose arm he shot off, who still has his arm, by the way.
Yeah, so the guy had a gun. So
Yeah,
it's
probably
definitely
can't
self-defense.
have so much normalcy going forward. Continue.
I'm afraid an employer may not hire me.
You know, I think that's entirely fair because of the lies repeated for over a year by the tech platforms that are not journalists. They're soldiers in some sort of weird partisan war they're fighting. So what do you...
Yeah, you know, I was going to hire the guy who...
Like, imagine if a lefty was telling this side of the...
And by the way, I agree that people should have the right to hire or not hire anybody. Now, I'm firmly against social media background checks. I think it is incredibly immoral to invade someone's privacy to that point, to tell someone, yeah, I'm gonna need to see all of your social medias. Like, that's just a huge invasion of privacy. But again, if you don't like that, go somewhere else. If somebody asked to do a background check on me, when I went to the house, like, I remember, like, since I was in high school and they told me, oh yeah, this is a growing thing in jobs, I always thought to myself, no, nobody gets to do that to me. You don't get to say, oh yeah, I'm gonna check your fucking social medias, and whether or not I like what you have to say, what you do with your free speech, we're gonna choose you. Like, any place that would, try to impede on my free speech, try to tell me, oh yeah, we're gonna look at what you had to say. And if you had stuff to say that we don't like you saying, yeah, we're gonna choose whether or not we're okay with whatever you'll have said. And yeah, like that type of stuff where you invade someone's privacy, like, again, immoral, makes you a bad person to like commit to forcing people to undergo background checks to hire them. It makes you a dipshit. Like, it makes you an absolute just piece of fucking shit. But yeah, these people should have the right to do that. Same thing if they want to fire, if they don't want to hire someone because they committed self-defense, even if they're black, for no reason, yeah, you should get to hire or fire anybody for any reason because it's your business, and if they don't like it, they can go somewhere else. But yeah, I definitely agree that, like, the media who are going to be impacting that, like, the people who are lying about them, yeah, they are impacting his job opportunities and all. Yeah, this is defamation, and it leads to actual fucking harm in people's lives. So yeah, the people who did that to him, yeah, why shouldn't they be sued? Like, absolutely, they're doing real damage with their fucking defamation, and that is when misinformation, absolutely needs to be censored when it is targeted at a specific person to try to defame them.
The story from the other end, right? Who was the first person that Rittenhouse shot? A convicted pedophile white man running around and screaming the N-word at a BLM protest.
Who
All of those
fucking
facts are true, by the way.
That's fucking hilarious. That didn't justify shooting someone. Self-defense does, but someone screaming nigger, like, good for fucking them. That's hilarious. Like, you've got a fire alarm for libtards. Why wouldn't you ring that? That's... Yeah, you should do that. Always. Always scream nigger at a Black Lives Matter protest. One of my black friends at McDonald's before I got fired from there, he gave me a niggerwood pass, and I promised him that I was going to use it, uh, like, yeah, I would use it at a Black Lives Matter protest and fucking scream it. Now, I haven't used it yet, but, whenever I do, I'll definitely, stream it. I just don't know of any Black Lives Matter protests near my area.
Which is, I can't say the same.
Maybe people just aren't as fucking racist here, which is fucking Jesus. Like, if I went outside and, yeah, if I, like, the school I went to, the high school I went to for 4 years, yeah, the average fucking black person over there would say the nigger word multiple times in a sentence. Like, if you went over there and you were around black people, like, that word would literally just be repeated over and over again. You just hear it just like the word fucking. Just like teenagers say the word fucking every 2 seconds. Well, at least where I live, black people say the word nigger. It's sort of like they're fucking. They say fucking and nigger instead of just fucking. So yeah, word that they say all the fucking time, an entire race of people shouldn't get to say it. Like, just this fucking extremely racist principle. Yeah, when there's a whole movement dedicated to that type of racist speech, and on top of that, they literally go the extra notch and say, if you believe in equal rights, if you say the nigger word and you're white, because, well, every black person saying it like multiple times a minute, so I'm gonna say it too. Yeah, that's actually racist. You know, equal rights, that thing. Yeah, it's racist. Yeah, like at protests, that, you know, everyone over there is gonna believe that. Yeah, I think that's a perfect opportunity to go do that. Like, if you're willing to get the shit for it, like, fucking power to you. I mean, yeah, That's so fucking, like, dude, like, the average person here is so racist against white people, like, or whether it be even white people themselves or black people. Like, if I was to be in school and, like, every fucking day that I would be in school, I would hear the word nigger just around me, like, every fucking 5 seconds. And I would have to know, yeah, this word that is just a colloquial word that is used around me, like, just throughout the fucking day. If I said it out loud, I would literally get beaten to shit. I would get assaulted and, like, seriously hurt. Just for if I tried to speak like them for a few seconds, yeah, I would get beaten up because no, this is my language. Uh, yeah, these, imagine this being flipped around and people like me saying, "Hey, bitch, get away from my water fountain. That's racist. Yeah, this belongs to my race. So stop appropriating our culture or some shit." Yeah, I think making a fucking water fountain that is transportable and literally going to a KKK rally and fucking just drinking out of it while you're rolling it. That's what I'd do if the KKK started saying that you're racist if you drink out of a water fountain. And I'd much rather get to say a word that everyone else says than drink out of a water fountain. Not saying segregation is that, but I'm just saying for my analogy. And yeah, Black Lives Matter, by the way, is pretty much the KKK. They just changed names and switched the races up. Vegan Gains actually made a video. I'm not gonna reference it every time. It'll be in the description, like, later. But yeah, he made a video explaining that. It's like, yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying the word nigger. Like,
For half the shit they say on this show. But all of those facts are true. We have him on camera saying the N-word. Now it was with the soft A, but these dumb fucks never differentiate anyway.
Yeah, who cares? Oh, that's just so fucked up that, like, you're gonna, like, not make fun of black people for having a lisp. You're gonna say the hard R. It's like, imagine, not only do you say a curse word, but, like, you say it with, like, this different pronunciation. Why should people differentiate? So, like, you're less racist if you make fun of black people for having a lisp while you say the same exact word. Um, like, the fuck? Oh, that's like, oh yeah, that makes the curse word a real curse. It's a real curse being put on you. It's like, dude, imagine being an adult and literally telling another adult that you have a problem with them cursing, with them saying a curse word. It's like, oh, but it's not the same thing. It's like, if you say bitch, that's fine. Well, bitch. What do you hate women? What about faggot? Oh, you hate gays? Oh, but nigger. Ah, no, that one's different. How? And why is it? Why should we differentiate? As in, one is less racist because you're making fun of black people for having a lisp. So I guess you don't really hate them that much after all. But, like, when, oh yeah, you say that, you definitely hate black people if you say that word, even though they say it every, like, 5 fucking seconds. Like, what?
On camera, saying the N-word, running around being provocative, convicted
That's
sex
hilarious.
offender. Like,
yeah, that provocative part of this, yeah, okay. Yeah, that I'll definitely take.
It's...
Yeah, that is true that is provocative. Yeah, that is just speech, though. That doesn't justify anyone's shit.
Unreal, dude.
Unless you say it, like, on someone's property and they're like, dude, you can't say that on my property. Like, I want you to get out of here because this is my property, and then you don't leave. like, then that's fine.
Showed up at a protest as the...
Yep, straw man coming from Destiny. Jimmy Ramos in YouTube chat. What am I straw manning? Please tell me.
Yeah, I'm not fucking sure. Probably nothing. That
the self-appointed defender of some of the stores there, and ended up shooting multiple people, killing 2 of them. I was gonna hire that guy until I read on Google that he was not nice.
That he was not.
I mean, I'm glad Tucker and Kyle are coming around on how bad at-will employment is, and then
yeah, you should have the right to say, I'm not gonna employ someone for any reason. Now, people shouldn't have the right to slander you and to create these reasons that may be false. But yeah, for any reason or for no reason, anyone should be able to choose that they don't want to hire you, that they want to fire you. Whether these reasons even be discriminatory, because it's that person's business, it's that person's salary that they'd be paying you. So they get to make the terms. They offer the check, they make the fucking terms, because if you're the one paying people, you should get to be the only one who decides what you're paying for. If what you're paying for doesn't satisfy you at any time for any reason, it is your money. Just like you should get to have the right to cancel a subscription to something at any time unless you made a contract not to. Because otherwise, whoever you're giving your subscription to, they are stealing from you if they don't allow you to stop and you don't have a contract. Yeah, same thing with this. Like, if anyone wants to not hire this guy, even if it's for bad reasons, or not hire anyone for any reasons, it's like, yeah, they should have a right to.
the need for a state provided job for those who can't find one elsewhere.
Yeah, he could have been a security guard somewhere.
Epic.
But instead, he's doing the Media Accountability Project to hold people to account, because a lot of these media outlets present lies as if it's truth.
Yeah, have you even mentioned the fact that this was self-defense yet? By the way, I mean, it's pretty important. I mean, the guy did get let off by the courts for this being self-defense, so I think that is sort of relevant. It's not like, oh no, that might just be a conspiracy theory. That's like, yeah, that's probably not. No, this is pretty significant information. You can't be like, oh, that's probably just some people said it. But no, this was the this was the decision of the court that this person is innocent because this was self-defense, and you still haven't even addressed that. Like, the fuck.
They don't do fact checking.
And apparently the guy was running at him with a pistol, as Destiny just said. The guy whose arm he shot off. So, clearly fucking self-defense. And by the way, if the guy was going at him with a pistol, so there was a guy who was armed, who was literally, like, trying to hurt him with that. The guy doesn't even shoot him in the head, he just shoots him in the arm. When the other guy has a weapon and is trying to hurt him with it, that sort of shows his intentions. Like, the person is putting your life in danger, and you're still not even gonna just kill them on the spot. You're gonna try to, like, do the right thing. Just shoot them in the arm so that, like, again, self-defense. Clearly, this is purely self-defense. The person shot the guy who was charging at him with a weapon in the arm. So he was trying to stop the guy from shooting him. And some setter legit went and said, try to shoot his arm off. Didn't even mention that the guy was holding a pistol or a rifle, whatever Destiny was talking about. So yeah, I'm sorry, some setter, you're slandering someone. It's not the first time. It's not like you haven't made all these videos that you've made about Tucker Carlson, none of which have actually been videos in which you were entirely honest. All of them you lied about him in some way. I don't even know, has Sam Seder even made a video on Tucker Carlson without slandering him as a white nationalist when when Tucker Carlson is not a racist? Like, Sam Seder has called Tucker Carlson a Nazi or racist. All these things which are just objectively false. So, yeah, Sam Seder has a lot of experience with slander. It's not like he'd have a problem with people committing defamation, because, yeah, he's sort of guilty of that.
So people could come on there and make assertions, and then find out that these assertions are
Dude, my
not
nose
true.
keeps fucking itching me.
Here is Kyle Rittenhouse on the Charlie Kirk program.
He's ready to make. This is like he's ready to make it. Wow.
Dude, I didn't even watch this. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Fuck it. I'm just gonna go on to this. This epic comment that I made. Yeah, that was on his one-child policy thing.
Carlson's Unhappy Friday. Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson's Unhappy Friday. Do you remember when you first heard about the Chinese government's one-child policy? It sounded so foreign, so crazy, so grotesque. Here, the Communist Party was deciding how many children people were allowed to have.
Now, I agree this is an attack on someone's liberties, and you could tell someone, like, you could decide, yeah, someone, by having a child, they aren't doing anything to anyone else, they aren't attacking anybody else's freedoms or liberties, but, thing is, China, at least back then, I don't know about now, but it was severely overpopulated, and it needed to get its child rate under control, and like, yeah, that's the whole point of government. It's to take away certain liberties because your liberties end where liberties of others start. And for example, your children, in a world where like, growing overpopulation is just bringing your country to rumble, just making your country collapse. If you keep overpopulating it, yeah, these people aren't really, these children, they aren't going to live in that great of a country. So, in a country with huge overpopulation, where you're just like, oh, I don't care that it's overpopulated, I'll just keep having children, you're sort of being selfish and not even caring about your children. So, yeah, people like that, I don't really care about their liberties. Like, these are, you're not talking, when you're talking about people who, like, who might have, like, had a problem with the one-child policy, they, like, you're talking a lot about the middle class, and middle-class people, unless they're, like, people who are living off of, I don't know, $2,000 a month, $3,000 a month, they should not be having more than one fucking child. Having more children makes you poorer, and as I mentioned in this comment, that, like, that's actually Tucker Carlson's argument against illegal immigration. He's saying, yeah, importing a lot of poverty doesn't make your country less poor. And guess what? Having a new child only makes you more fucking poor, because you're having a new person you need to feed without having a new salary to make up for it. So, yeah, you have one more person to take care of and to finance, and you don't have any additional, like, maybe you will have less money stolen from you by taxes, but that's about it, like, probably not by a lot. And the government might even give you some of the money that it's stolen from other people to make up for your mistakes. By saying, oh, well, you have more than one child, we'll give you financial support. We'll give you like such and such like perks that we actually stole this from other citizens who actually who actually worked for their money and didn't make the retarded fucking selfish choice. Oh yeah, I want another child. I probably can't fucking afford it, but like, whatever, the government's just gonna pay for it. Like, these people, I'm just gonna steal money from them, and like, they'll pay. Like, the amount of fucking people that I've seen, because I live in the United States, I've seen a lot of people, like, specifically, like, poor people, like, the places where there were a lot of, like, even immigrants, for example, like, a lot of these poor people, you'll see them, like, with fucking, like, 5, 6 kids, and, like, they don't even have enough money to buy these kids separate rooms. Like, they all just have to sleep in the same fucking room. They're sleeping on top of one another and stuff. Like, these people who tend to have a lot of kids, like 6 or 7, they are people who can't afford it. They are average middle class who are selfish fucking assholes who care less about their child's well-being and making sure that any kids they get, they will get every opportunity that any other kid has, because they will have parents who are able to afford giving these kids those opportunities. Like, no, when you see like the average person with so many kids being really fucking poor people who just don't fucking give a shit, like, are too selfish to consider, yeah, these kids, I have no right to put someone into the world when I do not have enough money to allow them to live the American dream, to be able to supply them with like, say, a phone when they reach high school and they need that, with, say, I don't know, their own room to give them the minimum of privacy. If you can't give your child the, like, that bare minimum of things, and apparently people in China are a lot poorer, it's like, yeah, and like, you see these people, like, 5 or 6 kids, they probably couldn't even afford to have 2 kids, and they're just, and they're still pregnant with another kid. It's like, no, force these people to have an abortion, do not allow them to have these kids, because what they're doing, it should be a crime. Like, they are hurting others at their own expense. They're selfish, they don't care about what they are doing to their own child. They are going to put their child in a world of misery where their children will not have the same opportunities as anyone else, because their parents won't be able to afford another kid that they still chose to have, because clearly they care more about themselves than their children. So yeah, when, like, you should have a child specifically for your child. You should never have a child if it is not in the best self-interest of your child. And if you do, like, you are committing child abuse, in my opinion, and you should not be allowed to have a child. So yeah, that would be my argument for that. Also, being an only child, I could tell you it's very fucking beneficial. You get to have a lot more privacy, a lot more space. And yeah, and guess what? Like, Tucker will argue that illegal immigration, that is this, like, it's this horrible thing, because you're importing a massive amount of people, and like, yeah, we can't have, like, too many people will collapse our fucking country. Too much poverty. If we import a lot of poverty, well, guess what? There's another person who you literally need to feed, make you poorer than some other person who you don't have to have anything to do with. They're just coming into your country, paying into Social Security and all these other things, because apparently illegal immigrants, they put a lot more into the system than they take out, and they also commit a lot less crimes, by the way. Just thought I'd point that out too. But yeah, the one-child policy, I think definitely would benefit, at least in the middle class, it would benefit the children because, yeah, the majority of these people, I don't think they can, economically speaking, handle having more kids. And if they have more kids, they aren't going to be able to give them these equal opportunities, and they aren't going to be able to give them the best life and the best chances in life. So when you have a child, despite knowing the consequences of having another child will be reducing all of your children thus far's chances and opportunities, and you're just like, I don't care. I don't care about my children. I don't care about my future next child. I don't care what I'm going to be putting them through, because I just care about the fact that I want a child and I get to make that choice. They aren't going to get to make that choice. They're just going to have to suffer from that choice. But, well, I'm in control. I'm in power. And a lot of these parents, you'll see them, they will literally, like, yeah, they will be, they will assert total control over their kids. They will not give their kids orders according to what's in their kids' best self-interest. Like, they will literally treat their children as slaves a lot of the time and give them orders based on what do I want for myself. So these people who have multiple children and who are just average middle class, a lot of them are just really fucking selfish. They don't even treat their kids well. And it's like, of course, I know this doesn't apply to all of them, but I think it's a pretty good, I think it's a pretty good generalization to make. If you can't afford more kids, if you can't afford like 3 to 4 kids, just like the average middle class person cannot afford that without ruining their kids' chance to live the American dream as they would have if they were the only kid. Like, yeah, if these people do that, they shouldn't be allowed to have kids. Like, straight up, they shouldn't.
There was state monitoring of pregnancy, there was forced sterilization, there was infanticide at scale.
And yeah, by the way, a lot of these people, again, as I point out in this comment, they are going to be the same type of people who will just be so fucking stupid that, like, after Roe v. Wade, they will be, and by the way, I am pro-choice. I completely agree. You should get to do whatever you want with your own body. And these fetuses, they aren't even sentient. Like, who cares? Yeah, allow abortion up to birth. That's my position on this. But yeah, the majority of these people, I'm pretty sure they would have been the type of people after Roe v. Wade was overturned to act like their right to choose was just taken away. So apparently a lot of these people completely forgot that sex is a choice, and that the average person doesn't get raped. So like, unless you get raped, sex is a choice. So either they forgot that sex was a choice, or they forgot the consequences of having sex. So people who don't even know how babies are made, who are going to be saying, oh yeah, we don't have the right to choose anymore, as if you just wake up one day, oh well, how did that get here? I just had a baby. Oh well, fuck, I must have eaten the wrong food or something. I guess it just happens sometimes. Like, that's just something that happens randomly. It's not like having your period. Like, it's a rare thing. Sometimes, like, you instead of having your period, you just randomly have a kid. It's like, yeah, you could imagine a lot of these people who were thinking like that, they were average middle class. And China, again, is very poor. So you'd imagine those would be about the same people. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these people were just selfish assholes who kept having more kids, even though not only it would make them poorer, but it would make their kids poorer. It's like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of them were that fucking stupid that they don't know how babies are made, since apparently this is a very common thing within adults. In America, we learned that after Roe v. Wade was overturned. Yeah, when so many people who just when apparently these people on average really stupid. If they're too stupid to even be able to remember how babies are made, do you think that they're capable of having and raising a child? If they aren't even capable of taking into account or even caring about their own children's best interest, or even about their own best interest, yeah, again, like, these are the people who we are restricting, we're putting birth control over. It's like, yeah, a lot of these people, they might even, it's like, yeah, I think this is just bad framing, because under these circumstances, I think that's and yeah, if a nation is gonna apply a one-child policy, when normally the more people you have, the better growth. Like, clearly there's a problem, there's overpopulation, and it's causing problems. And the thing is, when overpopulation would start to cause problems, I would imagine everyone everyone would suffer from that. So by choosing to have more than one child, not only are you hurting yourself and your kids who are actually victims, but you're also hurting everyone else around you. So again, your freedom ends when your freedom comes into what's it called? Yeah, when your freedom comes into fucking when it trivializes somebody else's freedom, yeah, then your freedoms are no longer your freedoms. So, yeah, I think I covered this pretty well here. Let me see. Oh yeah, I didn't even get
to the Western mind, the whole thing was repugnant and alien. But maybe,
and I definitely get the idea of like this is a breach on our liberties, because normally by having a child, like, you're only hurting yourself and while your child, obviously, but that's never been considered illegal. And some people, especially rich people, if they want to have multiple kids, that could even be a good thing, even for those kids, because, like, if they have enough money to be able to afford, like, say, for these kids to have separate rooms, to give them the privacy that they need as human beings to live a normal life, to live an okay life. Yeah, so rich people, they could have multiple children. I would never have multiple children because I can afford it, and I'm a decent person who understands that if I have a kid, other people are going to be like, other people will suffer from the consequences of my actions. And also, I'm an incel. I'm probably gonna stay an incel, so I'm probably also never gonna have kids for that reason. Plus, I don't want kids. Babies are fucking cancerous.
the most un-American thing about the Chinese one-child policy was the policy itself. The idea that government could insert itself into the most intimate details of your private life struck most Americans at a gut level as incomprehensible. The whole...
I mean, a lot of these things that the law has to get into are going to be personal things.
The point of America was to avoid plans like that. The whole point of America was personal freedom. That's why the country was founded. What you do in private, on your own time, with your own money, within the boundaries of the law, was your own business and nobody else's.
Yeah, I mean, you could say with desegregation, they didn't only desegregate the schools, they also desegregated the businesses. And that was something that at the time they needed to do, because everyone was just so retarded that there was just this epitome of retardation that was going around where everyone was fucking filibustering black people, making sure they couldn't get a job because everyone was segregating. So, yeah, like, there, the government had to go into a very intimate part of people's lives, tell them who they could or couldn't hire, tell them how they had to go by choosing who they would hire, sometimes force them to hire people who they might have a fundamental hatred of because they are racist. Yeah, that's a pretty intimate place to go in. Telling people you cannot turn down someone for such a reason, like putting boundaries on the reasons you can have to tell someone that you won't be giving them money, which a salary is your money. Again, like, you can have a bad reason, but it is still your reason and your choice to make because it's your business and your salary, and anything other than that being completely your choice is theft because your salary is your money. Well, guess what? We had to forcefully desegregate back then because otherwise black people were just not gonna have a chance in society. So, like, a lot of the time, these choices that have to be made in politics, they are going to be very fucking what did he say earlier?
Within the boundaries of the law was your own is incomprehensible. The whole point of America was to avoid plans like that. The whole
Yeah, a lot of these things are going to be very intimate because, like, look at Trump's border wall. Like, Trump was arguing, oh, we're getting invaded. No, I disagree that's the case, but like, he was saying we're getting invaded and he was trying to make a wall. Well, just the concept of making a wall, it's like to protect yourself from an invasion. Like, even that would cause some very intimate problems, such as well, where are you gonna build that wall? Because if you build it over people's property, like, you are literally taking away these people's property. So you are stealing their property. Like, anything is any like that's the whole thing with politics. A lot of the time you have to choose the lesser of two evils. That's the only type of decision that there would need to be a bipartisan system for, because otherwise there wouldn't be any disagreement. Like, that's why the whole political system it's for these things that there will be disagreements on. Like, things like say, should I get to own this pickaxe? That's not a controversial thing. That's not a partisan thing. Like, there won't be two parties arguing that. Now, a lot of the time, since the whole political party is literally one cookie cutter opinion that's split into two, one cookie cutter opinion and the cookie cutter opinion, I disagree with whatever your cookie cutter opinion is. That's basically Democrat and Republican for you. But most of these issues will not become partisan issues unless there are genuine concerns and genuine points for both sides, and it really is, at least to some extent, a lesser of two evils. Because unless there's an argument for both sides,
whole point of America was personal freedom.
Now, his argument against that would be, like, yeah, the entire Democratic Party, it's sort of a hoax that is just, like, yeah, it's meant to just completely destroy your life, but people just prescribe into it. But it's really the elites who just want to get more power, and they will just convince you, just sugarcoat you into destroying your own life, and just vote against your self-interest by taking the moral position and saying you're disgusting if you don't like this or stuff like that. And To some extent, I could agree. That like, yeah, the left wing will often try to just moral pressure you into taking this. Oh, if you disagree with me, this isn't a conversation we could have. This is you are repulsive for having this disgusting opinion. And yeah, a lot of the time you can be forced to be uncomfortable showing your genuine opinions, your genuine disagreements with Democrats, because they will get very fucking pissed off, they get very snowflakey. And thing is, this can be the same thing with Republicans on certain issues, say God. But the issues that the Democrats will take issue with will be issues like free speech. The Democrats will have a problem with equal rights. They are fundamentally against ending racial discrimination. Democrats are, like, the Democratic Party is by far the most racist party other than the Nazi Party. Like, there are a lot of fucking things. They are in favor of theft. And if you say, no, I believe we should have a $0 minimum wage, if you say that to a Democrat, because, well, you are against committing theft, yeah, they'll probably tell you, wow, that's despicable. Like, you think these workers should, like, get treated like animals. And it's like, get treated like animals? Who say that they should get treated? No, they should say if they don't like the manner in which they're being treated. If they don't like, it's a two-side thing. You're providing the service and they're paying you. If you don't like how they're paying you, stop providing the service and go work for someone else. And it's like, no, I don't think these people should get a low wage. I just don't think it's their choice because they aren't giving the money. It's not like if someone wants to sell, if I chose to sell this pickaxe for $2,000, whoever would be stupid enough to buy the pickaxe would be getting, I don't know, if you can't really say scammed, but like, yeah, just informally, let's just say scam. That's how a lot of people would refer to that as. Well, guess what? They are scamming themselves. And if, like, should I not be allowed to sell this pickaxe for $2,000? If someone wants to buy it, like, I mean, yes, the same thing with that. If you want to offer a job for a really bad price, a really bad pay, and someone's willing to take that, again, it's sort of like you selling, instead of selling a job for really bad pay, you're selling an item for a really bad price. Well, someone doesn't like your price, they should leave instead of demanding that you sell it at a different price. Like, if you're forced to sell your thing at a price that you aren't, at a price that you don't agree with selling it as, like, again, theft. How do people not get that? And it's like, so many people will literally argue. I remember the Humanist Report, someone I actually really like Ben Shapiro legit, he literally made this whole fucking video, where, like, yeah, Ben Shapiro was just, wait.
What a job that I don't hate.
Dang, good for you, buddy. Like, yeah, Ben Shapiro was making some speech, I guess, in a school, and he just randomly pointed out, by the way, yeah, taxes are theft. And the Humanist Report made an 8-minute long video pretty much making fun of Ben Shapiro, because, like, then some kid was like, no, taxes aren't theft, and Ben was like, yeah, okay, yeah, whatever, anyway. And he was like, oh, you literally backed down from a kid. You didn't even, like, push back against a kid pushing back. You didn't even retaliate or defend yourself. And it's like, yeah, a kid trying to make the argument, no, taxes aren't theft. But, like, this is a kid, and he is saying something that is factually incorrect. Again, Ben Shapiro said taxes are theft. And if you look up the definition of theft, when the kid says, no, taxes are not theft, that kid is objectively wrong, because the definition of theft implies that taxes are theft. So when that kid disagreed with Ben Shapiro, he was in fact disagreeing with the definition of a vocabulary word. So, yeah, why would Ben Shapiro bother, like, having a debate with a child over a vocabulary word? But, like, yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but, like, yeah.
That's why the country was founded. What you do in private, on your own time, with your own money, within the boundaries of the law, was your own...
No, within the boundaries of the law. How about if there was a law that says there was a one-child policy?
Own business and nobody else's business. It was a foundational point. And on that question, there appeared to be, thank God,
I mean, a foundational point. Within the boundaries of the law, you can do it. Well, if that's a foundational point, well, the one-child policy doesn't really go against that, because, yeah, with that, you could still do whatever you want within the boundaries of the law. Like, there's just a new law. So let me see if I missed anything there. It's going to collapse if it has too many people. Isn't the argument for the one-child policy? Yeah. 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 Head on with that. Okay, my live stream's still running. Wow, who could have known? Yo, I should definitely get back onto my account. Otherwise, I might not even see any new live streams. Dude, let me switch back. That'll probably help me. Dude, that's such a good ad, by the way. Okay, so, yeah, I saw only have 3 views. That's sort of sad. Not sure why. My channel was, like, really growing at some point. Now it's been at 31 for a while. Now I need to make more videos.
Do mushrooms freak you out? These won't. But it's no wonder shrooms get a bad rap. Word.
Fucking love how I just randomly started seeing ads on weed and shrooms and stuff, and it's like, fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, drugs should all be legal. My body, my choice.
A partisan agreement. Conservatives believed in the Bill of Rights. Liberals believed in personal choice. My body, my choice, they said. Government out of our personal lives. They said that for decades. Now we know they didn't mean it. Turns out that liberals were very eager to intrude as deeply as possible into people's personal lives, just as long as they controlled the government. Once they were in charge...
Yeah, that is fair, such as being against free speech, as saying, oh yeah, if what you're spreading is misinformation, even if you really believe that what you're spreading is true, oh yeah, you can't say that, because, oh yeah, that's fucked up that you're saying. Oh, how about hate speech? Things that would classify as hate speech, which is either your genuine opinion or most of the time it's just gonna be you making a joke, because most people who would say things that would fall under hate speech, since most people aren't fucking retarded, at least not that much, yeah, most of the people who would be writing stuff that would get banned for hate speech, say me for example, yeah, most of these people were just joking, and we get banned for making triggering jokes. No, this isn't a good joke. You hate speech, not so. Yeah, these are definitely very personal details of people's personal lives, very intimate details, like what you get to write. So yeah,
they said about doing this with no limits and no acknowledgement of the existence of personal liberty. This has been going on for a few years, but it became very obvious the moment that Joe Biden was inaugurated president, which, as it happened, was 2 years ago today. Now, that day, January 20th, 2021, hours after the ceremony, the White House issued a fact sheet explaining how Joe Biden planned to, quote, deliver immediate relief.
Wait, I'll be right back. Oh, fuck it, yeah.
For families across America that are struggling. That seems like a pretty good idea. And you expected, of course, a list of maybe economic developments or fixing the roads or a plan to fight inflation or stop the fentanyl epidemic. But no, that's not what you got. At the very top of that list was a directive on what you were supposed to wear. The Biden administration declared a, quote, 100-day masking challenge to all Americans, and they informed you that it was your, quote, patriotic duty to cover your face.
By the way, I do wonder why there isn't something. By the way, I definitely don't think, like, I would agree that cutting fentanyl into people's drugs is murder. You're poisoning them. And, yeah, like, these people aren't doing that. And then telling people, hey, by the way, I put fentanyl in your drugs, like, I don't know, to get you more high or something. So, like, yeah, just so you know, buddy, like, I did that. It's like, no, these people are cutting fentanyl into people's drugs and selling it to them as if it wasn't cut with fentanyl. And then these people are getting poisoned. So, yeah, the people who do that, they should get the death penalty because they're murderers. But thing is, if you sell someone drugs that are cut with fentanyl, you might not necessarily have been the one to put the fentanyl in it. And you might also not know that the fentanyl is in it. So, like, just saying, oh, if you just sell drugs that are cut with, say fentanyl, yeah, you get the death penalty. Like, that doesn't really cut it because these people aren't necessarily murderers because this stuff isn't necessarily first-hand. But, yeah, like, if you could find the people who cut the drugs with fentanyl and, like, show that they didn't tell the people who they sold it to, this is cut with fentanyl, yeah, absolutely give them the death penalty. Like, I agree with them.
Almost nobody said anything about this.
Because, yeah, fentanyl, Greg Gutfeld changed my position on that. I always thought, like, oh, yeah, like, if someone wants to buy some fentanyl, and that, yeah, like, fentanyl apparently is this thing where, like, just a little bit can kill you. It's very easy to overdose, so it always made sense. Oh, yeah, people are just buying fentanyl instead of, and yeah, they're just saying, yeah, I want this amount of fentanyl, could you bring it to me? And then they take it and they take too much and they die. And I always thought it was that way. And if people want to buy a certain amount of fentanyl, let's say, if they want to kill themselves with it, again, their life doesn't belong to anybody else. It's not anybody else's choice to make what will happen to their lives as long as they don't hurt anyone else. But that's clearly not what's happening. I learned that recently. Like, no, these aren't people just buying fentanyl. They're buying other drugs that are cut with fentanyl. So fentanyl shouldn't really be regarded as a drug unless it's being sold as fentanyl. should be regarded as a poison, and the people who are cutting it into people's drugs without telling them should be seen as murderers, and they should get the death penalty. Because if you murder someone, you deserve to die. Because, yeah, what you do to others should be done to you.
But it was a sea change in American politics. Just 15 years before, politicians in both parties had publicly denounced the burqa as a symbol of oppression. If you couldn't show your face in public, you could not be free. That's what they said, and of course they were right.
Yeah, I forgot. He of course, he went on that tangent with
now you had
masks.
one party demanding tissue paper burqas for the entire population, and
diapers,
the other party, for the most part, staying silent as they did it. That was a big deal. And in retrospect, Republican activists...
Dude, I'm pretty sure this happened a lot of times in the past. Like, everyone being asked to wear masks during a pandemic, even being forced to. Like, I doubt this would have been the first time that such a thing would have happened. Like, I don't really care enough to look, but I'm sure you could find other examples of this happening, probably even in democracies. I know democracies aren't that old, and pandemics aren't, like, a yearly thing, but, like, I'm sure maybe we could find it, and it would make sense. Like, again, the point of democracy isn't to give people absolute liberty over everything. That'd be anarchy. It's to allow people to have whatever liberties can be given to them under what can be considered as their liberty without impeding on anybody else's liberty in the process. Because that's where your liberties end, when your liberties get into, what's it called? When your liberties come into conflict with other people's liberties, it has to be the better of the two, the one that is more right, that is prioritized. And that's the whole point of democracy, like, prioritizing these liberties and making sure when two people's liberties go in conflict, that the person whose liberty should be prioritized is prioritized. So, say someone who wants to have the liberty to, I don't know, get free college, they didn't actually work for that. They don't want to go by the system of democracy. They want the freedom and liberty to just go ahead and get free college tuition in return for not having worked for it, and let every other American who wants to work for college and get A's, by the way, college is already free in the United States, except it's just free for those who actually work for it, for those who earn it. That is, again, the concept of meritocracy. If you want to have the liberty of just saying, you know what, fuck meritocracy, I don't care about meritocracy, I just want free college, well, then you'll have to go into conflict with these colleges' property rights of, we own our fucking facility, and if we don't want you here because you weren't offered a scholarship, say by TOPS, which TOPS is sort of proof that college is free. If you get I's, college will be paid for you. So college is already free. Bernie Sanders wants to add free college to the United States. We already have free college. The only difference is right now we only have to deserve it. And I would say based on that standard, these colleges' property rights to say, we do not accept anybody on our property, and we do not offer these services like college, which are our property, we are providing them. I think these take priority. And also the services that college give. Apparently they have electives, which are Like, it's just so fucking bad. Like, that whole system is fucking rigged. But, like, yeah, again, colleges, they more or less scam people. They force people to have electives, which is money that you have to pay in order to learn material that is objectively useless to you, because the definition of an elective is a course which you have to take on things that will never matter to your life, and information that, by definition of it being in an elective course, is useless to the person who is taking the course. That is the definition of an elective. It's a course that isn't related to your major. So you have to spend money to take that course. So, and yeah, if you want to graduate, you literally have to give money to be able to, and you also have to learn information that is by definition by definition irrelevant to anything and just completely useless. And guess what? These colleges, they provide the services. They should get to make these types of scams. Saying, oh, well, you have to learn, I don't know, how about saying you have to watch, like, 60 episodes of anime? How about you have to watch porn, for a whole course? That would be, having a course where you are forced to watch porn every time you go to class, and you have homework, which is you have to watch more porn. That would be, by definition of what an elective is, the exact same thing in terms of what one might ever gain from it in terms of knowledge. You would gain just as much useful knowledge from being forced to watch porn versus being forced to take an elective. The knowledge from both is equivalent. But guess what? You still have to take electives. And that is people's property rights. If they want to make you go by the system a certain way, it's their system. It might be flawed, purposefully flawed. Now, that would be a different story in, say, high school. I think in high school, you are being forced to take high school, so you're being forced to take classes which are literally just categorically as useful to the average person as watching porn will be. These courses would include history. How about English for someone who has English as their first language and has already is already older than 5, so probably already knows how to speak their language. Yeah, having to have a course to keep learning their own language, and a lot of them still don't know how to fucking speak their own language properly after they leave high school. So this course doesn't even have the only fucking purpose, doesn't even serve the only purpose that it would be supposed to serve. It's like, yeah, these courses, when you're being forced to take classes which are objectively as useful to you, given that you live in the United States in the present time. Like, by definition of you living in the United States at the present time, the information that would be given in a history class or in a class related to what has happened in any place other than where you live is just as useful and just as relevant to someone's life as forcing them to watch porn. So, for the same reason that I don't think high school classes should be allowed to force kids to watch porn for in class. I don't think they should be allowed to force kids to to waste their time in any other ways, because again, that is a reach on liberty. But Yeah, liberties sometimes coincide with one another, and you have to take the best of the two.
Acquiescence to mask mandates was a major mistake. If they can tell you what to wear, they can probably tell you what to inject into your body. And if they can do that, there's really nothing they can't do. They can control every aspect of your life, no matter how intimate. And of course, now they do.
I mean, sure, when you put it that way, it's like, yeah, it sounds pretty bad.
As you've probably read by now, the Consumer Product Safety Commission has suggested the government will soon ban gas stoves. Now, gas stoves have been a staple of American kitchens for more than a century. You may have...
I'll try to finish reacting to this later. It's getting late. Jesus Christ, it's already like almost 4. Let me see if my boy's here. Fuck, dude, he's probably still playing Rust. Fuck, dude, Yeah, no shit, I would have backed down too, like, if a child challenged my definition of a word that isn't my definition, it's just the English vocabulary's definition of a word. Yeah, I would probably also not bother if I'm giving a speech in a like fucking public school or something. Yeah, I would probably also not bother going through the impression back.
In your home. You may have grown up with one. But apparently, and nobody knew this until like a week ago, these stoves are a hidden hazard that we must eliminate. So why do we suddenly know that gas stoves are like a hidden hazard? Why did no one tell us this?
Is this like a climate change thing? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know anything about it. For all I know, it could be the same type of shit that retards who think microwaves are a danger. They might have the same argument as that. And by the way, for me, it makes more intuitive sense than anyone because I'm actually an astrophysics major. That's what I'm hoping to major in. But yeah, like people who know shit like wave frequencies, like we know that microwaves are definitely safe because the wavelength, the frequencies of microwave, the frequencies of these waves are longer than visible, than waves in the visible light spectrum. And yeah, the waves that are going to be damaging to your cells, the waves that are going to be dangerous for your body, they're going to be shorter waves. So, yeah, these would include X-rays, what else? Yeah, it goes up to gamma rays, but yeah, ultraviolet rays, then X-rays, and eventually gamma rays. Ultraviolet rays from the sun can give you cancer. They can, like, yeah, they can destroy your DNA. They can, like, damage your DNA. Those are just slightly higher in frequency than the waves in the visible light spectrum. They are dangerous. Even worse, X-rays. Yeah, when you go into an X-ray, like yeah, if that was to keep happening, you would get cancer pretty fast. Gamma rays, those are the absolute worst. If a gamma ray burst was to hit the Earth, we'd all fucking die. Gamma rays are extremely dangerous. And the theme you'll notice is the higher the frequency, the more damaging and the more dangerous these waves are. And the microwaves are legit further down. They're smaller waves than the waves in the visible light spectrum. So, yeah, like, microwaves are, by definition, less fucking dangerous or damaging than visible light. So, I doubt that it'd be the I don't know why I went on that whole tangent, as if anyone cares about why microwaves are safe. Dude, I need to stop myself from just going on tangents just all the fucking time. I'm 4 fucking minutes into this. Like, I need to, like, stop giving as much input. Like, there is no way I have that much stuff to say about this video. Like, no, I'm not even talking about this video right now. I'm just going on tangent. But I really need to learn to stop doing that. And, like, I just fucking paused the video to keep talking about how I need to shut the fuck up. Like, that is exactly what I'm saying. I need to stop it. Yeah, let's,
Well, as the Washington Free Beacon has reported...
Just say, you see, this is one great reason for me to get high. It's like, I will fucking say dumb, fucking retarded shit, like I am now, except that right now I'm not high. So it's like, I don't really have an excuse other than I'm retarded. I'd much rather say I'm high than I'm retarded. That's just a better excuse. It just looks better on you. So, with that said, I don't know. This is looking pretty tempting. Yeah, talking about this is looking pretty tempting. You know what? Let me, yeah, I got, yeah, that looks like some good weed, hell fucking yeah, dude. We already got this over here. This is gonna be lit. Wait, what about that? Well, that was pretty gay. Something just dropped on the ground. Shit, dude. Bro. What was my, okay, there's some more weed in here. Yeah, that should be about all I need for today. At least for right now. What about a paperclip? Hell fucking yeah. Dude, it should be in... yeah. Bro, by the way, it's hilarious that I got fired actually from my last job for fucking smoking weed on the job. Because I was that fucking stupid. And like, at the new job I have, the managers actually smoke weed on the job. Except they don't hide to do it. They just go outside and smoke a blunt. Like, just right out in front of all the customers. Like, no one fucking gives a shit. It's not even legal to do over here either. Like, we just fucking do that. Like, everyone just does that. Just go smoke a blunt outside. It's just... I fucking love my new job, dude. It's fucking epic.
Government regulators are citing a study from a group called the Rocky Mountain
Dude, I just went to get my weed and I didn't even get my lighter. Dude, these are all mistakes that, like, if I was already high, like, dude, I need to get high fast so that I could keep being retarded and start having an excuse for it. Game. Fucking yeah, boy. Alright, well.
The Rocky Mountain Institute recently partnered with the Chinese to implement a, quote, economy-wide transformation of America.
Got some weed in there.
Okay. So the Chinese government, by proxy, gets to decide how you cook your dinner, what appliances you're allowed to have in your own kitchen. That's right, declared the Washington Post.
That's sort of weird.
And it's a good thing. The hidden hazards of these appliances, the Post declared, with obvious relief, is finally getting attention.
What is the argument against toast, by the way? Like, what? I don't know. Is Tucker gonna get into that? I mean, I don't know. Clearly, the argument would probably be absurd, and he tends to do that. Like, when the arguments against something just gonna be absurd. He tends to just glance over them, not even, like, bring them up, because it's just a waste of his time. Like, sometimes these counter-arguments that he's skipping over might be good. And, like, I wished he addressed counter-arguments to things that he's saying more often, because a lot of the time, just to save time, he's just, like, he's just gonna admit to a lot of stuff and sort of, guess, like, oh yeah, like, what's the point of even covering this? Like, I'm just gonna be wasting time. And a lot of the time, I think he should go more into detail. Like, some information that he leaves out sometimes is relevant. Like, I don't know, sometimes he just doesn't have access to, like, he just doesn't know the opposing viewpoint that is very relevant to the discussion. Sometimes he just thinks better than to even address it because he thinks, yeah, this is just stupid, it's gonna waste my time, I'm not even gonna bother point this out, I'm just gonna meme it instead, I'm gonna make a joke about it instead of refute it. So, to be fair, Tucker is mostly a comedian, and he makes a great points, but he is a comedian too, so he has to implement that too.
Finally, we've been waiting for it. You can imagine the celebration in the Post newsroom where they've been fretting about gas stoves for decades, and finally the science has caught up to their concerns. Well, unfortunately for the Washington Post newsroom and the Biden administration and most of all the Chinese government, not everyone in America was immediately on board with the idea of getting rid of your gas stoves because they're a hidden hazard. Many people kind of liked gas stoves, and they were pretty annoyed, thank heaven, that someone might want to take them away on the basis of one piece of garbage science pushed.
Dude, I'm fucking twitching so much. I gotta stop fucking doing that shit, dude.
By the Chinese government. So the whole ban your gas stove thing became a PR disaster for the Democratic Party, and they responded accordingly. No, they didn't pull back and say, oh, we're not going to take away your gas stoves. No.
That'd be the exact way to...
In fact, anyone who is worried about the government...
Yeah, that'd be the exact best way to retort to your citizens being mad over you saying we're banning your gas stoves. Like, yeah, that'd be the exact way to retort. Say, oh no, we're not banning
your gas stoves, is an illiterate leader and possibly a dangerous QAnon militant. The problem is not that we're taking your gas stoves, it's that you're worried that we might take your gas stoves. You freak!
Yeah, that happens so often with the Democratic Party. People literally saying, like, oh yeah, the problem, well, it's actually not the issue you care about, it's the fact that you care about this issue. So, like, yeah, I remember, like, when people were talking about the baby formula shortages, and they were like, oh, yeah, the fucking, the horrors of the treadmill not working. And it's like, the fuck? And same thing with, what's it called? You're against racism? You think everyone should have equal rights? Well, the problem is actually that you're racist for supporting equal rights. You see this guy, Tucker Carlson? Apparently he's also a very racist because he is very in favor of equal rights. He has made more segments than CNN, completely debunking racism and exposing it as a bad thing, completely denouncing racism and condemning it. And for that, for condemning racism, Tucker has been criticized more than anyone as a racist for being against racial discrimination. So, yeah, like, the Democratic Party tends to do that a lot, specifically by, like, condemning random people as racists for supporting equal rights, say Tucker Carlson. That is the biggest example. Like, I don't know anyone who gets called a racist for supporting equal rights more than Tucker Carlson. But yeah, either way, now I'm getting fucking high. Like, let's go. Good shit. By the way, like, if anybody ever tries to say, no, this isn't true, just let me know. I will show you all these clips that Tucker is being criticized for. All the clips of him denouncing racism as a horrible thing, and he's been very consistent with his reasons as to why racism is horrible, and I would agree with him. I would disagree that it's also because all people were created equal under God. I don't believe in God, but I mean, yeah, he also thinks that, which yeah, okay, fair argument for someone who'd be religious. Does that sound like someone who's racist? Well, according to Democrats, that is what makes him racist. Like, yeah, these clips that he'll say, people often try to say, well, yeah, as you saw here, this person is in favor of equal rights, which isn't fair. I don't think equal rights are fair for the superior races who deserve more rights than these white filths. Yeah, why should these white inferior people get to say our word? That's not fair for us who are better than white people. So yeah, since according to racist people, racial equality isn't fair. Yeah, people who are against racial equality will just fucking do that shit. And I hate that people do that, but it's usually the same argument. Yeah, for you having a problem with an actual problem, you are the problem for, like, for having a fucking problem. Like, that is often a thing with the Democratic Party. One day will do that.
The GOP's latest culture war nonsense, the imaginary ban on gas stoves that they're all...
Yeah, it's like, if you're defending police officers, and like after George Floyd happened, like you would I don't know, tweet about the fact that you genuinely feel bad for anybody who's a police officer right now, because like half the people who are looking at you in the streets must look at you and see Derek Chauvin in you, when you must have also watched this clip and felt just as fucking horrified as anybody else might have felt. But on top of that, now when you're gonna be doing your job, you're gonna have to be doing it, and looking at all these people and knowing that they saw the person kneeling on someone's neck, who was also horrifying you, as you saw that, and now they're gonna be seeing that in your face. Like, yeah, some people who were, some, like, liberals who were tweeting about all that stuff, and how police officers were just such bad people. I was pointing that out, and yeah, they blocked me. It's just a common thing, like, oh yeah, if you feel bad for police officers, if after George Floyd, you felt like police officers might be in the same situation as, I don't know, Japanese people after Pearl Harbor, more like the average Muslim person who, after 9/11, who might have cried thinking, like, this is just gonna make us look so bad, and that's not who we are. Like, yeah, CNN will do that with the police. No, actually, if you feel bad for the police because they're just humans who, like, are just, who are the police? Well, they're people like anybody else, humans who need a job, just like anybody else, and they'll get police officer as their job because somebody needs to take that job just like any other job, so there'll be people for that job because it pays. So, yeah, when people just, when CNN tries to push the idea that all cops are racist because George Floyd just gave them ammunition for the next race war. Like, when you have a problem with that because not all police officers are racist, just because, well, this country is a pretty big country. Who fucking knew that, yeah, if the KKK as an organization exists, you're gonna find at least one person in such a huge country who's gonna be racist. And at least one of them will happen to be a police officer. Because if you find enough fucking people, yeah, one of these people belonging to any group will probably be a police officer, because police officers, they could be anyone except for maybe convicted criminals, but like, unless you've already been convicted of a crime before, it's like, yeah, Democrats do tend to have a huge problem with people for just defending themselves. Oh, actually, no, you're the one with a problem. It's a huge thing.
Imaginary ban on gas stoves that they're all getting mad about over on Fox.
We've even gotten to the point where a debate over gas stoves and whether or not they affect childhood asthma has turned into the fear of jackbooted thugs breaking into people's homes.
To have gas stoves pried out of their cold
about.
dead hand, equating it with the priorities of God and country and, you know, what have you.
This is just about
Yeah, I don't know. If Tucker Carlson was talking about them having a deal with China to ban gas stoves, I doubt that this was just this is as far as it went, just some talk about how gas stoves, like the health effects that they might have on, like, youth. Yeah, if it was just some studies that had some findings showing that, yeah, gas stoves might have negative health consequences for young people, for them to be around. If that's as far as it went, and it didn't extend to measures being taken accordingly, which is where people might start talking about impeding on people's liberties, like Tucker Carlson. That's the only reason they would talk about that, would be if people actually proposed some legislation to take action regarding that issue. So if it's just people pointing out that it might be unhealthy, I don't know, that sounds like probably bad framing. But again, like, I didn't do any research. I'm just taking Tucker Carlson at his word because I know him, to be honest, and I don't know this guy, but, you know.
It's trolling that we have in Republican politics right now, right? There was the gas
That's
stove
fucking
initiative that they
hilarious.
were
Trolling.
outraged about.
Well, this is really delusional drivel from the harem of the unhinged over at Fox News.
You have Ron DeSantis, so I'm going to protect your gas. Everybody going to talk about gas stoves.
I'm gonna
It's so
protect the gas
stupid.
stove. That's fucking hilarious, actually. DeSantis is gonna protect my gas stove. Well, you know what? That sounds like a good thing. I'm glad that DeSantis is gonna protect my gas stove. I hope if he becomes president, he protects my gas stove too, even though I don't live in Florida. I would definitely be in favor of that. Hopefully he does that, but hopefully we see Trump there first, because I want the king meme back. Whether he's a good president or not, he's a good meme, and that's good enough for me. As you can tell, I'm very high by now, but let me take the captions off, because those are cancer.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Right-wingers who had nothing else to worry about just one day decided to create a moral panic about
so
gas
fucking
stoves. They just
true.
imagine that someone might be coming
Bro,
for the
I have
gas
little
stoves.
remains
Maybe because
of
the Consumer
blunts.
Product Safety Commission of the
I have
Biden
these little
administration said they were
roaches.
coming
I
for your
just
gas stove.
realized I could
But
put those
noticing
in
that is not just a sin. Oh no.
Oh,
It's worse
fucking
than
yeah,
that.
dude. I have just
It's another
roaches
battle in the
laying
culture
around.
wars.
Just
Say the people who
so
elevated
lit.
bathroom politics and people's sexual orientation to the
Nah, yeah, I think that's also bad framing, because it's like, yeah, to him, like, since he sort of has the conservative ideology, so he's sort of in that previous generation with the previous ideologies around certain things. It's like, damn, he just considers it extreme and just outrageous, just just ridiculous and completely unreasonable that someone's gender might be different than their sex. And instead of having to ask himself the rhetorical question over and over again, why would a growing number now, like, almost a percentage, like, why would anywhere near a percentage of uh of a sample that is as huge as the country of the United States, why would such a huge portion of such a huge country to go into the percentages exist if it was all just a hoax? Like, how would so many people identify that way? Why would so many people put so much money into undergoing these procedures that, according to Tucker Carlson, by the way, are irreversible if if there isn't anything actually to it, if this is just something they're being indoctrinated into? How do you convince someone that they're a girl when they are a boy? That sounds pretty moronic. And do you really believe that such a huge portion of the population is that stupid that they can be fooled into thinking that they are the opposite sex? It's like, you sort of have to have that conversation when there's such a huge number of people, because, like, with gay people, it's all like, well, you can't really say, oh, they're not gay, because, like, okay, yeah, they aren't really gay. It doesn't really make sense. I mean, the whole point of the whole premise behind us being attracted to each other as a species is the fact that like, yeah, our reproductive aspect to our species, that's how our species proliferate. So if we weren't a sexual reproductive species, we wouldn't be attracted to each other. So what intuitive sense does it make that gayness would exist? That makes no sense. But then you'll see some gay people making out, and it's like, yeah, okay, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, okay, they must be gay after all. Like, I'll take their word for it now. But I think with a trans person, especially considering the cost of these surgeries, I think if they are willing to undergo these surgeries, I think that's proof enough. Like, just like it's just silly and ridiculous to think someone could be indoctrinated into being gay, be just tricked, be just so confused to genuinely be tricked into thinking that they're gay. It's like, yeah, but then when you have like, all that talk that would need to be had gets shut down by, oh yeah, it's actually kids. Hey, well, gay people, yeah, but how about kids? Do you think you could get consent from kids if you manipulate them? I don't know. That's apparently what some pedophiles do, who are actually predators. Well, yeah, these trans people, they're actually pedophiles. They're pedophiles who are predators. They're preying on kids. And since you get that argument to just shut down that whole conversation, to not even need to have it, it's like, yeah, all of a sudden it becomes a moral question where, like, oh, well, let's not even consider possibly supporting these people and their ideology, because maybe there is some to it. Maybe their gender and sex are really different, and they aren't just bullshitting. Like, such a huge percentage of America isn't just bullshitting. Just like half of America isn't racist, no percentage of America is just bullshitting about their gender, because that's not who people are. Not only is that not who America is, that's not who America is, because that's not how people are. If the nature of people was to be any different, yeah, like, such a huge country like America wouldn't all fucking like mirror that behavior. So yeah, people are just good people in general. People aren't racist. People don't just lie about their fucking sex to try to lie about their gender to try and get some weird, creepy power on kids. That's just not how most people are. Most people have good intentions and they mean well. And yeah, like this whole bathroom thing is just a natural extension, a logical extension of that whole transgender debate, which like, are people's gender and sex different? If they are, and this is America, you could do whatever you want. If these people can really become the opposite sex too, and like you'll see people like look up. Let me see. Let's look up both men and women because this tends to not. Okay. Let's look that up. Okay. Is this person a guy? Should this person be forced to go in a female bathroom? Before and after photos. Yeah, should this person go in a woman's bathroom? Or probably, should this person have to go in a woman's bathroom? I don't know, what do you think? Who else? Apparently all these people are trans, and that's also why, like, Vegan Games made that point, I'm very glad he did, because it's such a good point. Like, these people who are transphobes, they will always cherry pick women, like, guys who have transitioned into female, to, like, pick on as, oh, look, this isn't really a girl, it's a man posing as a girl, look, it's a... Because a lot of the time, these girls, like, girls will be, like, trans women will be, like, way more, like, yeah, they'll tend to have a way harder time passing off as, like, really the opposite. Like, they won't, I don't know, it won't be as obvious. Dude, this guy looks like Gaia. Like, Gaia's eye. Like, that guy's an absolute legend, by the way. But, like, yeah, all these people. Like, I don't know that necessarily all of them are gonna be transgender. Like, clearly not all of them are men. But, like, yeah, like, all these people, do you think they should have to use a boys' bathroom or a girls' bathroom? It's like, this dude, should he have to... What bathroom should he have to use? This guy. Like, what bathroom should they have to use? It's like, this is really the question that should be asked here. At least I would say. Now, I get how Tucker Carlson definitely hasn't thought this whole thing through. It's like, even them, like, look, like, and you could see Blair White too. That's really the only one I know. I hate her, of course, but it's like, I don't know. But in general, you could say that, like, trans women, like, they don't have a beard and stuff. It's less obvious. Like, you would look less ridiculous for taking a trans woman and saying, no, this is a man dressed as a woman, and she's just sort of convincing. Then say if you were to take fucking this guy and say, yeah, this guy should use a female bathroom. Like, you might look crazy. And I'm not saying that Tucker Carlson is cherry picking this by intention. Everyone's doing it. Those are the images that they're showing. This is and also they tend to think like, oh, men are gonna be the sexual predators naturally. And their whole rhetoric that they went with against trans people is, oh, they're predators, and usually it's the men who will tend to be like sexual, but at least that's talked about more. Like men tend to commit rape a lot more. So yeah, if you're trying to make the argument that these people are bad because they're gonna assault children and stuff, like these are males posing as females. Like I just thought about that actually. Like when. But yeah, like that is a very good point. Like if they're trying to say, yeah, these are males pointing as females to prey on kids, like that is a way more likely scenario than like the other way around. An adult woman posing as a man to, like, not that there aren't adult women who prey on kids, there are, and again, not any relationship with someone who is younger than you just makes you a fucking predator. But like, yeah, I think that would be like why he would point that out. But I think it's still a very good point to make. This is the transgender bathroom debate. It's whether or not this guy right here. Fuck, I'm not gonna get the full screen this fucking out. Yeah, it's fucking out. Yeah, it's whether this guy should have to go in a bathroom for guys or girls. Dude, I'm taking so long to finish a simple sentence. This is actually giving me AIDS. Jesus Christ. Let me guess, 0 views. I am not surprised. I actually have 1 like. I guess I like this video. I don't really remember doing that, but...
About a culture war! Stop with the culture wars!
Oh, fucking yeah.
In other words, submit!
Yeah, I fucking love... Yeah, he's probably gonna make that point. Like, yeah, imagine talking about stop the culture wars. Not with a transgender bathroom, that's a separate thing, but with the people literally, what do you know, CNN, MSNBC, like those types of people, you know, the people who literally are taking advantage of someone having died, using George Floyd's death as ammunition to start a new race war. It's like, yeah, maybe shut the fuck up. That, like, I agree with Tucker Carlson on that. If you're going to use someone's death as ammunition to start a new race war, and then you're like, that party is complaining about, yeah, that type of dumb shit. Since Tucker Carlson's philosophy, he sort of sees the party as one big, like, propaganda arm. He sees it all as, like, they're basically all the same person. Yeah, that would, under his logic, be a great fucking argument to make. Wait. Yeah, I point this out a lot. Like, actually, I don't know why I just said that, but Tucker is very fucking consistent in what he says. Like, people tend to say he's a liar. How? Why? Explain. Just because he said something that might not be true, a lot of people do that. How many people spread COVID misinformation? How many people didn't take the vaccine? Tucker Carlson never took the vaccine. He spent a long time not disclosing his vaccination status because, yeah, he believes in people's rights to not say whether or not they got vaccinated, and especially... I think that's a very wise thing when you're at a point in time when some like that, which, whether it be one side or another, both agree that the decision to take versus not take the vaccine could be a decision your life might rely on, which I guess that's a bit of an over exaggeration, but yeah, like not a lot of the time, but like sometimes your life could rely on this, so it's a serious issue. And when it's been so fucking politicized that your vaccination status might reveal you as a bad person to some people. Oh, I don't want to talk to you. Oh, this is like, yeah, it's been such a politicized issue that depending on your vaccination status, depending on where you live, you'll be completely rejected or accepted. And it's an issue that your life might depend on. It's like, yeah, I think it's very wise for an influential figure like him to take the initiative and say, you know what, I'm not going to disclose my vaccination status because I remain to, yeah, it should stay up to the person's choice to disclose that. Yeah, he sort of stood up for everybody else who might not want to reveal their vaccination status. And of course, he never got vaccinated. Given what he was pushing, that only makes sense. Now, he could also have been vaccinated. I mean, if he had been, that would also make sense, because as he was saying, he was talking about how we were being segregated, vaccinated versus unvaccinated. So given that the segregation is a choice that might harm your health, according to him, if you take that choice. So you gotta weigh out the benefits versus the cons. But yeah, he could absolutely have thought, well, you know what, there might be some downsides to this. This might hurt my health, but then the government is implying onto me, if I want to be able to take advantage of the freedoms I have, as I normally would, I'm going to have to take this now. So I can think whatever I want about it, think that it makes this country a fascist country, but I still live in it, and these are the laws. So I mean, both would have made sense. Turns out Tucker Carlson wasn't vaccinated, probably as a matter of principle, because I would guess the main reason why he isn't vaccinated, since I know him, I need to get closer to the fucking camera. Yeah, I'm guessing the biggest reason he'd be vaccinated is as a matter of principle. He would probably just feel wrong, talking every day on his platform about how they're trying to fucking sugarcoat you, or actually the opposite, do the stick instead of the carrot, force you into force you into cowering, just force you into submission, and make you take this, and talk about how it could hurt you so much. He would probably have not felt very great doing that if he himself was vaccinated. I mean, I would have understood it again, but that's probably the reason why he didn't get vaccinated. But yeah, it's not like it was going to kill him. He must have known, if Tucker Carlson, was to have died because of the vaccine, thing is, people might have tried to cover it up, but him, being someone who, will tell the truth when they are going to just say some bullshit, if someone's going to be calling them out on it, Tucker Carlson is going to be calling them out on it. If he was to be killed by the vaccine, as much as they might try shutting that down, they would get sued. They would get sued for murder, and some of them might go down. It might get taken to the next levels, because, Tucker Carlson's at Fox News, they're pretty powerful. They could do damage if the government pretty much assassinated one of their hosts. So, Tucker Carlson would probably knows that, the vaccine is not likely to kill him if he takes it. So it might definitely be in his best interest, even given like what the majority of the stuff that he says about it, for him to take it. But yeah, I guess on a matter of principle, that's probably the main reason why he didn't take it, if I had to guess.
And right on cue, the Washington Post took up the new battle cry.
Dude, I have to go get some more fucking water. I'm killing myself. I hate fucking having to constantly get up. Because I'm fucking lazy, LMAO. Oh, fucking yeah, dude. Great shit. Dude, this is such a good live stream. I wish I actually had viewers.
Gone were the stories about how we need to ban gas stoves. In their place were attacks on Republicans for worrying that someone might try to ban gas stoves. Quote, GOP thrusts gas stoves, Biden's green agenda into the culture wars. Oh, not the culture wars.
I fucking love his laugh, by the way.
Probably true that most conservatives would be happy not to talk about culture at all if people would just leave their culture alone and stop intruding into it and telling their children who to have sex with. Disrupting the ancient division between men and women in, say, the bathroom. No. Republicans are not driving the culture wars. I
fucking hate that Tucker Carlson is transphobic. I really wish he wasn't, because, like, he's just better than that. Like I really wish he wasn't. And I know he isn't doing that, like, as him being a bad person. No, there was no such thing as a fake point of view. It's like, this person was genuinely led into believing that trans people are just, like, pedophiles with bad intentions trying to groom people just with weird fetishes with kids, and he really believes that kids are that impressionable that, like, they're just like completely converting these kids into their ideology, which is just completely all made up and all just malicious and fraudulent. And, like, he believes all that about the trans ideology, and it's like, I disagree with him, but, like, I genuinely think he thinks that, otherwise why would he say it on his show? Like, he's clearly a good person. If you watch him, he's a very decent person. He really cares about people. That's why he does his job. He has talked about this. He was born rich. He never needed to have a job. The only reason why he got into all this, the only, like, delivering on Fox News every day, that's a massive job. That's a massive responsibility. He never needed to do that. He could have just been rich already and stayed rich his entire life. He never needed to work. Why all this dedication? Well, because he cares about doing good for the country. He wants to help America and can have the best contribution he can to the world, and that starts with where he is. And, like, I know this guy, that's why he has a career, that's why he decided to have a career, that's why he's giving so much dedication into his show, to spread the best messages that he can, to try and better the world as much as he can, and have the best influence he can on everybody, and I respect them more than anything. And, like, for that reason, I really wished that, like, specifically with the transgender people, because they are, like, by far the most marginalized group in our society right now. Other than probably furries, which I hope they stay marginalized, by the way. But, like, yeah, transgender people, probably even more than vegans, are fucking hated a lot. Like, there's a big thing, this ideology on trans people, and it's like, and it genuinely hurts people. Look at what happened in Club Q. It's because of that. Now, I know that's a very bad fucking example. Like, oh, Club Q, how does that compare to, like, all the fucking school shootings? Are you gonna say that of people who are for the Second Amendment? No, I'm absolutely not gonna make that, because the Second Amendment does have its merits, of course. It's just a question of priorities, and I think self-defense is way less common than gun incidents are versus what they would be if we just didn't have guns. And people at the bar, I don't know, like your average person who you might see in high school, who you might completely see like getting in a bar fight within their lifetimes. Yeah, if the bar fight were to go, oh yeah, two people they just get fucking mad and they start going at each other, going to beat each other up. Yeah, if this could end and they just beat each other, one of them gets beaten, they just go home, and the next day they get over it. Versus one of them has a gun, they pull a gun out, and the other is dead. Bye. They never get to wake up the next day. Yeah. So that's a whole separate fucking thing. But with the trans thing, yeah, like, these people really get marginalized, and Tucker wouldn't want to be contributing to that if he knew, like, what trans people are going through, and the fact that, yeah, their sex is really separate from their gender. That's a real thing. They aren't bullshitting about that. Like, I feel like if he understood this, like, intuitively, like, he would not keep fucking spreading this, because that's not the person he is. Like, that just isn't. And I really wish, like, dude, Foss is doing him wrong by, like, making him peddle all this stuff, by, like, feeding him all this fucking garbage. And it's like, it already goes with his agenda, it goes with his views. He's already prone to believing all this transphobic stuff, because the idea of your sex and your gender being separate, that's just counterintuitive. And yeah, it goes against his intuitions, and he's sort of from that generation of, like, his ideas are from that generation of not being able to grapple with these counterintuitive ideas, and just thinking, well, this is how things should be, this is sort of how things have always been, and this is how things should stay. Like, he's a conservative, and yeah, like, he's, to some extent, like, the progressive movement, a lot of the stuff that they'll peddle, like, he'll be like, this has never been that way. Why would it make sense now? We've always worked fine without it, and now this is how society is supposed to be. But this is how society has always been, and it's worked. So that's sort of Tucker's perspective on that, and he could not imagine that, like, throughout all of human history, it's like, boys have been boys, girls have been girls, and, like, now that we finally have the technology to be able to change that, if boys are not really boys in terms of their gender, it's like, all of a sudden that's changing, and it's like, well, this is never how it's been. Okay, well, that doesn't change the fact that that's how it is now, and it's not because it's only how it is now, and it hasn't always been that way, that how it is now isn't going to be better than how it's always been. So yeah, I think he's sort of, like, all of that stuff, being transphobic, being conditioned to going towards transphobic ideas, all of the stuff that goes with the conservative standpoint, I think it's really just the whole ideology and the whole mindset behind it is really prone towards, well, this has always worked, and this is how it's always been, and I consider America to have been great since it was, like, founded on the Bill of Rights, and, like, the Bill of Rights, us having freedoms, like, I don't know, America's never worked that way, society has never worked that way. It's like, it's been operating on liberty, and now we're trying to change that. What if that changes our liberties? And it's like, these are extensions of our liberties, actually. Transitioning, gender expression, some people argue, and I think they're completely right about that, is an extension of freedom of speech to some extent. Now, I don't think you would change your gender to make a political point. Like, you wouldn't change your gender to make the point that sex is separate from gender. You would do it because sex is separate from gender, not for you to like tell people that just because it is, and therefore as a result of that, you're going to change your gender because that's what this fact logically demands that you do. But yeah, like none of these go against our fundamental freedoms, and I think Tucker's just missing the point. Like, on this general spectrum of anything that is new and that, oh well, society has never looked that way. Like, what on earth is this? I don't at all recognize, like, anything that we've ever known in this. What is this? This is the unknown. We don't know if it's anything like what we have right now, and what we have right now it's pretty good democracy. Like, I know it's the first time it's the first like century within like however many fucking like millions of years the human species has been around, that we've started being able to make democracy work on a large scale. And we all know that it's what's it called, we all know that it's fragile. We all know democracy is sort of new, but we're all now familiar with it enough to know that it works, and to have gotten comfortable with it, and to see that as the new normal and the new nowadays. And yeah, we're now super into conserving democracy as it is to conserving our freedoms. And that's really what conservatives are trying to conserve. They're trying to conserve their freedoms, and they think that's what liberals are going after. Because a lot of the time, these social issues that liberals are fighting for, those are just going to be fundamentally incompatible with freedoms. And that starts with socialism versus capitalism. Socialism would be the idea that you should be able to commit theft against people who have belongings that you would benefit from, and you could argue deserve more than the people you're stealing it from. And that is the premise behind taxes. That is the premise behind taxing the rich more. And yeah, this is just a fundamental incompatibility of what's it called, of property rights, say your wealth, versus what might be the right thing to do. Because yeah, if you're going up to some random guy who has a football and like they aren't even playing with it, but they still refuse to let you play with it, even though they know you're gonna give it back as soon as you start wanting to play with it. It's like, yeah, it's an asshole thing, but it's still their fucking properties. And they should be free not to give it to you if they don't want to. And yeah, with liberals attacking things like this, amongst other things, that just makes conservatives believe, yeah, these people are really after our freedom. Like, they want to take democracy away. And yeah, that's why conservatives, they're just super obsessed with conserving democracy, because they think if they don't just push back against anything that liberals say, anything they might believe, like, from there, it's very easy for people to start thinking, oh yeah, anything that liberals say, like, we see them trying to take away our rights here, so we're just gonna assume anything they say, oh yeah, they're just trying to take away our rights. We'll just assume their intentions from there. And guess what? That's what the left wing does to Tucker Carlson. Oh, well, yeah, anything that he might say, oh, he probably, yeah, he probably says that because he's a racist. just giving people the least charitable interpretation of anything that he says. Yeah, anybody on the left who talks about Tucker Carlson, they will give him the least charitable interpretation of anything he says and just assume that he has the worst intentions on everything. So this isn't just a thing of the right. Like, this isn't just a thing within conservatives. It's a thing that the left does too. To just see someone doing something that they heavily disagree with, and from there just assume that they all have just the worst intentions. Because that's just a human thing to do. We like to downgrade people who we disagree with. We do not tend to tolerate differences, especially in political opinions. Yeah, that's just a human instinct that that the progressive movement is fighting to take out of there, but we're still flawed. We can only do that little at a time, and since the movement might be to try to get rid of that, it might be a hit for that movement to have that hypocrisy that they're trying to fight. But it's at least a step forward, and yeah, that's the thing, especially when we just got something good. We just started getting used to having that good thing, which in this case would be democracy. We just started getting used to that standard of living and getting used to having all of our other generations talk to us about how they feel blessed to also know that everyone they've ever known has been blessed with living in this free country. And, yeah, especially when we all get told, whether it's from the left or from the right, just by different people, that this democracy is very fragile, and there are just so many people trying to overtake it, and it could happen in so many different ways. And that, yeah, we have only had democracy for like a few hundred years compared to the scale of of the human species. And yeah, some people even believe that democracy is about to fucking be self-destructive, just in general. And it's yeah, when liberals go ahead and, attack fundamental liberties, it is natural for conservatives to automatically take the stance, oh yeah, we don't want any change, we just want to conserve things how they are, because we have freedom, that's already some good, and that's something we shouldn't take for granted, and we should absolutely fight, push back against anything that seems to be trying to take that away. And yeah, I think that's the whole premise behind the conservative movement. Yeah, they're trying to take away our property rights, to try to take our property under the premise other people deserve it more, which might be true, but then how do you measure that? How do you say, oh yeah, well, you should be forced to give your money for other people to, say, get health care, which I think, yeah, I would be perfectly fine with giving my money for people to get health care, giving my fair share, but other people might not, and this would extend to, well, how far exactly? Because that's, again, a problem. How far do we go with, oh, well, if someone deserves this money more than you, you're gonna have to give it to them. How about a homeless person? Say you're going to McDonald's, because usually people like to say that they're the victims and say, oh yeah, these, don't look down, look up. As St. Kruger would say in the Tucker Carlson debate, who took your wages? Look up. Oh, well, maybe you're not the lowest of the lowest victim if you're middle class, because the lowest of the lowest, when you tend to try to pretend that you are the lowest of the lowest, well, these people are actually probably all around you and you just ignore them. Homeless people. How many of us middle class are going to try to humanize them more? How about, I don't know, they're all over the place. That's a perfect opportunity to make a friend. You could give them $20 and they'll probably be more than happy to talk to you. And you could ask them how did they get to their journey? How did they get down to rock bottom? That's probably a very great conversation to have, a very great thing to hear from somebody. Do people do the middle class do that for homeless people? No, because they have this subconscious repulsion for them. Just like they tend to accuse the higher class, just like they tend to accuse the elites of having like this contempt for the middle class, this being out of reach. So no, you're definitely not the most oppressed group if you're middle class. There are homeless people around you, and a lot of them, guess what? If you're going to McDonald's and you just bought a meal, you see a homeless person as you get out the drive-thru, that person might not have eaten in 2-3 days. Well, should you be forced to give them your meal? I mean, they objectively need it more than you. It would be the right thing to do. Should you be forced to give it to them? So you see how this just goes down a chain, and eventually you have, well, what, you have a lot of people fear communism. That's what they feel that the left is trying to push towards, because communism is sort of the complete end of that spectrum that you might go down. And yeah, since this is a mostly capitalist country, socialists, they would be towards they would push towards making this country lean more towards communism, and so more towards no property rights, and so uh, a less huge percentage of property rights and a bigger percentage of social benefits at the expense of those property rights. But yeah, the thing is, they aren't for no property rights. They aren't for all of your property be just like the property of everybody, the property of the state. But yeah, it's sort of a spectrum where it's like you're just pushing us just closer towards that. So I don't think conservatives should just be thrown just thrown under the bus. Delegitimize like yeah, I don't think they should be brushed aside as, oh, they're just crazy, like just associated with, oh yeah, they believe in Santa Claus, they're like preaching the Bible and stuff. Like, no, don't just disregard them like that. They have a point. Like, actually take them, like, it doesn't matter if they're preaching all these crazy ideas. Like, behind those are also life experiences that they have to be basing themselves on to have an idea. And like, yeah, if they have a whole set of ideas, a whole philosophy, maybe there is a mindset and some logic behind it. And I just actually, like, that just came out just right there. Like, I'm fucking high and I'm just letting my train of thought go on. That just came to that. I hadn't thought about all that. Just, like, making this up as I go. But, like, yeah, this all comes from, assume that people have good intentions. Most people are good people. Don't assume just because you disagree with someone that they have bad intentions. Most people, you will disagree with them on something. You're just gonna be seeing that person because they disagree with you. And it's like, this just is such a recurring theme. Don't assume that someone has a fake point of view just because you feel that their point of view is disingenuous from your own fucking knowledge and understanding of what they're saying, because that knowledge and understanding of what they're saying is not the knowledge and understanding that they had of what they were saying as they were saying it. And most people don't have a fake point of view because most people are people and nobody has a fake point of view. At least people don't have that.
For all their many faults. Actually, it turns out Democrats are trying to ban gas stoves, and they've been working on this for several years now. The problem was we just didn't know. Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle, New York City have already restricted hookups for gas stoves and gas ovens.
By the way, let me make sure that we can hear me. Carlson wasn't vaccinated. Oh, he probably, yeah, he probably says that because he's a racist. Oh, he probably, yeah, understanding. Bro, my nose just keeps fucking itching me. This is just so gay. Honestly.
San Diego, which was
such a faggot.
Upon a time and nice and reasonable place, says it plans to ban all gas stoves outright by 2035, at which point it will be
Dude,
Nirvana.
what the fuck was that?
Now remember,
Nirvana, I think that's a place. Yeah, I'm very uneducated. LMAO. It's like, who cares? It's not like I'll go there anyway ever, so.
All of this moral panic on the left
I hope
about
it is a
gas
place, otherwise
stoves
it looks
stems from fake science about the health risks of natural gas pushed by the Communist Party of China. Now, why would China push fake science like that? Maybe because the United States is...
Yeah, and again, like, as I was saying that whole thing, and I had completely forgotten about the video's topic, and for now, they bring back the communism. Tucker's argument is that, like, yeah, the leftists are trying to bring us to communism. That's why they're trying to conserve. What are they trying to conserve? Not the lack of progress and conserving, just, okay, enough progress, we're not gonna have any progress from here. No, they're trying to conserve something because they believe in it being good. They believe we already have something, we think it's already good enough, we could make it better, but firstly, the bigger problem that is facing us right now isn't us, like, being restricted from all this better that can come if we just embrace progress and make that our philosophy for how we move forward. They believe that our bigger issue facing us is our democracy being taken away, and we should just focus on attention on preserving our democracy rather than moving on to try. Like, no, they think the bigger threat is of this being taken away rather than, and like we should concentrate mostly on keeping what we have other than on all these other things that we might be having if we just concentrate on progress and took what might work. Like they think, yeah, the most important thing is just preserving our democracy. So, like, any woke ideas is probably some communist propaganda, so. Like, dude, people don't tend to think forward that because people tend to assume fake point of views way too fucking easily. And they tend to stay in their own bubble and just assume that anyone who disagrees with them is disingenuous or something. Just that they are whatever would disqualify them as credible.
Some of the biggest natural gas reserves in the world. And if we can be convinced not to use those gas reserves, we will be weak and they will be strong. They're not banning gas stoves. It's that simple. But for the left, of course, kowtowing to China comes instinctively, but it's bigger than that. The real instinct here is that banning things other people like and enjoy is the purest expression of power. When you can snatch someone's pleasure away, you feel like God.
Dude, I fucking love how he just left.
Rush of telling people they're not allowed to do something. It's just irresistible to certain sorts of people, to weak people, pathetic people, who cluster together in what's called the Democratic Party for warmth and safety and power. Notice conservatives aren't that interested in their party. They'd rather be with their own family.
But yeah, like, and that makes him really stay logically consistent when he really attacks one liberal and he attacks their ideology and associates them with their whole ideology. And thing is, not every leftist is going to agree with every leftist position, but in his mind, like, he's really driven himself to believe that, and he'll be open about it. So, like, when he's attacking a Democrat and just assuming that they have every, like, Democratic position, he isn't really being disingenuous because he really believes that people are that way, and that shows a lot of closed-mindedness from him. But like, he at the same time, he really does try to open his mind. He used to do debates all the time, and like, he didn't start doing them, start saying, oh yeah, these people, they disagree with me, but no, he kept doing it, and I don't know why he doesn't really do that anymore. But yeah, he did that for years. I guess now he just thinks it's a better means of spreading his message to just have his videos without interviews with people who disagree with him. But like, yeah, I guess he's concentrated on a new, nicer format. I don't know. I'd like to see more debates between him and people who disagree with him. I wish there was more of that, but whatever. His plan. He does whatever.
Your average leftist is weak and afraid inside. And so the party is the most important thing, not the individual, the party. Together we are strong. Apart we are powerless.
I think he needs more people to like challenge his opinions. Like, he needs more people to debate, because like, a lot of the time he's missing the point on a lot of things, and like, he really needs people to point out like this and that to like broaden his opinion, because like, I really think like he's really falling for a lot of misinformation. Like, he's fallen for a lot of that, and he's really prone to it. I mean, his ideology is the Democratic Party is literally just a propaganda arm, just trying to bring us down into just trying to pull off a big coup to overturn democracy for their own power. So he believes that like all of their fucking ideologies, all of their ideas, all their talking points is all a part of some big fucking like Illuminati plan to overturn democracy. Like, he's talked about this. Like, I really should read his books. Apparently, like, he has 2 books. I really need to read them. Like, that'd be super interesting. I just don't tend to read books. There's an audiobook. I definitely love that. And, like, apparently he's talked about how he really thinks, like, yeah, people are trying to end democracy, and like, he really thinks democracy is very fragile, which, like, I don't really know about all that, because I don't really tend to care enough to, like, be very educated on the topic, but, like, I can definitely see how there's a very good argument for that. And, like, he just sees this from the wrong angle, and I wish people actually, brought him more into the light on this. Unfortunately, he's sort of like staying in the same circle with other people who are just gonna agree with him and push that more down into his head. So yeah, it's sort of sad. Someone with like really good intentions who really wants to make the country better, really wants to make the world better, and decides to start with the country that he's in. And that's why he's a nationalist. He just believes concentrating on, like, concentrating on where you are first, what you have control over. Like, he thinks, yeah, these places should be separated, because separated we just work better. Like, he's just wrong about a lot of things, but I definitely get his worldview, and he's very good at expressing it, and he definitely has some good, ideology behind it. He has good intentions, and he has a good fucking, like, yeah, he has a good worldview, but I disagree with a lot of the implications of like his mindset with politics.
Turns out some people like menthol cigarettes. Not allowed. Oh, menthol cigarettes.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this whole thing.
Particularly poor people. They like them. Don't have a lot of pleasures. Menthol cigarettes are one of them. But they can't have them anymore. They're being banned. Menthol cigarettes cause cancer.
I completely disagree with that too. Yeah, if menthol cigarettes cause cancer, by the way, everyone knows that cigarettes cause cancer. If you want to hurt yourself, your body does not belong to the government. From what I've heard, the 13th Amendment abolished slavery. Your body and your fucking person can no longer belong to the government. Why is the government still allowed to tell you that you're not allowed to do a drug based on the fact that it might hurt you. Slavery has been overturned. We are no longer allowed to own slaves, including the government. So how can any drugs still be illegal when the 13th Amendment is old now?
Well, of course, a lot of things cause cancer, probably more than we know. Potentially, cell phones cause cancer. Potentially, diet soda causes cancer.
Very
They
good
do in
point.
rats. They're not banned. How come? Because the people who make and use those products have paid millions in campaign contributions to keep them legal.
Like, I mean, sure, but like, I watched him in the St. Hugo debate. Like, isn't this guy in favor of keeping money into politics? I'm actually against that, and that's actually the St. Hugo debate. That's actually why I learned about that point. I would agree, actually. Apparently, and I'm surprised St. didn't make that point more. Like, yeah, other countries such as France, I've heard from my mother, they have they only allow small campaign donations, and like it works out very well for them, and it's just less corrupt thanks to that. Like, having money into politics, what he's pretty much complaining about here, an application of that, like, yeah, that's sort of what you get when you have money allowed into politics, isn't it? Like, I do get his, I do sympathize with his position on that. Like, yeah, it's free. It's speech. Are you not allowed to give money to certain people during a certain period of time? No, actually, you can't do that. It's called the First Amendment. But, like, then you're going to have stuff like that, and you can't really complain about it when you're in favor of keeping money into politics. But, I mean, I agree with this premise in general. Like, yeah, the whole thing with people being bought off. But then, like, why would... I don't know if he necessarily knows that other countries that don't have money into politics, like, that type of stuff can't really happen as much. But, yeah, I don't even necessarily know about that much myself, so maybe I should shut the fuck up, but yeah, I feel I had a point there.
Nobody cares what menthol smokers think. They're at the bottom of our caste system. They're poor, so no more pleasure for them.
Actually, the homeless are.
Menthol cigarettes are out, along with the many small businesses that sell them. Watch.
The biggest...
Yeah, and I think that's absolutely fucking wrong. Like, yeah, that's basically communism for you. Just saying, yeah, you can no longer operate your fucking business because it's bad for society. Where is my weed? I think it might be here, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Aw, fuck yeah, dude. That's a good chunk. Yo! Mine. Yeah, I'm trying not to... Dude, I forgot that I have my fucking, like, blunt piece of... Dude, I am fucking retarded. Like, I am hella retarded. Let's fucking go. Dang.
Seller at the Elmsford Smoke Shop these days are the vaping products, but a close second is menthol-flavored cigarettes.
I think that's a basic, like a human right to buy like the favorite
Yeah,
cigarette.
to buy and to sell whatever you want, unless it is a product that is like that has the purpose and the only purpose of maliciously harming somebody else in a way that shouldn't be allowed. So, say like what's it called? The like poisons, for example. But like, I know there's a drug that is lowly notorious for being used for raping people. Like banning that drug, I'd be fine with it. But like cigarettes, you would use that on yourself, and harming yourself should not be illegal because the 13th Amendment is fucking old. We are no longer allowed to have slaves, and deciding that somebody else's body and health now belongs to us, we should regulate, and we should get to make the standards for how other people's health. We should get to make the standards for how other people should treat their own bodies. It doesn't get more slavery than that. Like, that is slavery for you. So, yeah, I believe that drugs should all be legalized because I am against slavery.
Owner Anna Yao says menthol products have always been popular. It's why she keeps them displayed behind the cash register next to the regular cigarettes. But soon Anna may not be able to sell any of those flavored butts.
Very difficult, very hard for her.
Yeah, I think she should sell them on the black market. And if people try to go in to raid her, to say, oh yeah, you're selling stuff that, yeah, like, she should just fucking shoot them in self-defense.
The FDA today,
like, there's, like, yeah, they just be trying to impede on your fucking freedoms there. Like, and there's a lot of the time, like, there are some cases, say, the people who tried to kidnap me to bring me to Oceans. Yeah, there should be a law saying that if people from the Oceans facility come to your house and you tell them to leave your house and they say, no, we're going to kidnap you. If you have a gun, you should, and you shoot them, that should be considered self-defense because these people are going to kidnap you. And on top of that, they were probably gonna make you have to pay the price of your stay in prison after they had kidnapped you. So, yeah, that type of stuff, being in debt, I don't know, would that make you more or less likely to stay or even get suicidal if you aren't suicidal yet? So, yeah, I think that's absolutely self-defense. I think there should be a lot more cases that would be extenses of self-defense.
Proposed a plan that would in fact ban menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars, saying the actions have the potential to significantly reduce...
It's like defending your business is defending your property, which, like, you're defending your rights and you're defending yourself.
Disease and death. As for Anna, she hopes the FDA will reconsider so her business can survive.
Yeah, I hope they reconsider theft.
It's really hurt my business.
Yeah. That's absolute, that's absolute
history as we
fascism.
know it. You don't get away with anything, and so you might
That guy's just such a clown. I don't know.
What's so interesting is the lady you just saw was clearly not from this country. She doesn't speak regular English. She's obviously an immigrant. Her first response is, well, buying the kind of cigarettes you like is a human right. And she's absolutely right. And she probably moved here for that reason. But boy, do they hate tobacco. And it's not because it causes cancer. They don't care about your health. They closed the gyms during COVID. Anyone who closed a gym during a pandemic that killed people who were fat clearly doesn't care about your health at all.
So I definitely get that point, and I definitely get the appeal, but look, I think it's a completely separate issue. Like the thing with the pandemic, it's like, yeah, sure, going and exercising is going to help you, but even though going and exercising might help you, you should still not be allowed to spread a deadly disease. At least that is the argument. And yeah, that might be fundamentally incompatible with some of your fundamental freedoms and liberties. But that's just how life is. Life is a sandbox, and sometimes these types of things will happen because life is a lot of things, and reality is complicated, and a lot of things are fundamentally life. Nothing in the laws of physics say that politicians have to be happy. If you look at astrophysicists, they will also tell you nothing in the laws of physics say they have to be happy. They struggle a lot having to find formulas that work, and there are a lot of problems. Sometimes things don't go right, and you have to make the lesser of two evils. Just like scientists might have to save one theory, might have to give up on one theory that really worked well in a lot of cases and had some really great, aspects, oh well, it would explain such and such about such and such other thing, because, well, that thing has become less plausible than a new theory that just works better. And it's the same thing with politics. Sometimes, you're trying to do the best thing, but there's a hierarchy of priorities you should take in terms of whose rights you're protecting. And when two people's liberties or rights go into conflict, which is the whole reason why we'd have democracy over anarchy, to be able to prioritize one right over another in the case where that happens, which is all the time. That's where there would be conflict to force us to live in a social society because we're better socially. That's the whole fucking point. And at that point, what the fuck was I just saying? In a democracy, we just have to choose whose rights we prioritize sometimes. And either way.
They hate nicotine. They love THC. They're promoting weed to your children, but they're not letting you use tobacco or even not.
I think everything should be legal. Yeah, I agree, weed makes you fucking retarded. It is. But you should still be allowed to be retarded if that's your choice.
Non-tobacco nicotine delivery devices which don't cause cancer. Why do they hate nicotine? Because nicotine frees your mind, and THC makes you compliant and passive. That's why.
Nicotine frees your mind. I think that's actually the last thing I saw, and that's when I decided, nah, bro, I gotta come over and fucking stream this. I was like, yeah, let's just see if Wolvie's gonna, just get this fucking, political quiz out of the way first. But there's faggots playing Rust, so fuck me, dude. Nicotine frees your mind. I don't know, this has nicotine in it. If it frees your mind, I mean, the effects only last for a few seconds, so I don't know, the only type of thing that I'd have seen that would compare to, your mind only being freed for a few seconds was, this dystopian novel type, concept thing that would, create in 10th grade where we were studying a lot of that, The Giver, fucking, a bunch of that. One of them, they were, underground, and one of these kids found the keys to be able to go up, that they sent a note down or what. Dude, I'm going on a tangent, Jesus, but, apparently one of these, they, to make everybody be equal in stupidity, they would make smart people have a thing where, I don't know, every, 60 seconds, their brain would just fucking reset or whatever, and they wouldn't ever be able to get a, a fucking, a coherent thought out before their brain would reset. So, I don't know, if you're free to think clearly for a few seconds, I don't know how much that's gonna do for you, but that's pretty interesting. Nicotine frees your mind, and, like, weed makes you compline. I don't know about... Yeah, it makes you fucking retarded and, like, brain dead. I'll definitely agree with that. Like, fuck, you got me there. I smoke weed. I'm more fucking brain dead when I smoke weed than when I don't smoke weed. Like, that's irrefutable fact, but, I mean, should I have the right to be retarded? I don't know, like, it's sort of my body, my choice.
They hate it. It's a real threat to them. New legislation in New York would raise the cigar tax. Some people die from cigars.
Dude.
It's 75% now. In New York, the tax on cigars will be 95%. Guess
That's
the tax
insane.
on weed is in New York? 13%.
90%, that's just insane. Like, you're pretty much stealing their entire revenue. How are they allowed to do this? How are they allowed to tax certain products so much? Like, this should be illegal. That is clearly a specific attack on a company. I can't believe that tobacco companies haven't sued the government and won yet. Like, they're literally forcing them to put on their products, this kills you, when this is a well-known fact. Like, if I was the tobacco companies, I would not stand for this. I would be like, go fuck yourself. I am not writing that shit on my product. And if you have a problem with me, well, I will move out of the contract, and I will keep operating these businesses, and I will get fucking gunmen. If you try to shut them down, they will protect the businesses. And I'll just move out of the country. Like, you can't do anything to me. Like, if the government had fucked me over that much with my business that I'm just trying to run to allow people to have the choice to do something, they would force me to write on my product, don't buy it because it kills you. I would tell them, fuck off. You have no right to tell me to write on my own product in big letters to discourage people from buying my product. I will not do that, and if you tell me to do that, I will tell you to go fucking eat a bullet. I will tell you to go fucking shoot yourself, and I will tell you to fuck off. I can't believe the tobacco companies are complying with that stuff. I would never do that if I was one of these owners. I would do everything. I would tell them, back off. If I need to protect my company with violence, clearly you are ready to commit violence against me if I'm not ready to comply. Well, how about you act first? You act first, I will not comply. You act first, and I will be ready to defend myself. That's what I would do.
Oh, have some more weed. No more nicotine for you.
No, I'm gonna have both.
That New York has also...
And I'm gonna have all the other fucking drugs
and the use of plastic straws. Now, why'd they ban plastic straws? You know, there's a reason for this. But we can't remember what it is. To be fair, neither can Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna...
I think we should. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. It's really
to be fair, there was... Kurzgesagt made a video about this. I think this is a great video. People should watch this. Like, the only fair argument I could see to ban plastic straws, and by the way, this would be a huge, this would be a huge rights violation of any businesses, such as, like McDonald's, Taco Bell, all of these places, they use plastic straws, so they would have to change their businesses by law. So the only justification I could see from this would be, this plastic, crisis where, like, but then if you're gonna be in favor of banning plastic straws, like, what else are you gonna make these people buy to make their customers drink out of? How can you, like, the only argument I could see which would actually hold, which would have any value in favor of banning plastic straws, you would have to logically also agree that places like Walmart should be banned from having plastic bags. They should have another option. If you could have another option than plastic straws that are as affordable, otherwise, you are forcing these companies to increase their fucking spending. So unless you can prove that unless they reduce their spending, they are contributing to a crisis which is going to hurt other people who can't sign a contract to not be hurt by that, then you're committing theft. You're forcing these people to increase their spending without providing an explanation as to how they are committing rights violation if they don't increase their funding, because the methods that they're using are harmful and malicious, then you're committing theft. You can't do that. Like, you do not own anybody else's wealth, you don't own anybody else's body, because slavery has been overturned. You cannot own people's belongings, you cannot own their body. You can't tell them what they can put inside their body, and you can't tell them what they can do with their money. All of that is called slavery.
If you Walmart, you know that with everyday low prices, you can spend a little less to get a little more.
Dude, usually when I see this, I just like refresh the page and it will give me a 5-second ad, but for some reason my brain was slow and I didn't
to make life a little better.
Markets are down. Buy the dip.
Oh, fucking kill yourself. I'm definitely
When the
not.
gods grant.
There we go. So I'm not gonna watch this entire video. Okay, let's see, what is this, by the way? Oh yeah, this was so fucking gay. Yeah, just the kind of person the GOP wants. They were talking about George Santos, and in this video, the Humanist Report exposed him for apparently allowing a dog to die, and this was their response. To be fair, it's your point, but I'm pretty sure they actually hate him. Yeah, the GOP hates the Santos, and actually, on Fox News, Tulsi Gabbard, who was filling in for Tucker Carlson, grilled him. Like, she completely went in on him. Yeah, they hate him. What did someone reply to me? Yeah, so they said if they hated him, they would vote to have him removed. So what was my reply to that? Fuck, you know, how many replies are there to this? Okay, who exactly can do that, and do they represent the average person who voted for them, aka Republican voters? Like, yeah, I didn't even know that they could vote to have them removed or something, but like, either way, they care about that person's policies, and if they vote to have them removed, who's gonna replace them? It might be a Democrat, so, like, if they are for Republican, values, they would probably, value having somebody who's going to, like, support their fucking tastes and their values. Like, that's just political strategy. So even then, I wouldn't think that makes them bad people. But this whole story of him being fake came out before he was elected is what you're saying. Wait, W Green. Let me see. Wait, what did they... Yeah, I remember they said something really fucking stupid. Like a real big generalization. Yeah, the people voted for him, you get what you asked for. Yeah, that's what I was answering. So this whole story of him being fake came out before he was elected is what you're saying? Like, I get that's not what you're saying. I'm not strawmanning you. I'm just pointing out that if that's not what you're saying, what exactly are you saying then? Santos accurately describe represent your average... Yeah, you get what you... Yeah, none of this was known. None of this came out before he was elected. So, oh well, they voted for him. You just get what. The fuck? They didn't vote for that. Like, they didn't vote for someone who was fake. None of this was known before. And as soon as it got known, on Tucker Carlson, like the biggest fucking show I've recently heard, so, like, great, he's doing great. Well, he deserves it. He's a great guy. He is very successful. I think he deserves that success. He's very good at, like, communicating. I think he has a lot of good, valuable messages to spread. I just think a lot of these, unfortunately, like, transphobia is bad, but, yeah, the whole fucking story, this wasn't known before. And now they're just trying to use this to slander Republicans. Oh, these fucking people. Alright, let me see, I'm really curious as to how, let's see, how it reaches the point where someone like him managed to avoid being properly checked out prior to him standing for election. I mean, either way, whether he be a Republican or a Democrat, it's like, the people who would do the fact-checking would be from the opposite party anyway, so if this wasn't fact-checked beforehand, you can't really blame the Republicans for it. They kept this all secret. No, it's never gonna be the same party that does the fact-checking. That's usually not what happens, because parties, the people tend to protect their own. Also a negative thing with having two cookie-cutter opinions, aka a bipartisan legislature. Yeah, people are just gonna protect their own because they care about their own people's opinions, but you can't even really blame that here because, yeah, who do the fact-checking? The opposition, so... Så it kan like to, fucking... I'm doing this on stream. I mean, I have 0 fucking viewers. Who cares? I should have put 2 P's on that. fucking... I'm typing this on screen. On stream. Like, the fuck? This is so gay. Yeah, type shit. Yeah, whatever, I'm fucking high. I don't... Yeah, I'm just typing whatever bulb I can... Like, my brain sorta has words to think of and stuff, so... Dude, this is literally like a... Wow, my god, this reminds me of the forums, which is fucking great. Like, I love having wars with people in the comments. Like, dude, the Hypixel forums was a great place for that. Like, everybody would be a triggered liptard over there, so it was extra fun. Like, I just keep getting fucking banned, though. Fucking sucked, but, it was a good place. Like, there was... It was just such a shit posting, like meme central. Like, it was just so golden, dude. Talking about golden, this looks like King Midas.
King Midas one wish. He wished that everything he touched would turn to gold. Midas was delighted. Trees, rocks, buildings, all gold. But soon he found in horror that his food turned into gold as well. When he hugged his daughter to soothe his pain, he realized his mistake too late. The richest man in existence was starving, heartbroken, and alone. Humanity got a similar wish granted when we learned how to turn brown, stinky goo into magic. Plastic. Cheap, sterile, and convenient, it changed our lives. But this wonder of technology got a little out of hand. Plastic has saturated our environment. It has invaded the animals we eat, and now it's finding its way into our bodies.
This is such a good video. All of Kurzgesagt videos are just fucking just so beyond amazing. They just have like the most like outstanding of standards. Like, I just saw their tweet, like the Instagram thing, I think, where they showed like their rejected thumbnails, and it's like they're all so good, but you could see the like minor imperfections, like the minor fucking details, the improvements that make it from perfect to just god tier outstanding, just beyond professional perfect. Like, just that tiny edge. Like, they will take any edge. They will not take any imperfection. Then, like, they honestly, Kurzgesagt, they animate their stuff. They can't have a video on every issue because it takes forever. But I'd say they are by far the most accurate source of information I might ever get my information. So, like, yeah, I'd recommend anybody go ahead and click their channel. There's like 2 videos. Is meat actually bad for you? And like their video on dairy and milk. Like Mike the Vegan made response videos to those. So yeah, he hadn't covered. They hadn't covered everything, but. Other than those 2 videos, like they cover a lot of topics and they do a really great job.
2 audio samples because 95% of people
my nose
can't
is
tell
still
which
fucking itching.
What is plastic? For most of our history, humans used stuff we found in nature to build the things we needed. But the invention of plastic roughly 100 years ago completely changed our world. Plastic is made from polymers, long, repeating chains of molecule groups. In nature, polymers exist everywhere. The walls of cells, silk, hair, insect carapaces, DNA. But it's also possible to create them. By breaking down crude oil into its components and rearranging them, we can form new synthetic polymers. Synthetic polymers have extraordinary traits. They are lightweight, durable, and can be molded into almost any shape. Not requiring time-consuming manual work, plastic can be easily mass-produced, and its raw materials are available in vast amounts and incredibly cheaply. And so the golden era of plastics began. Bakelite was used for mechanical parts, PVC for plumbing, electric gears and cases, acrylic as a shatter-resistant alternative to glass, and nylon for stockings and war equipment. Today, almost everything is at least partly made from plastic. Our clothes, phones, computers, furniture, appliances, houses and cars. Plastic has long ceased to be a revolutionary material. Instead, it became trash. Coffee cups, plastic bags, or stuff to wrap a banana. We don't think about this fact a lot. Plastic just appears and goes away. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Since synthetic polymers are so durable, plastic takes between 500 and 1,000 years to break down. But somehow, we collectively decided to use this super tough material for things meant to be thrown away. 40% of plastics are used for packaging. In the US, packaging makes up 1/3 of all the waste that is generated annually. Since its invention, we have produced about 8.3 billion metric tons of plastic, 335 million tons in 2016 alone. More than 6.3 billion metric tons of plastic have become waste since 1907. Piled up in one place, that makes a cube with a side length of 1.9 kilometers. So, what did we do with all this waste? 9% was recycled, 12% burned, but 79% of it is sticking around still. A lot ends up in the ocean, around 8 million tons a year. That's so much plastic that it will outweigh all the fish in the ocean by 2050. Because it's everywhere, marine animals keep getting trapped in plastic and swallowing it. In 2015 already, 90% of seabirds had eaten plastic. Many animals starve with stomachs full of indigestible trash. In 2018, a dead sperm whale washed up in Spain. He had eaten 32 kilos of plastic bags, nets, and a drum. While this is tragic and makes for great magazine covers, there's an even more widespread, invisible form of plastic. Microplastics. Microplastics are pieces smaller than 5 millimeters.
It's so good. By the way, they make their own music tracks for all of their videos, which is just holy shit. They just are out to do everything in every fucking category.
Some of them are used in cosmetics or
like the government should really like take them personally as
toothpaste,
advice.
But most result from floating waste that is constantly exposed to UV radiation and crumbles into smaller and smaller pieces. 51 trillion such particles float in the ocean, where they are even more easily swallowed by all kinds of marine life. This has raised concerns among scientists, especially about health risks from the chemicals that are added to plastic. BPA, for example, makes plastic bottles transparent, but there's also evidence that it interferes with our hormonal system. DHP makes plastics more flexible, but may cause cancer. It would be pretty bad if microplastics are toxic because they travel up the food chain.
Oh my fucking god, like, there's a 15-second ad. Dude, it says one of two. Fuck it,
Marriage is the easiest thing on the planet. Said no one ever. Ever.
When the gods granted King Midas one wish, he wished that everything he touched would turn to gold. Microplastics are toxic because they travel up the food chain. Zooplankton eat microplastic. Small fish eat zooplankton. So do oysters, crabs, and predatory fish. And they all land on our plate. Microplastics have been found in honey, in sea salt, in beer, in tap water, and in the household dust around us. 8 out of 10 babies and nearly all adults have measurable amounts of phthalates, a common plastic additive, in their bodies. And 93% of people have BPA in their urine. There is little science about this so far, and right now it's inconclusive. We need a lot more research before panic is justified. But it is safe to say that a lot of stuff happened that we didn't plan for, and we have lost control over plastic to a certain extent, which is kind of scary. But just to make sure, we should simply ban plastics, right? Unfortunately, it's a bit more complicated than that. Plastic pollution is not the only environmental challenge we face. Some of the substitutes we'd use for plastic have a higher environmental impact in other ways. For example, according to a recent study by the Danish government, making a single-use plastic bag requires so little energy and produces far lower carbon dioxide emissions compared to a reusable cotton bag that you need to use your cotton bag 7,100 times before it would have a lower impact on the environment than the plastic bag. We're left with a complex process of trade-offs. Everything has an impact somehow, and it's hard to find the right balance between them.
That's sort of what I was talking about earlier with politics. A lot of the time, these issues are a matter of just, like, you can't have the perfect option. The perfect option usually doesn't exist. And if it was, maybe not in our political landscape today, because, like, since Trump, it legit just became in both sides were guilty to doing this. Like, to some extent, like, it really became, like, as soon as you take a fucking stance on any issue, we're automatically gonna disagree with it just because you're the one taking the fucking stance, which is just brain dead fucking clownery, like, that sorta, unfortunately, the reason why I was tuned on to politics is because the political landscape has become this fucking epic Poggers XD thing, which I'm really fucking into. It's entertaining, to say the least. But, yeah, like, normally, if there'd be an issue that, like, there is a position you can take that is just perfect, that doesn't have any, like, counterpoints that really need to be addressed of, well, yeah, this is how it's, fundamentally incompatible with such and such, that would also be, like, these are the bad things that would happen from what you're proposing here. And it's like, you have to balance them out. You have to make the best, choice, and sometimes there won't be a perfect choice. Otherwise, at least normally, it shouldn't be a partisan issue if it's a perfect choice. Not if most people are reasonable, at least it shouldn't. Unless they just get fucking misinformed and that shit goes up. And, like, clearly that can happen. Yeah, trans people should, fucking, not be allowed to teach in public schools, because, yeah, so apparently one of them committed rape. Do all of them commit rape? Well, I don't know how, common are rapes at drag queen events, which is apparently the fucking, like, the G-spot, versus, in churches. Well, I don't know, apparently it's much higher in churches. Oh, well, trans people commit the crime of rape, except we've just, went over that. What else? Oh, Mexican, like, yeah, immigrants, they, like, these illegal immigrants, they come in and commit crime, maybe a theft, stuff like that, I guess, maybe rape too. Oh, well, turns out immigrants, illegal and non-illegal, commit crimes less, like, at half the fucking rate that native-born Americans do, and intuitively that makes sense. If they don't want to be kicked out of the fucking country, and if they came here, they left where they were born, and most Americans wouldn't do that. Not just because they like the country, but because they were born and they feel a sense of identity with where they are. If people, prefer the United States so much that they might do that, they might leave where they're born. Maybe they don't want to go back over there, and maybe they like it a lot more over here and they would like to stay over there, so, yeah, they wouldn't commit crime because they have an incentive, they have a bigger incentive not to. So, like, that would just make sense, especially if they're illegal. Like, they'd just be fucking deported if it comes up. Like, who the fuck are you? Oh, you're not even fucking allowed to be here. like, and what else? Oh, police officers, they commit the crime of racism. Oh, but, turns out, black police officers are twice as likely to shoot black people than white police officers. Well, I don't know, seems like, there are some fucking phony narratives that have been pushed lately that come from both sides that are bullshit. Oh, like, yeah, vaccines, they fucking cause these fucking side effects that, like, yeah, vaccines are dangerous because of these side effects, except that these side effects are actually more common and oftentimes also more deadly if you, like, as a side effect of COVID than as a side effect of the vaccine. But if you take the vaccine, you're definitely taking the vaccine. But if you have COVID, you might just not have COVID. So, if you don't have COVID, you definitely won't get these side effects. Well, if you take, I don't know, let's do Bayes' theorem. I learned that a few years ago when I was on brilliant.org, like in 12th grade, like 11th. Yeah, like, who the fuck is, yeah, if we take the combined probability of you fucking, like, if we take the fucking chances of you both getting COVID and getting these, fucking side effects, your chance of both getting COVID and getting these side effects you're complaining about from the vaccines are fucking greater given that you don't take the vaccine than they would be of you getting these side effects given that you take the vaccine, or you actually getting COVID given that you take the vaccine, and given that you also have the side effects attributed with that, because yeah, you'll have COVID a lot milder if you have the vaccine, so these side effects are way less likely to hit you. So yeah, that whole thing sort of debunks like a lot of these narratives. So clearly, in today's world, some absolute bullshit can be pushed down people's throats from both sides. Unfortunately, the Republican side these days tends to spew a lot more of it, because like they had to go with Trump, the big memer that completely changed the political spectrum. Like the left wanted their full-fledged retards with just CNN. They just turned their actual reputable platform into clickbait cancer because, oh, Trump, yeah, it's actually a lot more convenient and easy to just, shitpost, like, talking about the same fucking thing over and over again, that requires a lot less effort, and it gets us more views. Wait, we don't have to put effort into our shit anymore? Fuck yeah, dude. So yeah, CNN lost a bunch of reputation, and like the right got to make fun of them while Donald Trump was just being the meme, and everyone could just meme CNN for just having their mental breakdown bullshit, while everyone was like, not my president. But yeah, Donald Trump being fucking like the guy he was, being the meme that made everyone have a mental breakdown. He wasn't that extremely bright either, so yeah, he sort of stole the Democrats' fucking idea, because he wasn't even that original. Or from, when he got, when there was first outrage over him being president. And, he got elected president. There had to be fun. Like, no, they weren't going to take that. They so badly didn't like Trump. Like, when Trump got elected, the Democrats were so pissed off. Oh, no, they were not about to accept that. Not my president. Anyone remember that? Like, yeah, and back then, the Democrats decided, well, you know what? we're not gonna fucking claim this guy. We're not gonna claim this guy as our president. So they came up with the idea of saying, the election was rigged, guys. It was Russia. It was fucking Russia, dude. They rigged our election. That's why we got this fucking nigga right here, Donald Trump. We didn't want this fucking dude. We don't want him. Bro, we didn't want him. It was Russia. It's like, if you were gonna make the case that, unless you have the majority vote, it's not really a democracy, that is actually, I would agree with that. That's a separate issue. But yeah, like claiming, oh, the election was rigged, which Donald Trump did the next time, because guess what, again, by then, him not, being re-elected was going to cause outrage somewhere, just like him getting elected was going to cause outrage somewhere. So Donald Trump just took the idea from the Democrats. Oh, well, they sort of did that. We're just gonna fucking do the same thing. Because, like, it sort of fucking worked for them. They got their talking point bullshit. And, like, I don't know. Like, it sort of died. It didn't destroy their fucking movement. So Donald Trump did it. And he was like, well, yeah, we're just gonna mimic their thing. None of them said, yeah, you're just taking our fucking talking point. That was our talking point. Like, you're stealing that from us. Like, this idea of, yeah, let's just fucking claim that, the election was stolen because we don't like, the fact that we're in charge, or we don't like the fact, we don't like the fact that this guy's in charge, or we don't like the fact that we're no longer in charge. Like, we came up with that fucking idea, dumbass. Like, the Democrats actually came up with that, and you're just stealing that from them. Like, yeah, no Democrat is, like, fucking bringing this up for some reason. Hey, by the way, this wasn't even your fucking original idea, retard. But, like, yeah, Trump, not very original, but here's a fucking meme, though. I like him. I would like to see him as president again. I would like to see Not My President come back. Like, I would like to see CNN start their next fucking race war. There's probably still some fucking person somewhere, who's being killed by a violent cop. And there's probably at least one of these people somewhere who are being killed by violent cops who happen to be black. And I'm sure CNN would get that on tape again if Donald Trump took the presidency. Like, them trying to make some, like, white supremacy, which had legit become pretty much as relevant as flat earth. Yeah, they would probably go for another attempt at trying to revive that dead topic, which, who would do that unless they want to endorse it, by the way? Yeah, they would probably take another shot at promoting that, if Donald Trump took office, because clearly it's died down. White supremacy was just such a dead topic that after they just would keep talking about it just on and on, that they just spam shitposts about it for just so long. Like, yeah, everybody ended up just not giving a shit, and they just had to drop it. Yeah, at least Fox News dropped it. Fox News doesn't really tend to talk anymore about CNN. Just, like, do they still do their just white supremacy run? So they still, like, I don't know, they're profit driven. I mean, they're corporate fucking Democrats, no shit, but, like, yeah, I don't know, like, CNN are pretty fucking dumb. Like, I don't know, have they moved on from, like, trying to push white supremacy by trying to pander to the idea that, oh, it's gone so mainstream, when, bitch, you're the only one trying to make it mainstream. It was pretty much flat earth until you tried reviving it for some reason. Like, I don't know why you do that. Obviously, other platforms like Fox News aren't doing that. They aren't giving that type of attention for God knows what reason. Who cares about a dead idea that is fucking dumb anyway? But, I mean, yeah, dude, I have no fucking clue what the fuck I was talking about. I went on a tangent that I'm so fucking high, dude.
It also helps solve problems that we don't have very good answers for.
I wonder if I have any people watching my stream. This is so sad. XD. Of what they're saying, like, because they're playing that just have one concurrent view. Yeah, let me... Dude, thing is, I feel like if I play that, like, it might, take some of my internet. And, like, that might make my stream just fucking... I don't know, Cox is a scam company. It's like, yeah, there are some companies, obviously, that shouldn't be allowed to run. Like, tobacco companies, they should be allowed to run. But, like, yeah, say Oceans, who are, human trafficking slash kidnapping company, they shouldn't be allowed to operate. Cox, which is a scam company, it should be forced to reimburse every single person that it's ever scammed in its entirety, and they should be replaced with some company which is legitimate. But, like, yeah, I just wanted to throw that out because fuck Cox. But yeah, I definitely think, and by the way, I made a legit live stream where I pointed out how they are scammers. But yeah, fucking hell, what was I?
At the moment, globally, 1/3 of all food that's produced.
By the way, let me go back a bit because now people probably
To find the right balance between them. Plastic also helps solve problems that we don't have very good answers for at the moment. Globally, 1/3 of all food that's produced is never eaten and ends up rotting away on landfills where it produces methane. And the best way of preventing food from spoiling and avoiding unnecessary waste is still plastic packaging. It's also important to note where the vast majority of the world's plastic pollution is coming from right now. 90% of all plastic waste entering the ocean through rivers comes from just 10 rivers in Asia and Africa. The Yangtze in China alone flushes 1.5 million tons of plastic into the ocean each year. Countries like China, India, Algeria or Indonesia industrialized at an impressive pace in the last few decades, transforming the lives of billions of people. This development was so fast that the garbage disposal infrastructure couldn't keep up with collecting and recycling all the new waste this brought. If politicians in Europe and the US want to address this issue, investing in infrastructure in developing countries is just as important as fighting plastic pollution at home, with campaigns and redesigning products to minimize unnecessary plastic production. The bottom line is, as long as we don't address plastic pollution from a global perspective, we will not solve it. Plastic pollution is a complicated problem. We found a magic material and we had a really good time with it. But we need to be careful, or just like Midas, we'll end up in a world that we didn't wish for. Your individual daily actions still have a huge impact. What you do matters. Refuse disposable plastics. Convince your friends and family to do the same. Pressure companies and politicians to take the necessary steps to keep our oceans clean and our food safe. Together, we can beat plastic pollution. This video...
Yeah, so I think that would definitely be like the only argument someone could have in favor of banning plastic straws. Yeah, I know I went on that huge tangent but yeah, it's sort of good to be watching different videos, that's sort of what this live streaming thing is for me to just jump from tangent to tangent, because apparently that's just what I'm going to be fucking doing anyway. Like, I can't fucking help myself, dude. Like, let's just embrace it, you know? But, yeah, I think that's really the only argument someone could have in favor of banning plastic straws, because otherwise, unless you're going to provide and fund, like, the replacement you're proposing for these plastic straws, and provide them for as cheap of a cost as these people would buy their plastic straws, you are committing theft. You are demanding that they spend more money to get what they could have gone for the same thing, so you are forcing them to give more money for something that they have to buy, so you are forcing them to give you money in return, like, with nothing in return. That is called theft. Look up the definition of theft. It's called theft. Like, if you disagree with that, you're disagreeing with the definition. I mean, fine. But, I mean, we looked this up earlier. I'm not... Fuck, do I... No, I have this. Yeah, whatever.
To drink out of a paper straw when you had, if you're just, like, if you don't gulp it down immediately, it starts to bend.
Yes.
And then, you know, the little thing catches it, and then, you know, but so we gotta kind of...
Like, I'm very glad that I, like, went on this tangent to watch this video. That's, like, definitely great, very informative video that will not have any partisan fucking pushing in it. But, like, dude, yeah, that's not at all this just dude, she just sounds so fucking retarded, like, holy shit. Like, I always thought Tucker Carlson was taking her out of context. Like, I don't know, what is the context for her just saying we should ban fucking plastic straws because, like, it bends and it makes this, like, spooky noise or whatever, or, like, it fucking does something when it bends and it's like, the fuck are you gonna say?
That one a little bit more.
She's just fucking cackling about, like, why she wants to bend some. Like, just so randomly. Like, is she trolling?
So we
This is fucking amazing. Did she smoke weed?
Let's
Oh wait, what in the fuck?
And then, you know, the little thing catches it, and then, you know, but so we got to kind of perfect that one a little bit more. Let's encourage innovation, and you know, I think we could do a little bit better than some of those flimsy plastic straws, but we do need to ban the plastic.
Let's encourage innovation. You can't even get the planes to take off on time.
Fucking hilarious.
You can't even get the rats out of Penn Station. But you, who've never had a job, are going to invent an alternative to the plastic straw?
Fucking hilarious.
What are you going to come up with? A titanium straw? What? Got any ideas on that?
I fucking love
Carmella
Tucker
Harris?
Carlson, dude. Gotta love him.
These are the last people who should be regulating anything.
Yeah,
There
the
was no
fuck?
innovation if it
That's
got
such
in
a
the
good
shower
point
with
this. Like, the
But the bottom line is, they have no authority. They have no constitutional authority over your personal life. If it's not in the public sphere, they have no right to ban it. You can smoke any kind of menthol cigarettes you want. You can cook in any stove.
Wait, how about weed? Then.
If you want. Only you decide what goes into your body. Period. That's the promise of America.
Wait, all of a sudden he's taken a really, really pro-drug position. I'd expect this of Greg Gutfeld, but of him... that's...
And if we don't stand up for that and say, no, come and
Is he
get
gonna
it.
say, this is what the liberals' position is supposed to be? Like...
Unless we're not embarrassed to be made fun of by...
Tucker's just full of surprises. Like, holy shit. Like, I fucking love this guy. Like, he really is a character. And, like, if you're gonna say he's a fucking fake point of view my fucking ass. Like, this guy is the opposite of fake point of view. Literally starting with the fact that he fucking has a career when he doesn't need to have one. He was born rich, and he has mentioned this. Like, he doesn't make a big fucking deal about it. He has mentioned it, though, and it is true. He never needed to have this career, and in fact, it's a very fucking, like, time-consuming, I'd assume very exhausting. Like, he has a lot to fucking do. He's very productive. That must require a lot of effort, and he doesn't need to be doing this. He was already born rich. He could be rich. He doesn't need to be doing all this to be rich. So, like, what's the incentive here? Oh, he does this to be rich. That's usually the thing. Well, clearly that's not the case. Next up, what's your next argument? Come on, move it. I'm seeing the same argument against Tucker Carlson. Just, oh yeah, he's promoting all this dumb shit, the vaccine misinformation. Like, he's just trying to kill his audience. Yeah, that's gonna fucking boost his money. He's just doing it all for money, bro. That's what he wants, dude. It's like, okay, so that got refuted. Okay, next up, we're tired of hearing that. Oh, he's a racist. I have clips of him denouncing racism and, like, legit explaining under, like, his, positions that would be logically consistent with his worldviews, how he would logically like explain that racism is wrong. Like, he's denounced that. Look it up. Look up. This is supposed to be a meritocracy where he talks about affirmative action. And he's against affirmative action. Like, this guy is categorically against racism, and he explained in that video that he is against racism, and he explained why racism is so immoral and ridiculous. That is, by definition, not the position of a racist. So, if you're gonna assume that he holds the opinions that align with racism, but you're not assuming it based on what he says, because clearly what he says is the opposite. What are you assuming it on? Oh, like, he's just racist because he wants money. Okay, well, he doesn't want money. Okay, so that argument has also been refuted. He's not racist. That is a lie. He's against racism. He's explained that. Okay, so, like, these people need to stop making the same slanderous arguments against him at this point. Oh, he's a Nazi. Well, there is no fucking argument in favor of he's a Nazi. There are just people calling him that because they like to. So I don't even need to go ahead and refute that because there's nothing to even refute. But again, another thing he gets slandered for. But I don't even know why I was talking about all that.
MSNBC. Oh, you're obsessed with gas stoves. No, you're obsessed with gas stoves, buddy. You're obsessed with controlling my life, and I'm not going to let you. Come and take it. How's that? But no one says that. So now they're banning laundry detergents, because those are dangerous too. Incandescent light bulbs. They're also on the way out.
Hilarious.
The Department of Energy has just banned them. They look too good.
I don't know. Like, it just sounds like I'd be hearing more about this. If that stuff was actually going to get removed from my house. Like, how are they planning to do this? Like, if they were saying that, you'd have to... I don't know, like, maybe it hasn't gone that far yet. I mean, I don't know anything about this. That just sounds so odd.
So now you're stuck with some...
Yeah, this is really news to me.
Glowy fluorescent crap. You're saving the planet. There's no rhyme or reason. The only thing that unites all of these regulations is the control they hand to a small group of dumb people with no demonstrable job skills who only feel alive when they're crushing the weak. They make up these insane...
And that's why we need a meritocracy. That's also why I'm against free college for all, because I'm for free college, which is what we currently have in the United States for those who merited. Look up what TOPS is. It's a scholarship that exists for all citizens of the United States. If they have A's, it's even offered to me now because I have the green card if I have A's. If you have all A's, it covers 100% of your fucking shit, and either way you could apply for scholarship money. So college is already free for those who actually earn it. And yeah, that is a point, like, when liberals are trying to, like, make free college a thing. Like, they're arguing, like, they're using the national debt, and, like, for example, I saw Cenk Uygur in the debate with Ben Shapiro that I watched yesterday. It was a really good debate. He's used the Iraq war money, which, like, I definitely agree. If the Iraq war, I don't know anything about that, but I agree that war is bad. I don't, like, I know that we had a war with Iraq. That's literally the only thing I know about the war in Iraq. I believe it happened during the Trump presidency. That's it. That I don't know any context. But St. Hugo was saying, yeah, you see all the money we spent on the Iraq war? We could have made a code for all. We could have made the American dream. And no, the American dream is you can go ahead and what's it called? Yeah, you can reach for what you want to. You can go ahead and you can find your dream. You can make your dream happen. And there's a big difference between you can make your dream happen and you can just wait on your ass and not do shit, or make your dream happen. But either way, the dream will happen if the dream is the low bar of hitting going to college, because we're just gonna make it a communism when it comes to college. We're just not gonna make it merit-based, like this meritocracy system we currently have. Oh no, we want to make it not merit-based. Yeah, you currently get to go to college if you have all A's. Well, now you get to go to college anyway, so yeah, like they use like all the money, say, of the Iraq war. Secular talk used the example of trillions and Pentagon money missing. We could use that money to go towards free college, and it's like, oh yeah, buddy, that's like, is that really the far left's message? Because that's really where the left is at now. Like socially, that's the issues they believe in. Like the left, but like it's a huge fucking thing on the left to be in favor of free healthcare for all. And in fact, a lot of countries such as France, which is like a big fucking liberal country, have healthcare for all, free for all. And it works. It fucking works. This would work. And yeah, that's actually what St. Hugo's debate with Ben Shapiro started as. And like, yes, like I agree with Ben's point of view that like this is still a fucking fundamental property rights issue. But yeah, like this is where the left is at. The left believes we should have free college. The left believes we should have healthcare for all. And like, yeah, this is where the left is gonna start with like all this money that we definitely should take out of what's being placed. Clearly, is that was the main point of like them pointing that out. But yeah, like the first thing you'd want to put that money in instead of that is ending meritocracy and replacing it with communism in one aspect. Like, are you insane? We already have meritocracy. That's pretty fucking good. Yeah, you're also in favor of degrading meritocracy even more, as Tucker Carlson wrote ironically in his video called "This." I thought this was supposed to be a meritocracy. We thought this was supposed to be a meritocracy, where he criticized affirmative action. Well, guess what affirmative action is? Well, it's Jim Crow in 2023, and guess what CNN complains about? They complain about the Jim Crow that is old. Well, guess what today's Jim Crow laws, which are allowed, guess who they target? Who does affirmative action target in terms of racial, as a racial question? White people or black people more? So, yeah, just another example of how the, yeah, also of how CNN, fucking likes to push their race thing, and it's, just fucking racist cancer, but also of how, the left does tend to be against fucking meritocracy. Like, to a big fucking extent. And,
laws, because it makes them feel like Jesus. That's the truth.
Dude, I need to reseed that segment, because that's Jesus.
You're saving the planet. There's no rhyme or reason. The only thing that unites all of these regulations is the control they hand to a small group of dumb people with no demonstrable job skills who only feel alive when they're crushing the weak. They make up these insane laws because it makes them feel like Jesus.
And like
That's the truth.
That's sort of, and I hate it because like Tucker obviously believes what he says, and this is so consistent. This would explain like him being able to justify when he's so smart. He's way fucking smarter than me, for sure. Like that's how he would be able to justify in his mind, or like completely dodge the topic, morally speaking, of like the trans debate. How like such a big percentage of the population, like of such a big country, like a meaningful percentage, might be just lying about their gender identity. Like, to him, this whole fucking idea of the Democratic Party that's just inaugurating so many people is just like these, like this big subculture underground group of just beta fucking degenerate, just losers who are weak inside, and it just not true to God because we're just losing our faith and the country's getting more atheist or whatever. Like, conservatives also want to conserve God because that's something that they are very close to. That's something that makes up morals for them. And they're thinking, oh yeah, these lefties, like, they're trying to get away from God, which is our morals. And at the same time, they're trying to do all these immoral things, like commit theft. Like, this is just a part of their thing for them. Like, God is comically, it's Santa Claus, really. Like, it's a joke. But for people who believe in it, I mean, it makes sense. Like, yeah, they're trying to get away from a moral compass, from the moral guidance we've had as a country for so long. And at the same time, they're trying to commit theft. So, yeah, like, Tucker sort of sees all of that in that same bubble, and when the trans movement will come, it'll associate with the left, and he will, like, completely, like, not see this intuitively. How can someone's gender and sex be different? And he has trouble empathizing with that, because he has trouble understanding it. And then he sees, oh, it's from the left, and it's like, oh, it's these people who, yeah, all they feed, they just fucking try to bash you with anything that will be just more outrageous to test how obedient you'll be to them. That's always what he says about the left. That's what they do. It's just their signature move. Like, he's already planned out what he believes that the Democrats think, like, how they feel like. And so, yeah, he just automatically can assume ill intentions and fraudulentness in the intentions of whatever might be behind the trans movement based on these two things. And then the talking points that will come out from his side, from the people that he trusts, and from his company that is making all the talking points, that in fact all the hosts push out the same type of talking points, so you can't really say it's come from him. So the people who he trusts, who employed him to report on the news, that's the info that they're pushing him. That's the info that all of his buddies are pushing out. Was sort of also indoctrinating him. You can't just say, oh yeah, the influencers, they are the propagandists, but the people who watch him, who also share these opinions with him, oh yeah, just because they aren't well known, well, yeah, they get a pass. They aren't propagandists when they repeat that stuff. Like, no, they're actually, like, they're misinformed, but Tucker's not misinformed. Like, get the fuck out, right? But, like,
in Massachusetts.
But yeah, like, that entirely explains how he can, like, have these views. And when people, like, the status quo on his party that, like, he worships because he's for this conservatism, that's his ideology, and he was raised sort of like around these values, like, his dad's a conservative, apparently, even though at some point he was sort of liberal, I heard. I'm not sure. Like, I know he used to be pro-choice, and apparently he used to be for the death penalty, now he's against it. I am for the death penalty, by the way, but, like, yeah, he's definitely changed his mind on stuff, but, like, yeah, he sort of has all of these things that push forward, and all of his buddies pushing that trans people, actually, they are groomers who are trying to groom kids, and they make this argument that might make sense to him if he's already prone to believing that. Like, oh yeah, they're just dressing up as girls to try to arouse the kids. And, like, they actually just have a fetish with kids. Like, they're gay or something. And it's like... And he would believe that. Because the Bible, honestly, is homophobic, too. So if he actually preaches the Bible to its words, most people don't. Like, again, I haven't read the Bible. Why would I? I know it's false, but, like, I've seen people who have quoted the Bible on homophobic things. Same thing with the Quran, homophobic things. No one ever denied it. No one ever said that these Bible verses were false. I read the comment sections. These videos have since been deleted by YouTube, of course, but, like, Vegan Games, the person who literally at the time was the most hated person on the internet, when he was making these claims about the Bible verses of these very homophobic things, yeah, I think if not only was he the most hated person on the internet, but on top of that, he was making up false Bible verses with how much the Bible is loved, and the fact that, like the majority of the United States, who would be a lot, people who might watch him, believe in God, yeah, if that had been the case, I think he would have been debunked, and it would have gone viral, so, yeah, that's that. So, but Tucker Carlson, by the way, isn't homophobic, but I could see how the Bible and, like, people around him who might be homophobic might, like, be able to push some homophobic talking points to actually get through to him. Some might not be that bad, and, like, some might have other fucking stuff than homophobia to actually appeal to him over, so I don't know.
You can't throw out your old jeans and your old socks anymore. It's a civil offense to dispose of textiles. It makes you want to go and just throw T-shirts all over Martha's Vineyard just to break the law.
Let's fucking go, Martha's
The country has banned shower heads that work and toilets. So those are the rules for you. No rules apply to the people in charge.
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious to, like, by the way, on the Martha's Vineyard, like, I love how that came up. I love how, yeah, if you decide to, move somebody, to transport them from inside the country to outside of the country, back into the hands of possibly the drug cartels who might have been trying to murder them, which might be the reason why they were fleeing in the first place, that is called deportation. But when you actually transport these people from inside the country to somewhere else inside the country, where, unlike in your state, which is red and very anti-fucking immigration, unfortunately, to some blue state which claims to be very pro-immigration. In fact, the place they shipped Martha's Vineyard is where President Obama lies. As Tucker Carlson put out in another video, he has a lot of land. Why doesn't he house these immigrants since he cares a lot about them? Why is he just a man to live around white people? Like, I don't know, why is that? Those are fair questions, I think, Tucker poses. I think those are very fair fucking questions. But it's like, yeah, when you, transport these people from inside the country to outside the country, probably back into possibly the hands of people who would go on to fucking murder them, which is the way they fled, versus, you fucking transporting them to someone else inside the country, which is supposedly in a state that is more accepting of these people. Oh, all of a sudden, are committing human trafficking. Yeah, that's what you're doing versus deportation. Yeah, I would much rather be humanly trafficked in this context than deported. So, yeah, big poisoning the world, like, fucking absolutely retarded. And apparently people even made comparisons to, like, I don't know, like, apparently I only heard about this once, but apparently the South, they used to deport black people to the North, which is fucking hilarious. Like, imagine spending your resources actually fucking, like, paying for paying for vehicles to carry all these black people. Like, how much money they must have spent for any significant amount of the black population to be moved out, just for them to make their point, to, like, stay more within their own colors. Like, so pathetic. Imagine spending money just to, like, make a point that fuck black people, dude. Or, like, to have less black people, like, actually spend that much money. Like, imagine being that fucking retarded. That's fucking hilarious. But, like, they even made a comparison to that when Ron DeSantis was making a nationalist point. Again, that is nothing to do with fucking racism. Like, these people, he's supposed to be deporting them anyway. They're illegals. Like, that's what the countries normally do with illegals. I don't agree with it. I, for one, think that the concept of an entire country being private property is like, I think the concept of trespassing public property is an oxymoron, and I think claiming that an entire country is fucking private property is fucking insane. And yeah, I think that's also, yeah, it would be pretty authoritarian, but some policies just aren't. That doesn't make it country authoritarian. But yeah, like, I am definitely pro-immigration for many reasons. Like, I'm probably not gonna go over all of them, but, like, yeah, I think definitely there is a parallel to racism where, like, it's just, like, the arguments nationalism versus racism are just two separate arguments in the, like, if you frame them right, like, in practice, they have two completely, one is race-based, the other has nothing to do with race, and has just practical, implications. Nationalism just has practical implications, and they somehow coexist with race sometimes, but it's like, it's really got nothing to do with race. It's just a practical argument that's being made. But yet, there are parallels that you can make in the moral argument, such as, well, I would argue that for the same reason that it's wrong to say that depending on where your ancestors were born on the globe, you should or shouldn't have equal rights, aka your ancestors being born in Africa for black people, it would also be wrong to say that you should or shouldn't have equal rights in a certain place based on where you were born, because you have just as much control over both. So, yeah, like, that would be my argument for everyone should be equal, even if they're immigrants. They should get the same rights under the law. Because, yeah, people shouldn't be fucking illegal. Like, this is a country. It's public fucking property. No one owns this bitch. Like, the fuck? But, yeah, like, just like you don't own people, you don't own the fucking country. Like, the fuck? Like, what is a superiority complex? But yeah, dude, I should be allowed to own this country. I should be allowed to run for president and do worse than Kanye. I should be allowed to do that. But like, dude, I was on that. Like, the whole argument though, like, in favor of racism is, oh, like, black people, they just look different, so they just like, yeah, back when we were like going to Africa, like, we found them and they were fucking wild, dude. They didn't even believe in our God. They were fucking they were just fucking savages, dude. Don't even believe in God. What, are you gay? Probably. Fucking who knows, dude. Well, we tamed them out of their gayness. That might be called grooming. That's what it'd be called if it was done the other way around, at least by us, but yeah, we groomed them out of their gayness. We did the right thing. We brought them towards God because that's our moral compass, I guess. So it's the right moral compass, at least by us. And so we brought them to America and we raised them by our moral compass. And where the fuck was I going? Oh yeah, basically I was saying, yeah, this is fucking dog shit argument. And then they go on to say, oh yeah, well, it's just in the, like, look, they're all black, just like these other people who we saw, well, they didn't worship God, so what's our excuse for these black people? Well, they just look black, just like the wild people that actually our ancestors saw and looked wild, so, like, yeah, they still look black to me, so, like, I don't know, they believe in God now, but they didn't believe in God then, even though they are different today, and then the fucking morons on CNN are gonna make the same fucking argument, in favor of segregation just the other way around. Like, they're gonna try to bring white supremacy back by making an argument for black supremacy that is literally the argument for white supremacy. It's fucking hilarious. Like, CNN are really fucking moronic, dude. But, yeah, like, the classical argument, oh yeah, white people shouldn't be allowed to say the N-word because it's racist. But, yeah, let's be logically consistent. Next time you see a black person drinking out of a water fountain, say, bitch, you're being racist, that's my water fountain. What, are you appropriating my culture? The fuck? But yeah, the, nationalism, argument would be, yeah, we can't take the world's misery on our shoulders. We are a first world country. Not most countries are very poor, and we just can't handle take the world's misery on our hands. And that would actually be the argument for the one-child policy, which we covered earlier. Yeah, like, if we take the world's misery on our hands or allow ourselves to get impoverished or something, like, our standard of living will get bad, and then we'll become a third world country. And then that's obviously bad for us, and if we want to be able to help others and be able to do good, well, we should at least be able to maintain ourselves as a very first premise to be able to, like, continue circulating good. We have to already do good for ourselves. We have to firstly focus on ourselves before we can focus on anybody else, and on an individual level that's true too. You have to take care of yourself before you take care of anybody else. But, like, I would argue, like, on a moral scale, like, that might be true of people as individuals, but why would a country regard, like, I mean, as a moral question, because countries make these boundaries that don't really hold anything in moral laws, but if we're talking morals specifically, what makes any person less moral than any other person? What makes it morally acceptable to, like, give certain people less rights in a certain country than in another? And the argument would be that against nationalism would be not every country is equal in terms of how much they are willing to and actually do fucking like take care of their citizens' human rights and actually enforce and protect their citizens' human rights and give them opportunities for success. Not every country has the American dream, so people are segregated by country. But that is the practical approach, and I would also make the argument, I've never seen it be made, but like, yeah, if you had just one big country, that would be the Earth. Yeah, if that country went fascist, there wouldn't be any democracies to potentially fight back. So that, I think that would be a compelling argument. I've never heard it made, but like, genuinely the argument is just democracies don't function that well on such large scales. But the thing is, like, that's where the morals and the law split, and I think that's where they split for me. I think once anybody crosses into your country, you have a moral obligation to accept them as, like, thing is, I say thing is a lot, but, illegal aliens, or just immigrants in general, they contribute more to, like, they put more into the system than they pull out. So, like, Social Security, they contribute more to it. Like, a lot of these factors, they actually put more into the system than they pull out. They commit less crimes, on average. I probably commit more crime on average than the average person, but I'm an outlier. I have autism and I'm retarded. So, fuck yeah, dude. How long has this stream been? By the way, I keep having to fucking look, like, being fucking scared that my shit's gonna just get taken down. Dude, this has been such a long stream. I'm finally getting one view, and this is probably myself, but hell fucking yeah. Yeah, very most likely. Either way, let me keep watching this.
Biden gets to lie in a
So
federal
fucking
gun
hard.
form, but you can't throw out your old jeans. You can't have a gas stove, but they can drive drunk.
Wait, who can drive
arrest
drunk?
for the purpose of dealing with a felony that's committed, and I don't count drunk driving as a felony.
Wait, what was the felony he was talking about?
What is a woman?
Oh my fucking god, we're back to fucking this cancer. Let's fucking go. Okay, now I need to watch
tell me
this. All I ask of fuck, dude, I can't see. Okay, girls, I just want to have fun. Demand, the whatever human rights, and like, yeah, I completely agree. You should have the right to have fun if you want to. I love how they gave that to, like, probably the cutest girl in the room. Cool. If men, underlined men, could get pregnant, we wouldn't be having this. That is very fucking true, actually. I mean, it is true. Just like people would say Jews run the world, and they'd be wrong. If they actually said, oh, white people in general, like, they do have a lot of power, that is, like, again, that's not a bad thing, because white people aren't a bad thing, just like Jews wouldn't be a bad thing, and if a lot of Jewish people in power, who the fuck cares, as long as they don't have an evil conspiracy to try, like, hurting people, but then that wouldn't really make sense, because Jewish is just a religion, so to assume that every fucking person with a religion that's pretty mainstream would be into some conspiracy is just outright insane. Like, same fucking thing here, like, to think white people would be into it. So yeah, the fact that power is just unevenly distributed, that's just not gonna go away until generations down the line, because, like, wealth goes down generations, and wealth has a lot of influence, especially in this country. You say, money in politics, that's still a thing. Well, that's already a big thing. Like, this country is very oriented towards capitalism, and one of the unfortunate things about that is that redistribution of wealth is not as well managed, but then, like, there's problems with redistribution of wealth, which is, the only way to do that is to steal people's money. So even though redistribution of wealth is overall an objectively, like, it has an objectively positive impact on society, it is, like, it helps society, like, it's still stealing. Like, you can't really do that to people. Just say, yeah, your money, your life savings that you save for your own kid, yeah, we're gonna take it from you to give it to these other kids who, after all, they don't have parents to care for them and to have all that money to care for them. But, like, they still deserve the same care. They still deserve, like, all the money that you'd give to your kid, except they don't have that money. Well, what if they might deserve it? Or what if their kid deserve it? Especially if they have bad parents who, like, just, like, don't deserve that money. Like, the kid didn't deserve to have bad parents, so they deserve the money even more, bro. It's like, no, you can't really do that because that's theft. That's somebody else's money. That's why I'm a capitalist, because I am against stealing people's money.
Well, you're at the women's march.
Okay, what is... all I ask of our breathin? What? For breathness that whatever for something is that they
March, you must have some.
True.
Come on, Jim, please.
Fuck, dude. Whatever.
If one person could tell me what a woman is.
You are not here for women!
If you're not there for women, what the fuck?
We ask you to leave!
What?
If you're not there for women. He's just asking what is a woman. It's like, you don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. You're just bitching at him. I love how she's the fat one too. That's hilarious. That's a great one for Matt Walsh.
What is that?
What is that? I fucking love it. Like, I hate how it's just fucking transphobic. That's the whole point of it. That's, in fact, Matt Walsh's entire fucking punchline. I don't think he's a bad person. I also think, obviously, especially since he dedicated his whole platform to transphobia, like, yeah, it's also not a fake point of view, but, like, his arguments, of course, it's a transphobic movement, which is one of the stupidest, most, like, just big examples of our instincts which needs to be fucking corrected, or that are just still in us, of a lack of acceptance, which is one of the biggest things within the culture of the progressive movement, trying to correct this unacceptance of different groups that shouldn't be that should be accepted, including transgender people. And his arguments, which are all gonna be transphobic, it's like, yeah, he's also the guy who did this stochastic terrorism on Boston's hospital, when apparently they only conducted these surgeries on people over 18, meaning adults, and he was going completely off of the premise they prey on kids. And it's like, yeah, what do you expect? The guy's, like, gonna be the transphobe. Like, anything that he's gonna find to hit the fucking nail in the coffin, it's probably gonna be full of shit, and he's gonna have found it off of some other retard who probably will have, like, fucking just fucking made that up. And he's probably gonna fall for that shit. It's like, yeah, Matt Walsh, that whole movie is sort of funny, though. I haven't watched it. Like, I'd say it's a good movie, but I disagree with the whole premise of the movie, and I would disagree with Matt Walsh's argument, especially when he was like, this gender ideology. Tucker Carlson also says this, like, it's a religion, but then, like, he bases his morals on a religion, Christianity, so.
I'm a husband. I'm a father of 4. I host a talk show. I give speeches. I write books. I like to make sense of things. A woman is not anything in particular.
There is not one particular thing.
It could be many things to many people. Some women have penises, right? Some men have vaginas.
I like scented candles.
I don't know, the framing on this is...
I've watched Sex and the City.
Yeah.
How do I know if I'm a woman?
That's a great question.
You're not a scientist, you're not a
And
gender.
this is very entertaining. Like, he definitely didn't make this movie bad. Like, this isn't cancer.
Studies major.
No.
How do you know that you're a man?
I guess because I got
Like, I could see how, especially trans people would find this insufferable, but I definitely don't think it's a shit post, to say the least. I think this was very well made and very entertaining, but yeah, I completely agree with the transphobic thing. It's actually, to me, like, one of the biggest issues. Even though I don't know any transgendered people, I watch the Humanist Report, like, on a daily, and he covers these transphobic things, and he's big on these trans issues, and he makes the moral arguments more than anyone makes them. And he's right on point with them, especially when he covers the trans debates. And, like, I know it really hits hard with me, because, like, I don't know, like, I guess maybe one of the reasons might be because, like, I had depression, and I had a lot of this stuff where, like, yeah, people would just, for example, put me, like, kidnap me and put me in a mental facility, try to make me pay for it after. Like, this wasn't the first time this happened. Like, of course, the time that I said some dumb stuff, I had learned a long time ago, no, you need to shut the fuck up. That's what society teaches you. Don't go get help. They will fuck you over. And, like, yeah, these are people who have, unfortunately, a mental disorder that could ruin their lives if they can't just get the help that they need. A lot of them end up killing themselves if they don't get that. Like, I don't know any of them. I haven't known them since, like, high school, where all of them was sort of annoying because they kept fucking talking about it. And talking about, like, being gay and all types of stuff. And I'm like, who the fuck is? It's sort of like, I don't know, like me having a fucking, what's it called? Like, yeah, I always make this analogy for somebody, like, a fucking birthmark on your dick. Like, it's, like, just as relevant. Like, why are you gonna fucking talk about it for more than 10 seconds to anybody? Like, who the fuck is, like, associating with it? Like, gay pride, all that. Like, I don't know. I never really vibed with that. It always felt like white power to me. Like, that sort of appeal. Like, it's not an accomplishment. What are you proud of, right? So, like, I don't know, like, always in high school, like, the people I knew who would be in that circle, I didn't really necessarily like them. They were really fucking always talking about that. But, like, when the Humanist Report talks about it, well, I should bring this guy back up. Let's see. Like, he goes into details on how the GOP, like, in states where the GOP controls, and they are pretty radical, like, they do extreme things, and the consequences of that, he goes into those because he's making the moral argument, and on the trans debate, he makes them really fucking well, and he really hits the fucking point, like, all the time with it, and it's like, these people, they are doing these horrible things. It is no justification, and it's just hateful, and unfortunately these people don't realize that in Mike Figueroa, he's not going to acknowledge this point. Unfortunately, he is never going to, because, like, he's making this huge moral argument because he has loathing and he despises these people who are doing that, and I think he has every right to. Look at what they're doing to them, and that's his argument, and I think it hits right on point. Look at these people, they're suffering like hell from this, and they're only victims. They, like, this groomer thing that is being said about them, everything is being set out against them, against the trans people, but they didn't do anything. They're just trying to live, they're trying to just have their lives, they're just cursed with this disease, and in this society that's very fucking hateful against some people, based on just us not being able to understand, well, that's never been a thing, how come it's a thing now? Well, I don't know, like, it was never accepted, and you could never transition anyway, like, and like people can't get it through their heads. That's the same thing with the vegan movement. If we talk about it, like immediately, oh no, it must be bad for your health. By nature of cavemen used to fucking eat meat, you know, when they lived to like 20. Like that's the first argument everyone makes. Oh yeah, we've been doing that forever, bro. So it must not be healthy, and it's like the fuck. And it's like, and like he doesn't say that that's the whole thing that drives it, and that's just in human nature. Like that's how humans sort of are, unfortunately, and they get sugarcoated into, oh well, you're uncomfortable with this. Well, here you go, free talking point. These people are pedophiles now. You don't even have to like keep going on over are these people really bad? I don't know. It frustrates me. There's too many of them for me to just assume. Like I don't know. Like maybe a lot of them might be constantly talking about the fact that they're trans. That's annoying. But some of them, since most people are decent people, some of them are going to be really nice and really fucking like charismatic and stuff. And then you're gonna be like, oh well, but then oh wait, they're all pedophiles. Okay, never mind. Like, you know what? This makes me uncomfortable anyways. Now you're being like, they're okay, well that changed the context. I'm no longer gonna defend them. It's like that's sort of how they're dragged into that rabbit hole. That's how Tucker Carlson was obviously dragged into that rabbit hole. Like he's obviously a very moral person. He would never do that. That's in fact why he has a fucking show when he could just be rich without putting all that effort into anything. So he has no incentive to do all that. But dude, I should watch this video too. Yeah, like I understand these people because what's ultimately the end goal? Well, they end up killing themselves. And look at what they do with people with depression. Well, I don't know, go put them in facilities. I watched what they do in these facilities. They beat fucking schizophrenic people to the fucking ground for just being too fucking... Yeah, they're just getting annoying to control. Yeah, let's just beat them. Like, yeah, that's the type of shit that happens at oceans. It's like, you get kidnapped and locked up in one of these facilities. Then you get let out, and you end up being more in debt. And you saw that, well, you can't get help, and this is what happens. Is that gonna leave you more or less likely to end up being suicidal? Whether or not you were already, and more suicidal if you were. Yes, so, and this is sort of the same thing with what, with what the Republican Party, which unfortunately I associate with, and I don't like seeing that, is proposing for, as an alternative, for trans, for like the youth, for trans youth, for, as an alternative to what science actually suggests we should do for transgender youth. They propose something that would cause them to commit more suicide, and the Humanist Report accurately reports on these statistics. Yeah, conservatives are pushing these hateful fucking things that do not have any positive fucking outcome. They do not have any positive incentive, any good thing within them. And it's causing people to kill themselves over hate. And it's just, like, it doesn't cause anyone to steal from anyone to accept these people as we would accept, like, to say, yeah, trans rights are human rights, just like civil rights are human rights, just like women's rights are human rights, just like fucking all of that shit. Who would it hurt? Nobody. Just accept them. They're paying for their own surgeries. Like, we don't have free healthcare. If you have a problem with including that, for fuck's sake, give us free healthcare and don't include their gender transitions. If you're gonna be an asshole, like, fuck, I think most people would prefer free healthcare. I mean, I still think it's theft, but I think honestly, if we moved the money that we're already stealing from people and wasting in stuff like the Iraq wars, thank you, you're pointing out, but unfortunately said, yeah, we should put it into turning meritocracy into communism, because that's fucking better, obviously, with free college. And yeah, I think if we moved the money that is already being spent in useless places, likely we're already spending enough money in places that are just a bigger waste of taxpayer money than healthcare would be. Healthcare wouldn't be a waste of taxpayer money by any means. But yeah, we don't even have that. So like, these people, they're paying it on their lonesome. So either way, dude, was I done with this video? Oh, dude, I was watching this. But after, I'm going to have to watch that. Dude, this is gonna be such a long fucking stream. Dude.
Can a man?
What do you know you're
become a
mad?
woman?
Because I got a dick. Fucking, he interviewed them, and Vegan Gangs made a lot of good points about that. Like, yeah, they're fucking very backwards. They don't live till very old. There's a very big amount of reasons to not consider them authorities on anything very much, and especially including anything.
I'm not a woman, so I...
Including whatever you're talking about, the transphobic debates, which would be included in anything.
I can't really answer that.
Women only know what women are.
Are you a cat?
No.
Can you tell me what a cat is?
That's very, yeah, how do you really answer that? Especially, and I'm very surprised no one ever told them, yeah, like, what is a woman? Like, yeah, include your first definition. Like, yeah, I wasn't very surprised, actually. I should have been even less surprised when, yeah, my definition that I offered, as soon as I started seeing Matt Walsh and I saw his documentary, that was how I thought about it. Like, yeah, just give the definition of what a woman is and include transgender people. And then I watched Vegan Games criticize Matt Walsh, and yeah, he said the same thing. Just give a definition of a woman that is what Tucker Carlson would say. Like, yeah, with the X and Y chromosomes, like having ovaries, and then add, yeah, people whose gender is female. People who either have sex female and gender female, or sex male and gender female, and are transitioning to sex female. Is, well, Professor Dave, I watched his response to Matt Walsh, because, like, Matt Walsh was sort of a topic that I watched a lot at some point. That, like, he just became a thing with the what is a woman bullshit. Like, that was so... Dude, this is literally fucking, like, pride flags. I fucking love this. That's amazing. Where the fuck is this? I've never seen this anywhere. Like, not even in France. This has to be the most liberal fucking place in the United States. Like, they have to be having Black Lives Matter rallies constantly there. Dude, like, but the whole thing with, like, what is a woman? Like, yeah, this is a very obvious fucking, answer. Like, yeah, Professor Dave, actually, he said that your sex can't change. Like, you'll always be, a male if you were born a male, like, in terms of sex. Like, I don't know, clearly, like, I would disagree with that. Probably in the future, we will be able to make trans people be able to get pregnant if they can't already get pregnant. I'm not sure. But, so yeah, this is definitely not a permanent thing. You see how quickly technology is changing these days. And I would argue as soon as someone who is born a male and, is able to give birth to someone as soon as that becomes a thing, which could be a thing arguably fast in modern technology, especially if we start putting our funding into actually like the general public's interests, that would be something we'd research more. And as soon as that would become a thing, I'd argue your sex would no longer be male, it'd be female. You'd have changed it. Like, if that wouldn't already be the case, which, like, I don't know exactly what sex is. Like, I don't know, I'm just looking at, like, a transgendered person. It's like, gender is only a thing that specifically references how you feel in your brain, and sex is, at least as I understand it, more like how you look. Like, this is a man, this is a woman, this right here seems like a man. It's like you could see whether someone's a man or a woman. Like, you cannot tell me this is a sex woman. But, like, this could perfectly be what a trans guy could look like. I've seen some trans guy earlier on Google Images. Like, this guy, does he look more feminine than Matt Walsh? I argue not really. And it's like, it's not because Matt Walsh looks feminine or anything. No, I think Matt Walsh is fucking alpha, dude. Hell yeah. I'm beta as fuck, but like, fuck, dude, do your thing, but yeah, and the thing with cat is sort of the same thing, like, okay, define a cat. Okay, well, how about you define a cat? Like, anybody who's ever watched my stream, in case it doesn't get taken down, I should download it. This is fucking Pogo stream right here. But, like, dude, I have so much stuff to still react to it. It's actually, holy shit. Dude.
Do you want to tell us what a woman is?
I'm a biological woman that medically transitioned to appear like a male. I will never be a man.
And so they go on the internet and
I think Hassan Abi pointed this out too. Like, this is so obvious. Most trans people will not hold this position. And it's like, be a man. Like, again, apparently the things, according to a lot of people, fall from, like, between gender and sex. And I would argue, like, in a society, the two things that would be important, such as in the like, in bathrooms, where the trans debate really, like, that's the oldest story that I've heard from the trans debate. Maybe it was where it started. Like, where it started getting controversial. In the bathrooms, like, should this person, be told to go in the women's bathroom or in the boys' bathroom? Well, that's as much as sex might be relevant. Like, this person, gender, so how she feels in her brain, would be woman, let's assume. And, like, on the outside, what is she? Like, that's the other thing that might be important. Like, whether she has a dick or a vagina, it's like, who the fuck cares and who's seeing that and who the fuck cares, right? It's like, what if she has neither? Again, who the fuck cares, right? Like, so I don't see why this, like, sex over just appearance is more important.
they're told that all their...
But yeah, that would be my position. I don't know specifically what sex refers to, and if Professor Dave is, like, right in terms of the definitions of trans women will never have the sex that is a woman. But and that's funny that Matt Walsh criticized this video and didn't point that out, because that's the only person supporting the trans community who made such an argument, as far as I've heard. But yeah, like, I'd argue appearance is the only other thing than gender that would matter in anything that would be relevant in society. In terms of rights, like, yeah, women's bathrooms, where should women, where should this girl. Well, does it matter what you can't see? Like,
their problems will be solved if they become a man.
So you worry that there could be a sort of social contagion element of this?
A teeny tiny bit, maybe.
It got me at 42. Your child doesn't have a chance.
And you're affirming it with hormones that have never been used in this way.
Puberty blockers, which are completely reversible.
Completely reversible. One of the drugs used is Lupron, right? Which
it is fully reversible, by the way. And in fact, puberty blockers, they aren't just used on trans people. Like, this has been used apparently long before. And it's recreational use normally is for people who are hitting puberty too early. Like, I don't know, here in Saudi Arabia, apparently, like, most guys, like, get a beard at, like, 10 or some shit. I don't know if that's true. Maybe that's just a stereotype. Maybe that's a meme, and I'm so fucking stupid. I genuinely fed into it. I mean, I'm the type of person to fall for that. Tucker Carlson seems like it, but to a less big fucking extent, clearly. But, like, yeah, like, some people, they just, develop premature puberty, and that's just unhealthy. That's not good. And we, like, normally doctors will prescribe puberty blockers for these people to allow them to, like, mature enough and finish their childhood before they healthily start developing into puberty when it's normal and healthy to. So we already prescribe these normally to people who hit puberty too early when it's, like, under the healthy and normal age. That's already what doctors were prescribing these people. So, yeah, to say it's irreversible, like, I mean, you could say that the specific one we give to trans people, that some of them might be irreversible. Maybe. I guess. I don't know what's the process behind puberty blockers, so I don't know if that could make intuitive sense, but if we have a reversible one, which clearly we have an incentive for them to be reversible, and we have a reversible one, why would the ones we give to trans people be irreversible? That makes no fucking sense. Okay, he's gonna make a... Yeah, and, Vegan Gains made a very good argument against his argument, by the way. I'm gonna get into that in a second.
has actually been used to chemically castrate sex offenders.
Yeah, she's gonna respond to that with just completely closing in and being like, you know what, I'm gonna stop having this conversation with you, which is sort of libtard thing, to be honest. But yeah, Vegan Gains agreed with it. I can understand where she's coming from. I don't agree with, like, her ending the conversation there. I think it's sort of stupid, and it makes her look disingenuous, which only feeds into Matt Walsh's point. But, like, Vegan Gains' his counter-argument was like, oh, you're trying to say, oh, yeah, one of these drugs is Lupron, which was used to chemically castrate... Like, a drug can have a certain, use in a certain place. Like, an ingredient in a drug can have a certain use in one place and a different use in something else. And what the example that he used was, like, I forgot what it's called, but, like, the drug that they give you normally, that they give to patients who are undergoing surgery to put them to sleep, for them to be able to just not have the pain of the surgeries and for doctors to be able to perform the surgeries. Well, apparently these drugs were given, like, these are the same drugs that are given in heavier doses to actually put criminals down, kill them. And, like, if we went up to, like, say a nurse, like a surgeon, and we say, hey, by the way, you know that these drugs, they're used to kill people. Now, I wouldn't take offense to that, like Vegan Games says you should. I would, like, say, oh, well, this is going to be a very easy argument for me to take down. And at the worst, if he doesn't air this interview because I made too much sense, or, like, if he clips me out of context, I'll just explain the context if I'm challenged, but, like, whatever. Like, I'm not going to back out of this argument because, oh, well, I just don't like this. This is just fucking gay, so I'm just gonna take the offensive side. Like, no, you're letting yourself lose if you take the offensive side. That's like people banning misinformation when they could just, like, when, especially fucking CNN, when they're fucking, like, when they're fucking spending all their resources and time fucking fear-mongering about this misinformation, literally fucking, like, pointing out that, oh, this and this that should be banned for misinformation, when they could literally be using those resources. They have all the resources they need to be able to use their platform to fact check it instead of promoting its censorship. And yeah, by giving them censorship instead of debunking them, you're giving them the free talking point of, why did you fucking take me seriously if I'm such a joke and a clown? And well, how do you refute that? Yeah, you fucking can't, because that's not how you should treat clowns who are jokes. This is sort of the same thing. Like I wouldn't take offense at it, but that is a good point. Like, just because a drug is used, like, has a different use, especially an ingredient in a drug can, like, they can have different uses in different contexts, and that doesn't mean anything. Like, just because these drugs that we use to put people down in surgeries, which have a positive impact in the context of surgeries, yeah, they can also kill people. They're used to kill criminals. Does that mean that we should stop surgeries? And if someone was using that and were being successful politically with it, with using that as an argument to stop people from getting to have surgeries, and they were gonna die because of that, and someone got challenged, like, then it would make sense actually in that context for these people to get offended when someone comes up with them and tries to like, whose agenda is clearly to try to stop them from doing their job, which is providing good and welfare for people. Like, yeah, then I sort of do get the appeal to being provoked by this and frustrated, but I still don't think this was the right call. Now, I really think Matt Walsh is genuine. He has a lot of, like, he is definitely very fucking radical. And, like, the Humanist Report has covered some other radical takes he has. But, like, yeah.
You know what? I'm not sure that we should continue with this interview.
You don't want to talk about the drugs that you get.
Yeah, that's a great thing to put in, yeah.
How can they be removing the healthy breasts of 15-year-old girls?
There are masculine girls. There are feminine boys.
Fucking
What are we going to do about that?
Peterson.
Carve them up?
How can this whole thing be happening, Matt?
This is not at all a thing. There's a big difference between, like, having masculine tendencies when you're a girl, like, I don't know, being into Barbie dolls when you're a guy, or being into fighting and into all that, and, like, genuinely feeling like you're in the wrong body. Like, those are two separate things. Like, they're not even being, like, further up on the spectrum. Like, they're two separate things. Like, there's just a lot of things that are associated with, like, girls, because that tends to go more with girls and their attitudes, but personalities of people are very sandbox things that don't always align with what tends to go with being your said gender, because your gender doesn't define your entire personality. It tends to make you go more towards certain traits that we see more often in women than in men, but there's nothing categorically that is significant that is just a thing in all men but in no women, that categorically applies to women over men. Otherwise, the other way around. Otherwise, that would probably have been made as a case to not allow the amendment. I think it was the 15th. I don't know. Don't care. Like, allowing suffrage for women. Like, the Supreme Court would have used any fucking categorical, any case of name the trait that would have worked, but, like, instead of doing it with animals, you do it with humans. They would have named that trait, but there was none. Because, yeah, women would just, like, yeah, that's, like, these things that we sort of, like, associate and generalize women into men, like, preferring the color blue for guys, so some guys, I guess sort of green. I don't really give a shit. I don't care. I like all colors. Some colors I guess are less appealing, but like some guys really like pink and or purple. Some girls really like blue. Some girls might be into boxing. Some girls are literally into bodybuilding and aren't gay and aren't trans. It's a very different thing. And you couldn't say a girl is more masculine than a fucking bodybuilder girl who's on steroids. And those exist. One of them, I forgot what her name is. Like, there are a lot of them. You could probably look them up on Google. None of them claim to be trans. They are, like, that's a different thing. Like, Jordan is just all over the place in his mind. Like, I wonder what he'll be spouting once he gets dementia. Like, I hope he doesn't just become like Trump and just sound fucking just stupid and boring. Like, I would actually love it if once he developed dementia, he just started becoming like, I don't know, Kanye times 20. Like, all these stereotypes that were made about him being a genius. But like, I don't know, his mind just going all over the place, like, as I've seen it go, is like, I don't know, I wonder if, I would like to see him just be on acid and cocaine or something, and like, fucking make a podcast, and have dementia. Like, I don't know, the foods that he's eating, apparently he's on the carnivore diet. It causes a lot of diseases. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, dementia, we don't really know any of that. Like, apparently, I've heard some studies point out that, like, the opposite diet is better for helping with these types of diseases, too. It's in terms of association we found. He's like, so I wonder, he's, like, cancer or heart disease are more likely to take him given what he eats, but, like, I don't know. Obviously, I don't want to see the guy go, but I was just wondering what he'd be like with dementia, because I'm fucking high. And obviously, I'm not in the fucking right mind either. And clearly, Jordan is never in the right mind anyway. So, who knows? I'm wondering what a devil not in the right mind would do to him. Like, if it'd flip it, or if it'd make him a hilarious fucking epic Pogger guy. I need to shut the fuck up. Stage 29. What the fuck is that?
I wanted us to have a...
Dude, I'm talking way too much, and honestly, it's great. Like, I should keep going. Why don't I have more subs for this? I deserve subs. Fucking sub to me. You fucking...
safe place to be able to talk about this.
Part of me wants to ask why you care so much.
I care about the truth. I care about children. I care about the women who are having their opportunities stolen from them.
Is it transphobic to tell the truth?
The interview's over. Let's turn off the cameras.
Excuse me.
They're fair question. I just wanted to know, what is a woman?
And you're not going to find out.
Based on what I'm saying, would you ever want to move to America?
They say
no. Never. Yeah, I'm trying to find out. What was that last thing? Like, you enjoyed it a little bit. Fucking like.
We'll see when it comes out.
Was he just being searched like at an airport? Like, what the fuck was that drama bullshit? Did he actually do some gay shit and he got in
So you don't count drunk driving as a felony,
hilarious.
but catching a menthol smoke is now a felony. Using a shower head that you don't like, or the wrong light bulbs, or throwing away your old socks. This is insane. And it only continues because people put up with it. You have no constitutional right to tell me what clothes to wear, what to put in my body, what flavor my cigarettes are. None of this is in your purview as a politician. Fix the freaking roads. You're totally incompetent. This is a country that was founded
Yeah, and again, Tucker is all about the practical aspects, and that's why he's a nationalist. Like, he believes in the practical aspects of nationalism, and he just thinks as a country we work better that way if we concentrate on ourselves, and like, that's just not true. We're all social beings.
Because people didn't want to pay a tea tax, and so they started a war.
And yeah, like, he's just all about the practical issues. Do your damn jobs. That's what he's about.
But it's changing. And a lot of Americans, we hate to say, particularly affluent ones, particularly affluent middle-aged women living in cities, not to be too specific.
But then, like, his ideology sort of burns down into stop with the woke bullshit that's unproductive and just get productive and get to work on what really matters. Like, that's his whole thing, because he just sees this woke bullshit as, y'all just concentrating on issues that don't matter when our economy is crumbling. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, that's sort of his position. And thing is, all these things, like, immigration, it's not causing our economy to, like, it's doing the opposite. And it's like, he's just pushing the right ideas, but, the wrong fucking implications. And I really wish that, like, he got more educated on that stuff.
Are totally for this. Today, the New York Times published an op-ed from a woke American woman who spent 16 years living in China. What does she miss about China? She misses the Communist Party of China co-parenting her children. She thinks the Chinese commissars did a better job as a mother than she could have. She misses their firm hand.
This fucking
I'm not making this up. This is New York
What
Times.
a loser.
Quote, our stringent government co-parent quickly made its presence felt, the woman writes. The girls' Chinese kindergarten lectured us on everything, including how many hours our daughters should sleep, what they should eat, and their optimal weight.
Okay, like, if you're saying, like, yeah, this woman was probably uneducated in the Chinese government since they're all about welfare and the socialism to the max, that's really what communism is supposed to be. Like, yeah, they'll have all of these, like, positive things, like, provided, and, like, she might not have known that, and, like, having all the optimal health, topics, like, having all that addressed, like, everything that a new mother should know about how to raise her women well in terms of health and stuff. All these things that the average middle-class poor person might not know if they're uneducated, that, like, maybe they should know. It's like, maybe she was talking about that, and, like, them just, in terms of these being more social, that's the whole premise behind communism, just being put to the max. Like, just steal everything from everybody. And obviously that's just fucking insane. That's just the meme version of socialism. And it's like, obviously it fucking failed. Like, the fuck are you talking about? Zero property rights. Like, yeah, no shit, people aren't gonna like that, but
the Communist Party,
yeah, like, socialism is sorta like, going towards who cares about property rights and more towards taking care of society, and they like pay their fair share. But then where does fair lie exactly? And it sounds more like they're trying to be reasonable, but I don't know, I think any amount of theft is unreasonable. That would be my counter-argument to that. But yeah, socialism is really is trying to make a fair balance between communism. We're not taking all of your rights. We're letting you enough to live. We're not seriously damaging your quality of life. But it's like, yeah, we're not seriously damaging, reducing your quality of life if you're rich. We're just gonna make sure you're not, like, if you're absurdly rich, and you have a lot of money that could, like, that you're probably never gonna use, that would be way fucking, more needed somewhere else. Like, we're gonna do it because that's the reasonable, humane thing that you would be doing with your money. Like, the best thing you could do with it. Like, we're gonna do it, and it's like, we're gonna try to push for it to be used in these things that would be better. And it's like, that is a good motivation. Like, it has good intentions, but it's theft. Like, this isn't your money. It's like, oh, well, healthcare should be a human right. Well, you know what? Eternal life should be a human right. Well, we don't have that. And if we don't have the money, if it's not ours, we don't have it. Like, we don't have, we can't grant people eternal life. And again, I think it should be a human right to never have to lose a loved one. Never have to lose your own self. Everything that you've ever worked for, your own self-awareness, your own existence, your own accomplishment, your pride, all of that be lost. No. Would like to keep that forever. Get to live on a legacy forever instead of know that someday that will all be gone. I don't want to ever have my Minecraft worlds deleted. Same thing for my life. I want to keep that on a hard drive somewhere, right? My consciousness, my memories, I want to have that. I don't want all that to be deleted eventually. Like, that sucks. But guess what? Well, we don't have the means to to go by enforcing that human right. And I would argue we don't have the means to go by enforcing healthcare. Because, yeah, instead of going against the fact that we don't have the resources, and science isn't, and like, science just hasn't progressed to that level, which would be the argument against, providing us with our right to never lose a loved one or never die, the argument against healthcare would be, we don't have that money because it doesn't belong to us. But yeah, I think the framing sounds wrong, just from like what the quote is.
Party fat shamed this lady's kids. Quote, we sometimes felt as if our children were on loan to us for evenings and weekends to be delivered back to school each weekday. What? Now, again.
Wait, let me reread this because I'm so fucked up, dude. What they should eat in there. We sometimes felt as if our children were on loan to us for evenings and weekends to be delivered back to school each week. Oh yeah, that's yeah, so they're pretty much putting them so like in a boarding school, but that doesn't Tucker put his kids in a boarding school. The thing is, it's a private thing. It's not the government, and it's like, yeah, Tucker's against like having the government be in control. Yeah, I mean, again, he's staying logically consistent, but I don't agree with this.
She's not writing.
I'm streaming
a new version of Darkness at Noon.
Fucking hell.
She's complimenting the government of China. The piece ends by noting, quote, tight control of the Communist Party.
Is the New York Times like promoting this as good or
surveillance
something?
state results in its own kind of freedom. Okay,
I guess like social freedoms, but it's more in terms of rights than of freedoms, because these rights that are being protected, such as the right to health care, they evade freedoms, liberties, such as, well, mostly property rights. Like, they evade your liberty to be free to spend your money however you'd like, to be free to, like, hire whoever you'd like, to, like, not take a vaccine if you don't want to, all these liberties, the whole premise is behind socialism, forcing us to act together in the, to all act to some extent in the benefit of the greater good, which I don't think you owe society anything just for being born in it. Like, even if you could be a good person, like, the law shouldn't force you to be a good person. Your parents have that job. Your parents should teach you to be a good person. Your parents should raise you to be a good person. But if you wanna if you wanna like grow up and choose not to do that, you don't owe society anything. What if you hate everybody around you? You grew up and everyone was an asshole towards you, and now you're going to give your money to people when you hate society? Why should you be forced to do that? Like, that is theft. That is the system stealing from you. You might hate the people around you. Why would you want to contribute to them? A lot of people, they hate everyone around them. Imagine if these people were forced to, like, I think that's fundamentally wrong. Right? Like, you shouldn't force people to help anybody. Like, they might legit hate everyone. Then how do you justify that, too? It's like, you don't owe anybody anything just because they exist and you have things to give them. Just like you don't owe a homeless person any money when, like, you see them on the side of the road and they clearly need the money more because you're in a fucking car driving and you're just passing them by. Clearly, they don't have a car or a house. So.
Is un-American. That person is.
Yeah, but at the same time, you shouldn't be forced to give them money because that's theft.
Okay, that is un-American. That person is sick, and if you don't recognize how sick that person is, if you long for a fascist government to call your little girls fat, you're a sick person. Okay.
But isn't the premise behind that, like, isn't that a huge conservative thing? And I would argue, I'm completely with conservatives on this. Yeah, like, we should absolutely, what's it called? Discourage people from being fat because it's unhealthy. Being fat, it's not attractive, it's unhealthy, it's impractical, it's only going to hurt people. And, like, yeah, if people want to be fat, that should be their choice, but it is overall good to encourage people to be healthy and not to be fat. Like, they aren't calling her fat, by the way. Like, they're just saying this is the optimal thing for her to be healthy, which would include naturally not being fat. They didn't even say anything about being fat. Like, that just logically assumes from, like, the Chinese government ensuring that her health is good. Yeah, that would be like being against her being fat and they call her fat. That's a big fucking stretch. That's like 2 or 3 fucking, like, notches worth of stretches there. I mean, I get you hate communism, but it's like, dude, you don't have to go that fucking hard at it. It's like, fuck.
The fact that the New York Times would run that and expect all of its readers to applaud. Oh,
I mean, dude, the New York Times, what do you expect? I mean, what do you expect? I've heard they're very fucking left-wing.
If only the government would tell my kids they're fat, this would be a better country. You gotta fight for freedom, no matter what. Subscribe to the...
I bet. Well, I go that. Let's see this, because I don't even... How dare you ask Joe Biden put a freaking chart of the education system? You're programmed by corporate media to... What the fuck is he... That's a hilarious comment. Well, that means nothing. Replying to nothing. Okay, so why is it that... Dude, I think I sort of remember what I... Dude, I'm so fucking high. No, I have no fucking clue what I was talking about or what anybody was talking about here. What the fuck? Dude, I'm just so fucking high and tired. Like, it's just really late in the afternoon. I woke up at 12 like today. So, where did... Oh, fucking hell. Okay, so... Yeah. Okay, yeah, nah, I'm glad I went back to reread that. So, was it that the opposition are to be relied upon to do the basics of checking on someone who wants to hold an office? That's usually what happens. Hold the both sides. Like, yeah, just say people should do that, but who should you expect? Because you're targeting Republicans. Well, who would come out with stuff against Trump? Who would you expect to come out with stuff against Trump? Like Fox News or the New York Times? Who would you expect to have brought out stuff exposing Trump? It's like, that's just how things work. That's abdicating. What the fuck is that? Responsible. Okay, I sorta see from the context that sentence what that word means anyway. Means it's someone knew the truth. Dude, I'm getting so tired. I could barely fucking read. Abducting responsibility. Yeah, it means that someone knew the truth and they hoped the opposition would not check the background of the candidate. What? How is that the Republicans' responsibility? So, like, automatically, if there's a scandal within one person and no one knew about it, and even, like, after that, this side fucking Carlson on it, no one knew about it, like, that person who has now been exposed was the only one withholding information, as far as anyone could expect, yeah, the people who are trying to oppose him. Do you know what exposing someone is? It's opposition. So the people who would expose him, do the fact checking, they would be the opposition. Duh. So yeah, I don't know why you're holding Republicans to this standard all of a sudden. That's fucking weird. If an employer, and this is very different from an employer, like these are public offices. There was a public conversation that holds grounds in all parties when it comes to these people who are holding public office. Like this is a big thing, the governor's race, like whatever he is George Santos, like he's one of these important things that like everyone, like, fucking one, the fucking crazy insane guy, what was it, dude, the fucking crazy guy who was, like who beat his wife. Fuck no. Dude, I almost just got his name, like, wait, dude, I have to look up, hey, that, dude, it'll pop up fast. Where is this guy? Oh, yeah, Herschel Walker. Yeah, fucking this guy, that's, fuck, dude, it's taking me longer and longer to, like, get to my point. Yeah, but who was exposing this guy? Like, who would make videos, make, like, articles exposing Herschel Walker and all he did? Like, why would it make sense to expect that to come from, Republicans, ever? Like, it's never made, like, all of a sudden you're expecting it to come from them? Like, that just intuitively doesn't make sense. That's not how things work. Like, you see it. An employer relies upon their, like, an employee, that's not, no one's going to try and judge the employee. No one's going to vote for these employees. The voters being, people who, like, are going to be from both parties. You're appointing them to a party, and these people, to have any success, they'll need to, like, be judged and be voted for by people of both parties. So, yeah, like, the people are appointing them. They might represent the Republican Party, but, yeah. Dude. Dude, no one's watching this. It doesn't matter if this is gay. I'm reading my comment because I'm getting so fucking tired. And I think it's a... I fucking love getting into these fucking comment wars bullshit, but the last video we're going to look at here is this, and I really need to go. This has been such a great stream. What the fuck?
What do you think of that lady squirting the hose on the homeless lady?
I think it was a dude, right?
Wouldn't. That's just... I know, like, is she on private property? And like, wait, that looked like a public place, but like, I don't know if this is his place, like he owns wherever this is, and like she refused to move, and he's like, dude, this is my private property. This looks like it's probably public property, but like, no, I see his trash can, and like, I don't know if he's like, this is gonna affect my business. Again, I think it's an asshole thing to do, but if he says move and she says no, and he does that, and he's like, you're gonna move or I'm gonna spray this on you, yeah, it's much better than getting a fucking gun, as you saw with the other person earlier this stream. It's like, that's an asshole thing to do. It's definitely unkind, but like, I don't know, maybe he asked this woman, move somewhere else, and it's like, that's an asshole thing to ask of a homeless person, but like, then when they say no, and it's like, this is your property, then that sort of switches the tables a little bit. Like, I'm guessing that's probably gonna be Gutfeld's argument.
What do you think of that lady squirting the hose on the homeless lady?
I think it was a dude, right?
It was a guy squirting the...
I think everybody is at the edge of their frustration. Like, it's like, you could say, my gosh, that's heartless. Well, maybe that person gets up every day and sees human shit on his front door.
Oh my god, yeah, that's... Dude, I hate how... This whole thing, I saw Tucker do this, like, yeah, it's really this lack of being able to empathize with this lower class, and the homeless are really at the bottom, and the middle class should stop seeing themselves as the fucking victims. No, there's lower than you. There's lower than me, I'm not homeless. Stop acting like the bottom victims. Black people, no, you're not so oppressed. Trans people, maybe. These people, homeless people, definitely. Like, yeah, oh, I'm black, I'm so oppressed. Shut the fuck up. Society has not been racist for years, for like decades. As a matter, like, on a social level, society is no longer racist. All these white supremacists that, like, Democrats say make up, the underground of, like, fucking... What, the majority of the people in the South? Well, I live in the South. No one's racist. Nobody. Zero. All the people who I have, like, fucking met, like, not online, all those fucking people, and I've lived here since I was 6, zero. Not one racist person. Zero. That is all a lie. And it's like, yeah, these things are lies, but like, there is a more oppressed group. Like, definitely. And I think people should start realizing this.
You just watched Fox News host Greg Gutfeld justify violence.
Like, yeah, the people like Tucker Carlson definitely tend to not be able to empathize with, like, these poor people. Like, it fucking sucks. I wish they, no, because Republicans often take the moral high ground. Like, do not steal. That is wrong. Stop being racist, you dumb Democratic fucking dipshits. Stop being racist on CNN. Stop doing that. It's wrong. Stop stealing from us. We're all about God, and that's morals for us. Yeah, we're all about morals. We are in favor of free speech. How about y'all let us say whatever we want? I don't care what it is. Grow up. Get some balls. You don't like what we say? Move on, buddy. Go see someone else. Go see what they have to say. Go in your circle, Jake. If you don't like Twitter because it makes you mad, go to Instagram. Makes you depressed. Elon Musk just said that. Great point. I'm just fucking tired and talking in circles. You need to shut up anyway.
Against an unhoused woman. He just said that on national television.
I mean, I don't like how his argument would be like to call them, dude. But then we saw that little clip, and I bet he had more to say. But like, yeah, that definitely didn't look that great, to be honest. Like that, Like, yeah, he was just like, yeah, maybe he's tired of seeing just filth on his front lawn, and it's like, dude, come on, that's just. And Greg Gutfeld's a really nice guy, and I know he, like, really is a heartwarming guy. Like, he is a nice guy. He has a dark sense of humor. It's not like me. I mean, I say the N-word all the time. Hell yeah. Fire alarm for libtards. He's all about that type of shit. Like, respect, my man. But, like, yeah, I definitely would disagree with that. He was probably just using hyperbole, but...
It's not necessarily below him, but still it's pretty shocking to see someone think that was okay. Now, that clip that we just watched was actually...
No, he's actually, like... I don't know, that's not the type of stuff that you get from him, though. Like, he is definitely way less... Like, he's pro-drugs, for example. Like, pro-weed. He's pro... I don't know, and he generally, he's against, like, I don't know, there were private messages of him, like, complaining about someone for treating women poorly. It's like, he cares about women being treated, equally and being treated right. He cares about the people around. Like, he's a good person. Like, yeah, I hate how a lot of right-wingers, they're getting this new talking point. And it's like... Again, homeless people, they are people. You represent them too, by the way. Remember that. Like, they might be outcasts in society. Don't believe it's entirely their fault. They never got a second chance. It's like, this idea that people have for free college, how about we give people, after they've left high school, and like their GPAs are too bad for them to be accepted in college, give them 5 years, and after 5 years, give them a free course to give them a second chance to redeem themselves. And if they do well in this free course that we pay for them, well, then that raises their GPA and they can now attend college. That's a great second chance thing that I would be in favor of, because you represent these people. They had a first chance and they blew it. Maybe that first chance, you don't know their lives, you don't know their struggles, you don't know what they went through. Apparently, a lot of them have mental issues. Well, how do we treat people with mental issues? I know, like, what about depression? Well, a lot of these people have drug problems, and who knows if that started out on the streets. You know how we treat people with depression? Well, I know. And I pretty much know how we treat people with drug issues. Pretty much in the same way we treat them as criminals. We try to rob them of their properties and enslave them, take away their drugs, take them, kidnap them, put them in a facility, try to force our fucking practices upon them, try to tell them what's good for them and that they should follow that, which is slavery. Again, I thought that was overpeeled with the 13th Amendment. So, yeah, like, again, for homeless people, society doesn't give them a great first chance. If they become depressed, if they become drug addicts, society doesn't give them a chance to come out and to get help. Society doesn't try to help them. And the Republicans are definitely not trying to help with this issue. So, I'd argue give them a second chance instead of trying to ruin meritocracy with devoting like these huge sums of money that are waste that Democrats tend to point to, instead of redirecting that towards ending meritocracy with free college, how about redirect that towards giving these people a second chance because you represent them. Let them be heard. They have a story too. There's a reason why they rock bottom. They didn't choose that, and even if they did, they wouldn't keep choosing that. And like anyone, like you could know, even though you haven't lived being homeless, you could like intuitively understand how miserable it is. No one would want to be living like that for 10 years. But a lot of these people, if you're homeless, 10 years you're going to be that way or dead. These people, they don't live long. They suffer. Like, they should be heard. Someone should actually, people should, address them because, we represent them too. They are the third class and, they are why the middle class should shut the fuck up about being oppressed, LMAO. It's like, kill yourself. No one's oppressing you. Your blackness is not oppressing you. White supremacists do not judge you because flat earthers do not judge you for being around earthers because they aren't around you to judge you. You probably haven't ever fucking seen one. Especially if you live in the north, because if you live in the south, chances are you've never fucking seen one. I would never have seen one if I never went online. And I've lived here practically for my whole existence. So in the north, well, apparently that's like a completely, it's completely all against that. Yeah, chances are if you're black and you live in the United States, especially if you're north, if you live in the north, they're like, you've probably never even fucking seen somebody, literally anywhere around you, even in a crowd, who might even have been racist. Like, just no fucking way.
The culmination of a long rant that Greg Gutfeld went on where he said more disparaging and incorrect things about unhoused people. And we'll play more from that segment, but first I want to give you some additional context in case you didn't see that clip that went viral. So the piece of shit who you saw in that video spraying the woman is actually the owner of a gallery in San Francisco named Collier Gwynn, and he pretended to be sorry, but of course only after he went viral. Quote, "What they saw is very regrettable. I feel awful, not just because I want to get out of trouble, but because I'd put a tremendous amount of effort into helping this woman." Sure, we totally believe that you want to help her after we saw the look in your eyes.
I mean, yeah, maybe he was just really fed up and he was like, this person needs to get the hell off my property. This might hurt my business. And like, this is my property and they camped on it. And like, you can't do that. Like, if I tell you to get off and you're not gonna get off, it's like, for all we know, this woman might have had like severe disabilities, like kept going to him and demanded stuff in his store, and he might have ended up being fed up with it. Like, again, we don't know the context of that, and assuming one person's side based on their oppressed group, well, we also have the context that they were on someone's property, and if that is still within his property, otherwise, yeah, that person should be in jail if it wasn't on his property. But, yeah, what I was saying, yeah, that seems pretty mean, but we don't know who provoked it. And if that person was on his property and he, asked her to leave, maybe an asshole thing, but that's just, you have the right, it's your property, right? You can ask someone to leave, they have no right to have a fucking problem with it. If they don't like it, they can leave. That is the only option they can have if they don't like something, if they're on someone else's property. And, yeah, if the person didn't leave, that is provocatory. So you don't know who provoked it. And, again, who would be the asshole in this situation? Definitely the guy. The lady was, like, screaming, like, stop and stuff. It's like, obviously, yeah, you're gonna feel bad for the lady, but I can definitely see, like, if this guy was just getting really fucking annoyed with someone who he really didn't want on his property, staying on his property, and he's like, this person won't get off my property, like she thinks she's a new permanent resident here, and like, she can't just, from now on, just, oh, well, there's a new person on my property, we're just having a new person here. Just, no, this is my lawn. Like, I can't just, oh, well, I guess we have a new person living in this bitch. But it's my fucking place, dude. Like, this person doesn't have to say yes to that. And, like, yeah, again, what he did, like, that, at that point, that is a very obnoxious asshole thing. But he might really have just needed her to get out. And, like, that's one of the least violent, most, like, expressive things. Yeah, like, at that point, she's gonna have to move because she gets, unless she's that disabled, in which case I really feel bad for her. Either way, I feel really bad for her. But, like, yeah, the effect of that is she's going to move. And that's really all this guy wanted. He's played a host. He clearly didn't want to hurt her. Like, that's an asshole thing. It feels really fucking, like it's a really cold shower. It feels, like AIDS. I feel bad for her, but it wouldn't have hurt her. It would just have made her leave. So it's non-violent. So, again, asshole thing to do, but I can see people justifying this. I could understand it. Like, even though I think the homeless people are really marginalized, you have property rights.
As you sprayed her.
If this was on his property.
Felt no remorse whatsoever. Didn't even see her as a fellow human being. He treated...
Like, this guy's channel is mostly the moral argument, which, like, I really like. Like, he does a good job at making the moral points. Like, he definitely backs it up with research as needed. But, like, I don't like the fact that he doesn't really analyze. Like, why do these people think that way? What if they don't have a fake point of view? Let's just actually take a new approach to that might actually prove more right. Let's go off of the approach that most people are good people, and that should apply to everybody across the board, because most people are good people, and when you see things, most people actually tend to have similar fucking instincts, like the middle class constantly pretending they're oppressed. When there's the third class of homeless people, we don't even get to hear them. Well, the rich, they're sort of doing the same thing on Fox News, aren't they? Always saying, yeah, they're trying to take away our... And, like, but actually on Fox News, they're complaining on the behalf of the citizens. But, like, there's a lot of rich people who are just pretending to be victims, and, like, clearly they're fucking disconnected from from their place of relative to everyone else. And it's like, everybody could be victims at any fucking stage. It's like, just because others have it worse, that doesn't mean you are having it good, because good isn't relative. There can be an objective marker for good that isn't based on relative to everybody else. And, like, just because you're rich doesn't make you fucking bad. And a good approach would be, these rich people, they also have a lot of similarities to us. Like, let's not just say that any group of any type of people is bad. Let's just assume these are people, whether they're Fox News hosts or any, let's just go off of the assumption, no fake point of view, because people do not have fake point of views, okay? If that exists, that is very rare. For people to actually spend their whole lives dedicated to, like, and like, on the news as well, like, pushing that stuff, unironically, for years, like, an entirely just made up fake point of views, like a DeSantis type situation, but with point of view, and for them never to be exposed as, oh, they actually never believed that, for it never to show in any way, like, some stuff that had resurfaced, maybe text conversations leaked, like, they just have this fake point of view, and, like, it never gets exposed, and, like, all of them have that. Let's just assume that all of that is sort of insane, and assume that they have a real point of view, and just go based off of that. How could they possibly have a real point of view? And maybe if you could explain and understand how, like, where these people are coming from, and find a genuine argument that might come in favor of them, you could actually do a better job at addressing it and further on debunking it. But yeah, we still need people like the Humanist Report, and I think he does a good job. I just don't think his approach is complete. By the way, let me just make sure that... By the way, let me just make sure. So, dude, I have 0 views if I don't have this fucking myself view.
Her worse than people treat stray dogs or cats. Just, I'm not buying it. But he spoke to local reporter of KPIX, Betty Yu, and you're gonna.
Some people do. My mother, whenever cats are fighting, she just prays them to make them stop fighting. So yeah, people hosing cats to make them get off their property or to make them like stop fighting in my mother's case, which yeah, that's different, but like to make them not hurt each other, but like yeah, like people do that with stray cats and dogs, like hose them. That's behavior that's
See the same excuses, and it's just it's gross. But let's listen.
That's just a bit of well poisoning, but I mean, I definitely get his moral point. Like, yeah, you don't treat humans that way normally. But thing is, if I would argue if this was Donald Trump, if Donald Trump went on your property, if Donald Trump decided, you know what, I'm gonna leave my multi-dollar mansion, if Donald Trump and Barack Obama both went and camped on this guy's property, decided to just put a towel there made out of gold, just put it on the ground, and just start laying down on it, or like sit next to the tree there, and the person looked outside and said, what the fuck are these two people, like, these two presidents just doing outside? They've been here for like hours. They've been here for days actually. What the fuck do they want? Why are they staying here? And the property owners said, yeah, y'all need to get out. And they said, bitch, I'm not leaving. Who the fuck do you think I am? And then the guy fucking sprayed both of them like Obama and Trump and told them, now you're gonna fucking leave. I think it'd be the same thing. It's like, yeah, is that an asshole thing to do? Yeah, but it's like, he told them to get off and they didn't get off. It's like, yeah, so, yeah, these are humans. You don't treat humans like this. And it's like, my argument, I think whether that's a poor person or a rich person, it's just as fine or not fine to do that. It makes you an asshole, but it, like, I mean, it can be justified.
I'm out there once again cleaning her mess, washing it down, trying to clean up stuff, and I just snapped. I was watering, and
let me just watch that.
I'm out there once again cleaning her mess, washing it down, trying to clean up stuff.
Yeah, and like, he's cleaning her mess.
Snapped. I was watering and around her, and I just snapped when she went off in her belligerent, tongues and stuff. And I just snapped and I pulled the hose up higher and I sprayed her.
What?
And when I look at myself...
Is he saying he did that on accident? I mean, I definitely don't buy. I mean, you watch the video. Like, if he's gonna go on that tangent, he's just gonna bite himself in the foot.
No, I can't even believe that that's me. But I didn't know what else to do. It was getting...
Yeah, like, I can't really be mad at this guy then. Like, he's not even being dishonest. Like, he's not saying, yeah, I that was an accident. Like, he's saying, yeah, I got mad and, like, yeah, I just kept having to, like, clean up after her, clean up her mess. Like, she was camped on my property. This is my property. She's, like, maybe running my business. Like, she didn't have the right to be here, and I'm just getting tired of it, and I'm telling her, get the hell out of here. I was just mad. And he even looks back at it, and he's like, I can't believe I did that. I feel terrible for that, but I just fucking snapped. People do that, and, like, sure, that's an immoral thing, but, like, are we gonna act like this guy's just a bad person for that? Like, him saying that he tried to help this woman out, like, I can't even really, necessarily say that's not true. Like, I could see that. Like, he seems like a good person.
So frustrating.
I don't know. Seems like a possibly good. Like, I don't know. I'm not gonna remove the benefit of the doubt based on that.
I know that that's why I snapped. And, you know, I've never done anything like that to a human being. I don't feel that way. I've been, you know, I've always been called the fix-it guy who tried to bring both sides together and hear the stories. And we tried really hard. And I did something terrible. It was awful. And I can see it. I mean, nobody...
I mean, dude, this guy is, like, really, having the most human take you could on it. Like, he just made a human mistake, and he's really, like, approaching this in the most human manner. Hey, look, like, I did this, that was wrong, but, like, I got really fucking mad. I shouldn't have done that, but, like, what do you know? People snap, and, like, this woman was on my property. I constantly had to clean up after, and I was just getting mad, and that's just... And I didn't hurt her. I was just trying to get her to get off my property because this is my property and I can tell whoever the fuck I want to get out. Especially if they're constantly being here. And it's like, homeless people, they have nowhere to go. Where are they gonna go? Like, they're gonna go to the next person? What if every place belongs to someone? Like, where do you want these people to go? And it's like, but these people, they also own businesses. And it's like, you have a new person just coming here. They can't just park on your... Look at Obama. When DeSantis sent him over to Martha's Vineyard, they sent all these people. Well, they shipped them to a military base, I heard from Tucker Carlson. Why didn't Obama say, hey, bro, we're gonna take all these people. I have space. Let's be human about this. Is Obama any better than this guy? When Obama had all the time in the world to think about this. This guy did an asshole thing on impulse. Can you think of a time that you did an asshole thing on impulse? Probably have.
Clearer than I can.
Like, I've never gotten in a fight with anybody. I tend to be just super nice to people. Like, I definitely don't say my fucking opinions to people out loud. I don't tend to do that. I don't tend to share my opinions. Except in Spanish class. That was a great class. Like, the fucking Spanish class we had in 12th grade. Fucking best class. In 11th grade, my bad. But fuck yeah, dude. But, yeah, I could probably think of one time that I did some asshole-ish. Like, just on the fly that I felt bad for. Like, at least one time. And that got caught on video, and it was a really asshole-ish thing. But, like, he's not even saying that it was justified. But then, like, he had an incentive to... It's like, yeah, Gutfeld's approach to that doesn't sound very much like he... But then you just took that little snippet from out of context, and he sounds like a reasonable guy in general. Let's just keep watching.
Not buying it. Not buying it at all. He's only sorry that he got caught. That's evidence because...
Okay, that's evidence now.
I did something terrible. It was awful. And I can see it.
I know. I don't know how you could see someone like that who just got caught doing the wrong thing at the wrong time and just go on the assumption when you don't even know this guy. Like, this clip and this clip that we're seeing now, all that we know about him, and you're just going off that and saying, oh, well, because he attacked someone in a group that I care about, that's marginalized, he's just an automatically bad person. Like, how do you just go with people and, like, automatically assume that they're bad people? Like, most people are good people. It should take a lot to prove to someone that somebody else is a bad person. It should take more than he did an asshole-ish thing once, and it was clipped. Like, are you saying based on that he probably does that a lot? I mean, you could take him at his word, or you could do whatever you want with it. Like, you should, in general, it might work out better for you and others if you just take people at their word and don't assume that they're lying scumbags who are just full of shit, because most people aren't. Whether they're rich or poor, whether they own corporations, or whether they work for them, or whether they don't work at all, most people are good people.
I mean, nobody can see it clearer than I can.
Like, whether they're on the fucking streets, being sprayed, or whether they're spraying, they could be a good person doing the wrong thing at the wrong time. It can happen. You've probably done something you've regretted that was an asshole thing. If it was caught on camera, you'd feel bad and you'd probably give the same type of apology. It's like, what else do you want him to say? Like, what is the whole in
Not
this?
buying it. Not buying it at all. He's only sorry that he got caught. That's evidence, because somebody who just momentarily had a lapse in their judgment and got frustrated would have just went sprayed her real quick, right? That's not just...
No, he had a burst of anger. Like, I don't know. Have you ever seen someone who gets a burst of anger and starts getting in an argument with their girlfriend? Have you ever heard about that? Because I've never seen it, but like, ever heard about it, seen it on TV or something? It's like, do they just go, shut the fuck up, bitch? Okay, yeah, let me go back to Minecraft. It's like, no, they get mad and it's not like a quick second, like, I don't know, them just fucking, like, having a fucking Tourette's jolt or something. No, that's not how anger bursts work. You don't just fucking have a split second, like, what?
Justifiable too. That would be a controversy in and of itself if he only did that. But he was sitting there spraying her.
Like, that would make no sense. How would you, like, get mad and all of a sudden do that, like, just... No, that... I don't get the intuitive sense behind
The
that.
look in his eyes, that you can just tell. He thought that this was not a fellow human being. She was scum, and this is how we treat scum. We spray them with water hoses. That's the look in his eyes. So I'm sorry, I'm not buying a single word that this individual is saying. And the reporter talked to him, but has any reporter spoke to the woman who he assaulted and also insulted? He also...
Who even is that? How do you know who she... Like, have they gone to that place? Is the woman still there? After she got hosed, really? Why would she still be here? I wouldn't still be here. How do you know who she is? She has no identity. She's a homeless. She's like at the bottom. No one even knows who she is, let alone trying to interview her. Everyone, as you might see, you're really in the political field. You are sometimes even a big part. Sank Uyghur on Twitter is the biggest fucking caricature of this. People go where there's the negative. Let's interview this bad guy so we can talk about how bad he is. I mean, that... I don't know, like, people... I don't know, if they interviewed that lady, they could talk about how bad the guy is, so, like... But, yeah, they don't find the lady, they'd rather go towards the negative attention, like... I don't know, like... I disagree with what I just said, but yeah, whatever.
tried to justify this action by claiming that she...
Yeah, how do you know who she is? Like, where do you
She was psychotic. And it's just, I have to really spell this out because the irony is going to be lost on some people, I'm sure. The man who was spraying another human being who he believed to be a nuisance with the water hose claimed that she's the one who's psychotic, not him.
A nuisance, remember the framing. She's on his property and he said, like, he kept having to clean up, like, she is being a parasite. Sort of by the definition of parasite, you can, like, he's getting fed up with that.
Him. It's just, it's so unbelievable. The details of this story are genuinely infuriating, and we need to get the perspective from the woman. This man who assaulted that woman needs to be held accountable, because this is not okay. This is not okay. Now, the San Francisco police chief, Bill Scott, tweeted about this, saying the incident on Montgomery Street has been transferred to San Francisco Police Department.
Oh, why? If this is his property, this is like... How the fuck? Why would this be a thing, like, investigated by the police? Like, no, if you're like, hey, get off my damn property. Like, she was the aggravator in this story because clearly he had told her before then, hey, get off. Like, he didn't just randomly starts, like, if she was on his property after he told her to get off, like, in Texas, you have the right to take a gun and shoot her dead. But in wherever this is, there'd be legal action taken against him for using a non-violent method of pretty much telling her, get off my property. I've told you once nicely, now I'm telling you in a mean way that's still non-violent. Like, this doesn't hurt her. If it's on his property, he isn't doing that to her while she's off his property. So this is something that didn't hurt her. It's just uncomfortable, really uncomfortable, and sort of an asshole thing, but, like, yeah, if this is on his property, I don't get how, like, yeah, he gets to use a water hose however he wants to on his property. Because it's his property, he gets to do that.
Investigations Bureau. The process from here is to collect evidence, interview witnesses, develop the case, and present it to the district attorney. Now, that response to me is bizarre, because if you on video caught somebody decking another person, they would immediately be handcuffed and taken to jail. But because he's spraying her with a water hose and because she's unhoused...
Let me see, what is decking? Yeah. Yeah, that's a very different thing. And, like, no, he was just trying to get her off his property. He wasn't trying to take her down or say, like, this was on his property. This is the entire context here.
It seems like this isn't taken as seriously when, what are we doing? He should at least go to jail.
He's telling her to get off his property. This is what he's doing. Like, how is this not getting through?
But nope, there's got to be an investigation to determine that, yep, spraying an unhoused person with a water hose is bad. It's shocking to me.
Yeah,
now, according to the SF list...
Is it illegal if it's on your property?
He could face a battery charge, which he should. You should be legally held accountable for doing that to another human being. But people who saw that...
if it's his property.
Video were absolutely outraged, and he hasn't faced legal accountability, but the public backlash has absolutely been swift and severe. KPIX reporter Betty Yu writes...
Yeah, I feel bad for this guy because, yeah, I feel like this is like, from what I've seen, I would say there's a, like, genuine nice guy who had a bad moment and he did some bad and he genuinely regrets it. Like, from what I see and my tendency to take people at their word when they say, I'm sorry, like, that's a genuine apology. What else do you want from him? It's like, he was just telling the lady to get off his property. Clearly it wasn't the first time. I mean, like, does somebody just get a hose and then tell someone, get off my property? Or do they tell them first, get off my property? It's like, clearly, just from this clip, that demands more context. Like, I'd like to see the rest of Greg Gutfeld's perspective on this. Hopefully he has actually decent things to say about this. That sounds like a clip that was taken out of context, like at the beginning.
It's on Twitter. The owner said he's...
like, just to maximize the moral argument that the moral case that he was gonna make.
Flooded with death threats, and his business has been vandalized since the video went viral.
Yeah, that's a pretty fucked up, don't you think?
Now, she shared a video of him getting confronted by someone, and that...
yeah, I think that guy should just get a gun, and anybody who tries to vandalize his property, he should just shoot them. Especially if this is Texas, like, that would be legal. So, either way, like, any of them, if he sees them vandalizing his property, he should tell them, get the fuck off my property now. And if that person tries to even make a move toward them, tries to hit them, just get the gun and shoot him. That's called self-defense. Yeah, like, Vegan Gains actually talks about this all the time. Like, when he talks about, like, yeah, women, yeah, a man approaches you, and tries to make a move on you, tries to go out and rape you, yeah, get a gun, shoot them, dead. They don't have to be trying to kill you. They're trying to hurt you. That's self-defense. So yeah, these people are vandalizing your property, and then now they, like, you go out and you tell them, hey, get the fuck off my property, don't vandalize this, or I'll fucking vandalize you. You touch my property again, I'll punch you square in the fucking nose. Get off my damn property. And, yeah, if the person then goes at you, tries to hurt you, well, then you could tell them, hey, by the way, buddy, I have a gun, get the hell away from me. And if they keep moving at you, you could shoot them. That's self-defense. Like, you could go ahead and look how the law is. I'm pretty sure that is really, like, go ahead and correct me if that's wrong, but yeah, you absolutely have the right to defend your property if that happens. And that is, like, for people like this, I would argue they should definitely take advantage of their Second Amendment rights, because they are the types of people who actually need their Second Amendment rights, and to whom, like, there should be exemptions for, like, the Second Amendment rights being repealed, I believe, for people like this who definitely need to be, like, to have something to keep them secure, because they have people like that who... And then I would say there are other weapons you can use to protect
That
yourself.
video is very, very satisfying to watch.
Like a knife.
Spray people down with water hoses that don't have any other option but to be on the street.
What did cops say?
You're not very sorry. You're a privileged white man. You sprayed somebody with a water hose instead of...
Oh, it's this guy speaking. You're a liberal is a white man. What a fucking racist dipshit.
I want you to shut down and I want you to move away because you treated somebody.
Why the police officer?
And anybody who would treat another human being like trash, like an
They
animal.
just throw the middle finger at him.
I wish you would look at the mind. Spraying people down with the water hose. It doesn't matter who doesn't get no
Yeah,
help.
I don't tell that's satisfying. That just sort of makes me sad.
You can take that with your white privilege and go somewhere. There's nothing on the planet Earth that requires nothing.
Because I gotta fucking point out how, oh, you're white and you're a male. This is probably why you're a bad person, right? Because you're a bad person and it's because you're white. I don't know, someone's saying that type of stuff. I don't know, is your first impression of them, they're probably a good person? Well, I don't know, I'd say they probably are a good person. I probably don't have the whole context, but based on that, like, yeah, if I'm gonna go with the humanist reports approach, yeah, based on what I see, I don't really like this person. They're probably a bad person, based on, like, yeah, I think that would be a good incentive. Oh, they're a racist piece of shit who's not giving someone the benefit of the doubt, not even trying to look at their side of the story, and just assuming that not only are they a bad person, but they're a bad person for being white. Look at you, stupid white, liberal white guy, fucking, or whatever he said, piece of shit white guy, who did, yeah, so, this is how white people, and, ironic, looks like this guy might even be white. What a fucking joke. And a white guy, too. Literally just shitting on his own race and fucking sex. Like, what a fucking moron.
You're right, I'm right here.
You're white. You're fucking
Not
white.
all heroes wear capes, but that man...
Yeah, imagine, like, if you were seeing some fucking black person get arrested. Hey, you black fucking thief. Yeah, that's about the same vibe I'm getting from that guy.
Who confronted him is a hero. He said everything that I was feeling while watching that video.
What?
I don't care what...
You're white. What? What the hell?
You have to say what justification you have to use. That's not acceptable. You can't spray another human being with a hose because you want to shoo them away. It just...
yeah, if they're on your property and they just won't leave, and they just, like, you keep telling them, hey, get off, this is my property, and they won't leave, like, this is better than a gun. Like, either that or it's a fucking gun. That's why you have guns for. Like, to be able to protect your property and protect yourself. And, yeah, if someone will not get off your property, you have every right to tell them, you need to get off my property. And I think yeah, you shouldn't get a gun. You should definitely, like, tell them, like, yeah, what he should have done might have been tell him, hey, look, this is my property, get off. And then tell her, look, I have this hose, I'm gonna spray it over there. Now you see, you have 10 seconds to start moving, or I might start spraying this hose towards you. Like, start moving, then maybe start hosing at, like, around her feet and start saying, yeah, I'm gonna spray this a bit higher. Like, that's a less asshole-ish thing to do if you really need this person to get off your property, and it's like, it's been a while, like, she's making you lose business and stuff, like, she's being a parasite, and you can't fucking just take that, you're not willing to, like, you need this person to get, you need to go, like, that, definitely that's a better way to go about it, and just out of nowhere spraying her, like, yeah, that's unwarranted, that's definitely mean, but, like, yeah, the whole context behind yeah, this person is on your property. You don't have the right to be on someone's property just because you have nowhere else to go. Well, there are places which are public. You don't have to. Not every part of the country is private property. Otherwise, maybe if everybody was against illegal immigration, yeah, maybe then. But no, not every fucking place is someone's private property, and definitely not every place will just fucking shower you if you will not get off their property. Yeah, if the guy told you that many times, the better thing to do is just listen to him and leave, because clearly the guy really is irritated and doesn't want you there, and like, you're in his fucking zone. Like, he bought this place as his. Like, you're in his zone.
The mentality, and this man, this monster, is a microcosm of a broader issue.
Jeez.
But people in the United States,
monster, just like, you don't know, you're assuming that like, based on what he said, he had a burst of anger, and he like like, dude, you're just assuming because he seemed like smug, like he was just fucking fed up with it. Not all people, when they have a burst of anger, they start looking like the Hulk on the spot. Maybe he was like, dude, I'm fed up with it. Like, bitch, get out. Like, after he was done spraying, you could see he was like, get the hell fucking out. You saw me tell you, I just sprayed you. Now get the hell out. Like, yeah, while he was spraying you, he had a neutral expression on his face. He was like, dude, I'm fucking having to do this, whatever. Now get the hell out. Like, this was clearly what was going on. Like, he was pissed off. And yeah, this is very fucking one-sided.
They just don't necessarily, and I'm generalizing here, not everyone feels this way, but they don't really view unhoused people as people. If you watch Fox News segments, and we've talked about this before, the way that they talk about them is as if they are animals.
Sometimes.
And they're like rats, and you've got to find some ways to get them to go away.
Honestly, I don't like agreeing with that, because, like, Tucker Carlson and Gutfeld, they're good people, but, like, I've seen some of their segments, and you could see how they might do that, but, like, their arguments would be they put themselves in that position, and how Tucker would explain that, he would say, well, these people, it's like, if you let your kids smoke weed at the breakfast table, they will smoke weed at the breakfast table. You don't allow your kids to do all these things. You don't fund drugs. You don't fund their drug programs to allow them to keep doing drugs. Like, no, you don't put them in a situation where you give them benefits if they're homeless, because then that'll improvise more homelessness, and more people will want to be homeless, will get incentivized to just drop out of society if they can do that. If it's possible to do that and live and not just completely be in shambles, like, yeah, we should absolutely take every measure to make homelessness not be a thing, to just what's it called, to discourage that behavior, to discourage the behavior that would lead to someone with homeless saying, no, you can't do that, actually. And that, and according to Dr. Carlson, like, again, in this situation, he is in a bubble where, like, he doesn't get people's struggles. But, like, yeah, he thinks, yeah, these people, they just let themselves down, and society let them drop out by continuing to fund them. Hey, it's okay if you're homeless. We'll allow you to do that. Like Tucker Carlson just thinks, yeah, these people, they made that choice. They made a bad choice, and society is allowing them to live within these bad choices by funding it. And yeah, people like Tucker Carlson and Gutfeld, their argument will be society fucking is creating this, like, and guess what, you fund homelessness, you get more of it. That's Tucker's argument. Like, they think that we're incentivizing people to be able to drop out of society, and it's just like getting them to do more of it. So like kids, if you don't raise them well, they'll just do these bad things. You allow them to do it, like yeah, they'll drop out of society. They'll be like, what they, like, people will just go towards that if you don't raise them well and say, no, you can't do that. You don't crap on the road, move on, buddy, as Tucker Carlson would say. And the thing against all that is it really wasn't a choice. It is never a choice. Why would anyone choose to be homeless? Why would anybody, after like 5 years of it? These people don't live long. They don't, like, look at them. They're out in the streets. Would you want to be them? It's like, no one would want to be them. They don't want to be them. They don't want to be out in the streets. They want to have a house. Why would they stay in their situation? It's like, do you believe in second chances at least? Isn't that one of the moral religious principles? Yeah, second chances and all. I mean, yeah, these people, they might have fucked up their first chance. You don't even know what happened. You don't know what led them to rock bottom. But, like, from there, like, the worst thing would be to assume that they just have the choice to get out of rock bottom and to stop being homeless. Stop being drug addicts, stop being homeless. Just move on from their problems and get back up in society by just stop being lazy or whatever. It's like, it doesn't really work that way. That's a really, like, not seeing the broad story, like, just being close-minded.
It's just, it's so sad. It's deeply, deeply heartbreaking. But I want to get back to that Fox News segment because you saw what the end of that segment was. But let's watch what he said before he was asked about that by Geraldo Rivera, because what he says about unhoused people is just deeply moronic. I don't know how else to describe it. I can't be more charitable than that.
I would support this. It's what I've been talking about for a while, an autonomous zone for people who wish to be homeless. This is where you can go and practice this experimental lifestyle, right? And if you...
No one chooses to be homeless. It's an experiment. Like, it's never a choice. That's where these people get it wrong. That would never be a choice. Like, the government, by providing these fundings to try and make homeless people, like, just live less, just dehumanizing conditions, like, I don't know, providing them with a bit of housing so that they don't just freeze to death in cold weather. Just that little bit of humanitarianism, that little bit of humanity. These things are not good enough for people to want to be homeless, just because there's like programs for them to be able to get clean drugs instead of having to keep getting them anyway, as they would, because they're drug addicts from from their plugs, and it could be laced with fucking fentanyl for all you know. That's the huge epidemic you're trying to avoid. Well, that's a good way to go by addressing that. That's a good way to start. Yeah, like, these people will just be like, no way, I'm not funding these drugs. And that's just such a, like, you're not really going that far into it. That's a very not going far take, to say the least. But
back in the city, panhandling, we'll take you back there, or we'll get you help. But you're going to go back to that place because that's where it's legal. That's where it's legal. And it could get really ugly and gross. It could be it could be like the Road Warrior ×5. But you know what?
Like, this isn't a choice. Like, any programs that they ought to try to make being homeless more manageable, it doesn't incentivize anyone to want to be homeless. Does anybody you might know anywhere tell me if that's the case? Does anybody want to be homeless? Is that ever a choice anyone would make? Tell me if anyone was homeless, like, do you know any homeless people who might tell you, yeah, if I had a choice, I would stay homeless. I like that. I want to be homeless. I enjoy this. Yeah, no, a house? Get the fuck out of here with this house. I don't want your free housing. I want to be outside, bitch. Yeah, yeah, get me out of here with all that stuff, bro. I just want my blunt. I don't want to smoke my blunt in your fucking gay ass house. But I got a balcony. Okay, I'll just stay in the balcony. Okay, you can give me a balcony, but as long as it's outside. Okay. Yeah, homeless people aren't like that. That's just some insane shit. They do not want to just be outside or some shit. It's not a choice. It's not an experiment. It's not a choice. It's an inevitable fucking curse. It's a fate. It's a like yeah, it's a downfall. People suffer a lot when they're homeless, and there is no reason for them to want to stay that way, especially as they go on and every day becomes harder and longer. They would probably do anything to get themselves out of that vicious cycle. But it's like, it's way more complicated than just these people are lazy and they've just given up on themselves and they just don't care and they just like, that's sort of what people say about people with depression. That's sort of what my mother says a lot of the time. That's sort of what everybody around me says when I bring up the fact, oh yeah, I can't really do that. I'm no longer able to do this. I've gone bad. Stuff, which I'm getting a lot fucking better, obviously, but yeah, like back when that was like at its worst, and that's sort of the same thing. Like people are just disconnected, don't want to look further. It's like everybody's fucking issue has a reason. And if someone is at rock bottom, they probably didn't choose to do that to themselves and to stay in it, and they probably aren't choosing to stay that way day after day. Like there's probably something you're missing out on. Like you should, just like the humanist report, to try to empathize with those people more. Take a taste of the own medicine that he's trying to give them. Like these people definitely need to do that with homeless people.
That's what they want in the city. They cannot live on your street. Right. They have to exercise their lifestyle somewhere else, and we will help you. We will help you. I will help you.
Okay. Well, what do you think of that lady's...
Greg Gutfeld will help you. Dude, I want to see some homeless people, like, go to Greg Gutfeld's house and ask him to help them and, like, show him that tape and say, you said you would help us. Now, please, deliver on your promises. Don't be the politicians you fucking despise. Please help us. Come on.
Squirting the hose.
And you know what he says next. He goes on to justify an assault on an unhoused woman. Now, what he said there is wrong because he's pretty explicitly suggesting...
Again, assault can be self-defense, and like this, she clearly wasn't hurting him, but she was on his property, and that was hurting his business potentially. Like we don't know. Did we get this lady's point of view even? No, we didn't even get that. Like we don't know what happened. We don't know the full context. We don't know.
That people choose to be unhoused when no, nobody chooses to sleep on the streets. It's not like, oh, this is some new quirky lifestyle that I'm choosing to adopt because I'm different.
Exactly.
You become unhoused because you lose.
And you are miserable when you're homeless. No one wants to be that way. Name me one person who's glad that they're homeless. How about you want to make a new friend? That's probably someone with a lot of insight, with a lot of different a lot more to bring than your average person, a lot more of a diverse life. Someone who could give you some life experiences and a life story that'd be way more interesting than anything you could hear around your own circle. Go up to them, give them $20 and ask them to tell you this story. And it will probably not be a story of, oh, I just never gave a shit, and I didn't give a shit, and I just still don't give a shit. And that's sort of why I'm here, because, like, yeah, I just don't give a shit that I'm here, actually. I like this. I'm cool with it. I challenge anyone to do this. Give $20 to a homeless person, not bribe them, and send me a clip of them doing that. Not bribing them. If I could like know that people wouldn't, I would say yeah, and I'll refund you fucking $100.
Everything. I feel like we should.
Then people just
shouldn't have to explain this, right? I get that he's
actually I'm irrelevant.
Insulated in this bubble, and he's really wealthy, but all you have to do is look at the situation and see that these are not people who enjoy being in that predicament, who choose to be in that predicament. And his solution is to round up all the homeless people and put them into one autonomous zone, because he thinks that if they all lived in their own filth, then they'd choose to not be in this predicament. They'd choose to do better for themselves.
Yeah, it's not a choice.
Like they're making this choice.
Yeah, it's not a
They have nowhere else to go. You can't Thanos snap them out of existence.
Imagine making the choice to be homeless. Imagine being an actual person who is making that choice. Name me one person who would make that choice.
But that's what some of these people want. And there is a solution, but that's not the solution. The solution is housing.
Yeah.
Give unhoused people houses, and the problem is solved. And if you think that that's too expensive, well, let me point you to a 2019 article from Vox that illustrated how it's actually more cost efficient. Because believe it or not, trying to criminalize homelessness and police them out of existence is actually more expensive than housing them. Pawning off homeless people.
That's actually okay. I think that's a great. But I don't know if anybody is seriously like advocating for that, if that's a serious thing that's being considered in any legal system. I don't even know if that'd be legal to do in the United States, period, under federal law, to criminalize people. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there was a case that but yeah, that isn't gonna happen. But this is still a great point. Like, oh, you want all these people to go away? Like, yeah, it'd cost less to just house them. And yeah, especially with things like this, like I'm seeing this right here, that looks very cheap. And yeah, have places like this filled with beds and all that. Yeah, like, do that. Why? Like, that's a much better use of taxpayer money than all the money that's going to the Pentagon, the fucking army that they aren't even accounting for all the wars that we aren't fighting right now, you know, all that shit. Like, great use of money. Like, yeah, I definitely agree this would be a better use of money. If you're gonna use our if you're gonna steal our taxpayer money for the best interest of us as a group, which is the whole premise behind this whole system that involves paying taxes, yeah, and you're going to use it in a democracy for the people, do things like this. This is at least a good use of taxpayer money. And honestly, I wouldn't have a big problem with taxes if these were the things that it was being used for all the time, and it was just so demonstrably good all the time. Maybe I would have less of a problem with theft if it wasn't being used on shit like the military budget. It's like, the fuck? Like, this is absurd. Not only are you just stealing our taxpayer money, that's theft, but you are wasting it. That's insulting, and it's theft. Like, and these people, meanwhile, who are part of the system, you represent them. Maybe they don't have any taxpayer money to give, but they are citizens, you represent them. Yeah, you're just putting in their face saying, I don't care, you had the right to vote for people. Maybe you did vote, you did contribute to the system, but yeah, the system isn't gonna give you anything in return. And it's like, yeah, if you're gonna take people's taxpayer money, give it to these people who actually need it more than anybody. And very little would be enough for them. Like, they'd need anything you could give. Like, any small amount of thing would be better going to them than to anyone
emergency
else.
Rooms, paying for anti-homeless architecture. All of this costs money. So all that money can be used to house them, and then everyone's
I forgot
happy.
that this type of stuff is actually, yeah, that type of stuff exists, and that's it. Yeah, so, that's a great point, a great case. I don't think I've ever heard this, but, yeah, that's definitely, I would be in favor of housing the homeless then. Like, if it's that, yeah, do that. Please, if you're gonna use our taxpayer money, use it on that.
But yet, people try
Like,
to
big corporations should just, like, join in and, like, pay their money into making sure to fix, like, get free housing for
talk these weird solutions or pseudo solutions, because they're not really solutions, where they're like, oh, just round them all up and put them in an autonomous zone, or push them into a different area, out of sight, out of mind. I just don't want to see them again.
Yeah, I know that is pretty what's it called? Yeah, pretty apathetic. But like again, these people really do justify to themselves. I don't think what Gutfeld is a bad person.
We're talking about human beings here. I can't stress that enough. These are actual human beings, just like you and I. They have desires, they feel pain, they suffer.
Yeah, and they feel the pain of being homeless, and they know that yeah, this isn't something that they would choose to keep living in.
Like all of us, they're human beings.
Like,
so as
yeah, this person just got hosed, because she just was trying to be somewhere, and no, you can't be there. You can't just be homeless anywhere. If you're in your house, you could always just stay there and be there. No one's gonna bother you. And if they do that, then you have every reason to call the police, and they have every reason to arrest that person. And in fact, if someone goes in your house and tries to hose you, shoot them. You have every right to. But yeah, you think now this person got hosed. I think that's a big enough incentive to be like, you know what? I'm done with this. I'm gonna stop being homeless. I'm done. I'm fed up with all this shit being done to me. Okay, so let's see. I wonder if this woman she's fed up with being homeless now. She's gonna stop being homeless. Let's see the story come out in 3 years of how I became a millionaire. I stopped being lazy. But we're not gonna see this, because bet this person isn't done making this choice that was never a choice.
We have these conversations, we need to remember that. And we heard from the gallery owner here, but we didn't get to hear from that woman. I don't know if any reporter got to speak with her. I couldn't find an interview with her, but we need the perspective.
We don't even really know what she looks like based on that clip, do we? Like, is she still there? I would guess she left after she got hosed. Like, unless some people who were recording the video back then, like, tried to catch up with her and, like, talk to her or something. Like, yeah, no one knows where she is necessarily.
Of unhoused people, because they're not just choosing to annoy you. Or
but that would be really interesting if they got to
be visually displeasing. Like, they're in this predicament because of the system that we live in, and living on the streets only exacerbates the problem.
Yeah, to be fair, but I would say it's more like yeah, for example, depression or mental illnesses, like in high school. How is that treated? Well, if you come out and ask for help, they will try to kidnap you, maybe even take you away from your parents. They try to, like, they were saying they might try to do that to me at some point in high school when like some email that I sent got fucking leaked to my fucking school, and it's like I was trying to ask someone for help. It's like, yeah, like they treat people who need help, who are struggling with mental issues, like they literally send them the message, we will torment you, and we will literally just try to peer pressure you into killing yourself if you fucking let us know too much that you have problems. Like, you better pretend that you're fine, otherwise we will just destroy your life. We will pretty much fucking like you will fucking end up, we will make you fucking kill yourself if you don't stop fucking begging us to help you. Like, you better start acting like you're fine. That is the message that, at least when I was in school, that society gives you when you have anything wrong with you and you need help and support. People are there when you don't need them, and the second you start needing them, they get a fucking problem with that, and they're like, yeah, get out. This took like 2 days, it's not fixed, move on, you waste my time. Like, that's society's attitude. I don't think it's, like, yeah, I don't think the humanist report is gonna address all that.
Problems that they were already dealing with. Urban Institute explains people living on the street for long periods often suffer from co-occurring mental health and substance use disorders. They are criminalized for being homeless, racking up nuisance crimes such as trespassing, panhandling, public drinking and urination, and sleeping in public spaces, which can lead to a street-to-jail cycle that is hard to break. Street life is punishing. People are frequently victimized, adding to a lifetime of trauma that can come with being poor. Chronic physical health problems like hypothermia are sometimes a consequence of homelessness, while others, such as diabetes, are difficult to treat when sleeping on the street.
And yeah, like, that's what I like about the humanist report. Like, he will make these moral arguments, and he will back them up, and he will make good, damn good fucking cases for what he's arguing for morally. Yeah, I think he's a great YouTuber, and we need to, like, have his message be...
So this is what they're dealing with. So I don't think it's too much to ask to have just a little bit of empathy. But no, the response from Fox News and people like Collier Gwynn is to treat them like animals or worse than animals,
like, have some
and
empathy,
spray them with water, shoo them away, when the solution is pretty clear. Give them housing, and
that's fun, I agree.
That's it. It's solved. I mean, I feel like it seems a little bit like an oversimplification to say that, but it really is that simple. Housing the unhoused is going to solve this issue. It's a win-win-win.
Yeah.
They win, we win, and these people who hate unhoused people win because the issue is solved there. They won't be loitering on the streets in front of businesses like the nuisance that you think they are. So housing is the issue, and we just need to try to recalibrate this conversation so it goes towards the solution rather than the demonization and the lack of empathy. But, you know, this is kind of the environment that we're living in, where we don't necessarily
I'd like to
view
see him as president. Like, I feel, yeah, of course he'd steal our taxpayer money, but he'd use it to do the right thing, to do the actual right thing. He'd cut the military budget by 75%. I agree with that. With such a talk, like, he would do objectively good things. With his, like, I would love to see him as president.
Human beings as equals. We view them as inferiors. Even if we're all being exploited by the system, the people who are the least fortunate, who find themselves in the worst predicament imaginable, they're still demonized by folks just a little bit more advantaged than them. And you would think that there would be at least a little bit more solidarity, but there's nothing. There's nothing there, and it's really disheartening to see. So this whole story is depressing, but nonetheless, when people like Greg Gutfeld tell you who they are and they say we should basically be fine with violence against unhoused people,
that's not who they are. That's like they legit don't see that. That's not like when people say like back when George Washington was a yeah, I'm sure he probably owned slaves. Apparently John Adams was the only president up to when slavery was abolished who, like, close to that, who, like, one of the only presidents back then who didn't. So George Washington probably owned slaves. So is that who he was? Is that his legacy, owning slaves? No. Is that who Greg Gutfeld is? Just having an apathetic view when it comes to homelessness. No, that's not who he is. In fact, he's a very good person. In a lot of other categories, you will see him being very empathetic.
Understand that they're telling you that they're pieces of shit.
Okay, buddy.
So believe them when they say that they are that.
Okay. Okay. Well, that ends on a solid toxic note. Anyway, yeah, I think this has been an amazing fucking stream. It's been 7 hours and so, Jesus Christ, it's late, it's 9. Well, I hope y'all have enjoyed this live stream. I made it super fucking long. A lot of things to say, but I think it was good. I'm super tired. I need to go eat, which I honestly don't do a lot. I eat like once every like 2 days or something. It's fucking horrible, but I'm gonna see y'all next time. When I talk about more of this cancer, or when I post some videos, actually, probably. Well, see y'all. Oh, wait, let me... This has been a long live stream. Let me wave my pickaxe for final,